I don't even know what to do. I'm gonna start that over again because that was a good opening monologue too. The thumbnail was seen. Oh my gosh. The title was seen and the thumbnail was red. It's day 141 of the YSL trial. So you know what that means. That means we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much. In spite of the fact that I don't have my glasses on to see that I've muted the microphone, because why? Because why would I not do that and ruin the whole morning? But it's been about 4 days since we've done this trial. And I want to say thank you all so much for hanging in there. We've had a lot of stuff going on over the last 4 days, 6 if you want to count the weekend. But yesterday, I wanted to stop real quick, pump the brake, and say thank you all to everybody. Now my glasses are steaming up because I'm embarrassed. I want to say thank you all to everybody who stopped by yesterday for my interview with Doug Weinstein. That interview was by and far one of my best, one of my favorite interviews. And part of that reason is because you all had some great questions. I thought I was doing a great job by having all my questions pre-programmed in, but you all came in with some excellent questions. And I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. If you didn't ask a question, if you did ask a question, if your question got augmented into somebody else's question so I can get them all together, thank you all. Thank you, each and every one of you. And I also want to say thank you to, as I see across the bottom, thank you to all of the new members of the channel. Thank you to all of the new subscribers, as well as everybody that just taps in and watches. Whether you didn't subscribe yet or whatnot, hopefully you will. But if not, I just want to say thank you. I really do appreciate it. And I do also want to apologize that on yesterday evening during the live stream, someone gave a super chat giving a compliment to Doug Weinstein. And I do apologize. I didn't read it out loud. I had it ready and I lost track. As you can tell, I'm pretty prone to doing that. So I do want to apologize to X42, who sent a very kind, very gracious $10 super, and it was a compliment to Doug Weinstein. I clipped that out, I put it in an email, and I sent it to Doug. And if I get a reply back or whatnot, I will make sure that I connect with you. So I do apologize for that because I don't want to ignore supers if for any reason. I don't want to ignore any questions for any reason. I just want to say thank you for that. Now, to everybody, we got a day ahead of us. Now, I'll let you know ahead of time. Today is going to be a horse trading kind of day. There, everything that's supposed to be going on around the trial is supposed to be motions and such of that nature. So it's not going to be. There shouldn't be any witnesses. There's not going to be, directs, and probably not going to hear a lot of objection. And we probably are not going to hear our now famous favorite number. Please forgive me. Our favorite number, 403. So probably not going to hear that today. But who knows what else could happen, right? Anything could happen. So we're queued up. I'm watching for the trial to go live. So as soon as it is, we will. But so that's it. So today, tomorrow, and Friday is supposed to be a lot of horse trading and such of that nature. Peter, this question right here, this is the question that's been asked around the world. It's around the world. In the Philippines, they're asking this question. They're asking this question on the outpost of North Pole. They're asking this question in the hottest part of the Sahara Desert. Will the state be prepared? I think we all can say no. I have no reason to believe that they will. No reason whatsoever. But we're going to see. Now, I do think I was going over the interview I did with Doug yesterday. I was going over that this morning. And Doug did say something that I really think we should probably factor into our critique of the state. They're probably under a whole lot of pressure that we have no clue of. And now, whether or not that's for good or for naught, for ill or for whatever, they're probably under a lot of pressure to try to bring this home, to bring home a W. Now, granted, I think we all can agree that the way they're going about it is probably not the way that we think they should. And that's more than likely true. But there are probably a lot of pressure, dare I say, external forces that are not in the courtroom that are probably in the DA's office to bring this home as a victory. And it's hard to see. So I think we probably are seeing one side of the tug of war, if you will, because we see the defense. They're holding solid, but the state, we don't see all of the players that are involved. Maybe that's how I should say it. Um, I think so. What we're going to see here, I think, is watching Adrien and Simone and Christian Hilton and others, Christian Atkins and the others attempt to satisfy two people, dealing with what's happening in real time in the courtroom, but also the external pressure, probably the emails and the text messages and the sticky notes telling you to get it together, do this, that, and the other, and the third. So I do think that's interesting, but at the end of the day, it's going to be what it is, and we're here for it. So welcome back, everybody. I appreciate y'all. I do also want to jump in real quick and say, um, some of the new members that jumped in on yesterday. Welcome, Chris. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for joining. Here comes Drama. I've seen you on a couple other channels. I am Shout. Good to see you, brother. Grace and peace. And of course, my good friend, Monica Mo Justice. Thank you so much. She has a fantastic YouTube channel where she discusses a lot of this stuff as well as a legal mind, as I think she's worked in the field for better than a decade, probably longer. So shout out to Monica Mo Justice. Thank you for becoming a member and being a contributor to the channel. She does lots of insight and wisdom and helps me out quite a bit. So shout out to her. Shout out to my sister Q is in the building. I see you over there. I see Dream. All right. And Agnes, thank you so much to everybody who's already stopped in and tapped in. Thank you so much, Sybil. I see you. Grace and peace. Uh, Good to see you, Izzy. Thank you very much this morning, as well as Beth stopping through. I appreciate it. Key, I appreciate y'all. And again, the questions yesterday were top tier. So thank you again. And I'm bringing that up because I saw a couple names that show up in my edits of that video that I did with Doug. So thank you all so much. Thank you, Eric. Bless you as well, sir. Thank you so much for stopping through. And this week, as I said before, is going to be a lot of horse trading. So hopefully there'll be some fireworks in the horse trading, maybe some enjoyable moments. But I do think it's not going to be as well. I don't know, because we got the FBI agent is supposed to be coming back on Monday to finish his testimony about cell phone data. I don't know. This might be this might actually be a little bit more involved. We'll see. We will definitely see. I see the camera has not come on as of yet, but I do see Tamara in the building. Thank you so much for stopping through. Miss Streets, along with Angela. Thank you. Infinity 23. I'm sorry, I'm only laughing because I'm thinking about the Infinity, the car, and all the shenanigans that happened with that. Snooky Stokes, good to see you. Thanks so much for stopping by. I appreciate y'all. Man, we got better than 500 people in here this morning. I thank y'all so much for stopping by. Thank you. I see Ray, good brother there. Thank you so much, sir, for your support of all the streams. Ray is always in there. I thank you, sir, for your great comments and your wonderful interaction. Thank you. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think now anything could happen. Judge Whitaker could have got an epiphany this weekend. Like, look, this thing is gonna last until my red hair is gray. Let me go ahead and get up out of here. She might come here today and be like, bam, mistrial, get up out of here. I'm not, I don't think she will though. I don't, but hey, I will never take it off the table. It's right over here on the table. I will not take it off. I'm just not going to pick it up and run with it too far. I love it when my people pop in from across the pond. Thank you. Pop it too. Thank you so much. Good morning to you from the UK. Thank you so much. And there she is. Miss Mandy's in the building. Grace and peace to you, friend. How are you doing? That's a great question, Agnes. So if you weren't paying attention, I had that queued up too. One of the defendants has gotten in trouble, quite a bit of trouble actually, for bribing a correction officer to smuggle contraband into the jail. Pretty crazy. And he's one of the YSL defendants. I don't know what's going to happen with him. I'm sorry. I really don't know what's going to happen with him. But I know one thing, they're going to try to tack that onto YSL. That I can tell you. Jeffrey Williams is going to get tagged with that somehow or another because they just can't, they have nothing else. I hope they don't. I really hope they sever Mr. Huey from the group. Here we go. I agree with Snooks that we want a mistrial. I think mistrial is probably the right thing to do. Uh, and that's it. If we don't get a mistrial, get rid of the RICO and just recognize that this thing is falling apart. You try to wrap your arms around this big old giant case and it's not coming together. Just let it go. Let it go. Sever them and charge them for what you can charge them for. Now, the problem with that is they can't charge Jeffrey Williams for anything if they do that. And so that will just that will be what it is. But they could charge them these men and maybe even be successful. Maybe get a W if they charge each individual rather than trying to do this big old RICO thing. Keep in mind, like what's the young Lil Rod, he's already been found guilty of murder. And now he's on appeal, but he's already been found guilty. So what's his purpose of being here? I don't get it. So I don't know. I just think they should go ahead and start severing. In my opinion, they should come in and sever this thing because it's just they're doing too much. And if they've stumbled and fell too many times, they try and play chess, football, sprint, ski downhill, and swim all in the same activity. And it's just crazy. Break this apart. Break this apart and do it and maybe be successful. Maybe. I'm not saying the guarantee. I'm just saying that they would be more successful, in my opinion, if they sever this case. Thank you so much, Rabbit1969, for the $5 super. Good morning to you, and good morning to the best live chat on the planet. Yeah, I do want to see. Now, I will say, I want to see what Judge Whitaker does with Adrien Love's motion that she filed yesterday. If you've read a couple of motions, you can see some of the problems with that motion. Yeah, I want to see what happens. And maybe we'll pull that up during a break just to make if they don't start with it. They probably will start with it simply because that was definitely the most recent thing literally yesterday. So I'm hoping that they'll start with it. And if not, I will make sure that I pull it up. Lots of good people stopping by in the morning, all the way from Detroit, way out there in Detroit. Good to see you, JC. JC, thanks so much. Auditing Surrey. Have you seen Doug reply? No, I've not seen Doug's reply. Has it already been posted? Oh, yeah. I got up this morning and my big girl wanted to go to school early. And of course, her sister was foot dragging this morning. So I ended up having to take my second born to school, which I realized I hadn't been to school up there to the high school in the whole school year. This is my first time going to drop somebody off all school year. I'm like, man, I'm cool with that. That was a good thing. So anyway, let me real quick show you. This is Adrien Love's motion that she filed on yesterday. Got it. There we go. All right, real quick so we don't miss out. State of Georgia versus Jeffrey Williams. I'll just jump down to the meaty parts. The state of Georgia, by and through Fonnie T. Willis, District Attorney of the City of Atlanta Judicial Circuit, and the undersigned Chief Deputy District Attorney, Adrien L. Love, hereby moves this honorable court to allow the state to present all the relevant evidence to the jury and to deny objections to the presentation of relevant evidence on the basis that said evidence is a waste of time. Respectfully, on the 8th day of October 2024. All right. So that is Adrien's motion that she filed on yesterday. I think is a hill of bovine scatology, personally. But we're gonna see what happens. I think hopefully it's queued up to start this morning. Hopefully they'll start off the morning with that, because that'll be a good look to see where the like I don't like to say this, the vibe, what the spirit of the court is going to be this week. If she started off with this. Now, if you notice this, first of all, it's a monster run-on sentence. It's a gigantic, it's literally a paragraph sentence. So beside that point, she's trying to push back. She doesn't want the defense to object using 403, which I think has to be the highest watermark of comedy that we've seen in this trial in some time. Being the fact that Adrian Love, the queen of objection, what am I objecting to? Objection, compounding, objection, bolstering. These long pauses and such like that. This is going to be wild. So I don't know if Doug filed one. I'm going to look in our little secret hideout. I don't see one that's been posted. I'm sure it'll probably post after we start trial, if not already. If I'm trying to pull it up and multitask. So, oh yeah, and by the way, shout out to Thugger Daily, a fantastic contribution to this law tube space, if you want to call it that. He has done a great job of curating data and actually has a whole folder for us to get these things out of. And I don't see. Okay, the last thing I see here is Adrien's motion. I don't see a new motion from Doug as of yet, but that only means that I don't see it. And I'm looking one more time. Yeah, that's only means I just don't see it. So it's very possible it'll pop up in a few. And if you're wondering, well, what is it? The court is in. They're here. Let's get this party popping, Jason. Make sure we got some volume. When you can hear, drop your favorite emoji in the chat. What they're horse trading about is that picture that had the phone number on it. And we'll pull it back up and show you. It's a picture that the whole discussion about the comments was going on. And Adrian tried to say that the phone number was not a comment, but only writing like words as comments. It was really wild. And so that's the picture that was thrown out by Judge Whitaker that encouraged, if you will, Adrian Love to file the motion in limine to get that back in. Yo, thank you very much this morning. B2W. Dear Papa, thank you so very much for the $20 super chat this morning. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Thank you for being such a great supporter of the channel. Thank you so much. Y'all put B2W in the chat real quick and say thank you so much for that. We appreciate you for blessing the channel. Thank you so much. David said he needs some laughs this morning. Got really, really bad news from the doctor this morning. Okay, we're definitely praying for you, sir. So hopefully today my mind will be averted. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna try my best to find you some good comedy up in here. And I think in One Charlie, we're gonna find some comedy today. Let me make sure I got this right. Good people stopping in. At the current moment, nothing has happened, Stokes, but anything can. Look, my brother, look. I wanted to. I'm not denying you. There's just been a lot of mistakes, but I really believe, as Doug Weinstein said, look at how Judge Whitaker is ruling and ask yourself, does she want to bring this to across the finish line? That's what I'm thinking. Serbia? Thank you so much for stopping by, Magda. Appreciate you. All the way in Serbia. Man, we're getting it out there. DWC is not only the best live chat on the planet, but we're the best live chat. We're international up in here. Yeah, if they could throw it out, they would. But yeah, they've added some things to it. So they're going to get them with something. Not returning a book in third grade to the library. I don't know, clipping his toenails and not, I don't know, something. They're going to get them on something. No, the only time you hear Ronderi's name mentioned in the trials when he does something wrong. When he had the contraband sewn into his clothes, that was him. Get into a fight at the jail, that was him. That's the only time you hear him mentioned. He's only there to my opinion, to sullen the jury. He's only there to drag everybody else down because he already has a murder conviction. He's very problematic. And yeah, that's it. There's no, you don't hear him with anything else. He's considerably younger than everybody. So I don't understand it. But I also don't understand what they're doing. I think I answered your question, Stokes. It's just this motion basically to stop the defense from using 403, waste of time as their objection, which is really wild. It's really wild. That's akin to a boxer protesting to the referee. I'm sorry, a kickboxer. Um, the opponent can't kick in the leg. What are you talking about? That's part of that's part of this craft. What are you talking about? All the way from Germany. Thank you so much, Alan. What do I expect today? A lot of horse trading. I think Adrian Love is going to get slapped down with that motion. It's not going to go anywhere. Um, I and not just because I want it to be, but I think this week is not going to be a good week for the state. They ended last week on a bad note. For lack of a better term, when the bell rang, they were really getting hurt and injured. That recoup time of the last week and the weekend coming into this week is not guaranteed that they're going to have their stuff together because the case was already bad. You can't fix a bad training camp inside of the ring. You can't do that. You can't fix it. You have bad nutrition. You can't fix it. You have bad cardio. You can't fix it. You have bad stamina or various disciplines. You can't fix that now that you're in the ring using those skills and talents. So I don't, I held out no faith that they sat down and hunkered down and really dialed in this case over the last 6 days. So that being the case, I think so. The end of last week kind of weak. There's no reason to believe that they're going to come in this case now, well fine-tuned, dialed in, ready to give the defense a run for their money. That's not going to happen. I see a lot of people talking about civil liberties and things of that nature. I don't know. I do think there's reason to question that. I do think that I don't think that's a reach. I think that's a valid question. I don't know. Um, Now, let's also keep in mind, Peter, I know this sounds crazy. This is the speedy trial. Remember, Jeffrey Williams, Brian Steele filed a motion for a speedy trial as soon as they were indicted. That's what moved this along so quickly. I personally believe that's why they're always scrambling and scraping, because otherwise, if he had not filed for a speedy trial, there would have been no encouragement to do it. They could have taken 5 years before they went to trial. I know that sounds crazy, but they could have. But because Brian Steele said, we want a speedy trial, they had to move differently. And I think that's part of the reason we see them scrambling and scraping is because they had to move faster than they anticipated. That's just my little observation and definitely my pre-K law school experience. Was it 3 sentences? Let me read this again. Hold on a second. Say Georgia. No, this is one gigantic run-on sentence. Real quick. This is one sentence. This is one sentence. Move your head out the way, Jason. Get out of the way. There's only one sentence. Just pointing out, picking on them. And let me drop this in there for y'all. All right. And I'm going to drop this link in the chat if the moderators did not already. And if they did, please forgive me because I don't see it. I'm just going to drop this motion from Adrian Love, as well as you can see the Google Drive from Thugger Daily. So you can keep up with that because he keeps all of those things updated in there. And that might be something cool for you to do to keep up with as well. Because that's where most of us get our information from there, as well as Thugger Daily's Twitter page. Get myself back up in here. There we go. All right. You know what? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. As hectic and as crazy as this case has been, it has taught us a lot of new things. Like, for example, as Jay Sneed says right here, there was no case law. So most of us now are looking for, when we see a motion or we hear something like that, we're like, okay, are they arguing from case law or are they arguing from their own emotions or their own machinations, whatever? So I think, you know what, as bad as this case has been, as just foolhardy as it's been, it has helped us to see some things that we probably would not have seen in the past. We probably would never have thought that. Never would we have thought about. Oh, Doug did file his response. Okay. I apologize. I see that. Thank you so much. But I don't have time. I'm going to pull it up and make sure I have it ready for. Oh, the Honorable Douglas has come through. We got time? Let's do it. Let's do it quick, Jason. Come on. All right. Forgive me if court starts. I'm gonna try to watch and read this at the same time. So pray for your boy. All right, let's go. All right, so Douglas actually did reply. Doug actually did reply. And let me drop this in the chat for you all as well. And I apologize that thank you, Kiana. She had already dropped it, and I didn't realize that it was already out there in these YouTube streets. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this because it's too small. And I think I hear the court saying something too. Let me I'm gonna pull this back in, and if the court isn't back, then I will actually go over this with y'all because I think it looks like a fun one. All right, where do we got here? All right, this is being done in real time. Sorry about that. Where did you send it, Kiana? Where did I see it? Yeah, I'm trying to get the soft copy so we can zoom in on it because it is a little bit too small. Let's get this. Got it. All right, here we go. Yeah, this looks a little better. Okay. Not really. Okay, there we go. All right. Sorry about that, y'all. Let's go. Let's go. All right. This is Doug Weinstein's response to Adrien Love. So let's listen for case law. Let's see if we got any case law in there. Okay. State of Georgia versus Diamante Kendrick. Opposition to state's motion in limine to allow the state to present all relevant evidence to the jury and to deny defendant objections to the presentation of the relevant evidence on the basis that said evidence is a waste of time. So that is basically her whole motion. He put it as the opening statement. That's savage. The defendant, Diamante Kendrick, through the undersigned counsel, without waiving any other rights to which he is entitled, files his opposition to the state's motion in limine, allowing the state to present all relevant information to the jury and to deny defendant's objections to the presentation of relevant evidence on the basis that said evidence is a waste of time, stating the following. I already see case law. Already. Doug is already bringing it. Let's go. Here it comes. In a surprisingly succinct and efficient bit of lawyering from the state's request that the Honorable Court deny all future defense 403 objections regarding the state's presentation of relevant evidence that is a waste of time, the state cites neither statute, case law, nor the highest law in the land, according to the state, Carlson on evidence, to support this position that the court take up the challenge of overriding the edicts of the Georgia legislature, along with virtually every other legislative and judicial body in our nation, by ignoring, and here's the case law right there. Oh, wait. And notice at the bottom, judge says, wow. Doug says, wow, that was a mouthful. This guy is wild. I love him. Why isn't that showing me the last page? I tell you, man. I got it back here. While the state, let me just real quick, while the state's motion is genuinely merits no response, the filing of its frivolous motion may indicate that the state plans some form of carpet bombing of additional pointless cumulative evidence clearly excluded under Rule 43, and that the laying down some type of suppression fire through this motion. Therefore, undersigned counsel feels compelled to object. Ironically, the state's motion is a perfect example of the need for this honorable court to weigh in on the state wasting time of all involved in this present case by barring otherwise relevant evidence that is a waste of time under the 403. Rule 403. In a sense, the motion needs no opposition, as the motion itself serves as its own evident opposition. Wherefore, Mr. Kendrick respectfully requests that this honorable court deny the state's motion to bar ever ruling for the defense in the future Rule 403 objections. I love it. Thanks, Doug. That was a good one. That was a good one for sure. And we'll drop that down in the chat as well. I'm sorry I didn't have both those pages ready, queued up. But that was good. I like carpet bombing. He said they're gonna carpet bomb. All right, look, that was pretty good. I like it, Doug. For sure, for sure. Thank you so much for that. What did I miss? Yeah, I didn't see it at first. Thank you so much, Pedro. Good morning to you, President Not Perfect. Good to see you, sir. Love doesn't have to show legally how she got the phone number. Right. And at the current moment, she can't say that. I'm just wondering where these when will wiretap show up? That's what I'm waiting for. When will wiretap warrants show up? I'm looking forward to that because we are going to see some things when that happens. But yo, thank y'all so much, man. We got better than 1,100 people that have tapped in this morning. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad y'all enjoy watching this with us, being a part of the best live chat on the planet. If you're new to the channel, hit the like button, jump into the best live chat on the planet, say what's up, holla at your people. If you're new or you're old, it doesn't matter, day one or your first day, it doesn't matter. We'll get to add you to it. Grace and peace, Antonio. Wow. No sound. You can't hear. Okay. Some reason or other, you all are not getting sound. I apologize. It's coming through on my end. Give me 1 second. Let's do this. Where's it?
Neither
One in the chat if you can hear.
Ryan situation nor the alleged passing of Percocet to defendant Williams in court.
Can y'all hear? Let me
meet
know if
the
y'all can hear. One in the chat you can hear.
requirements,
I'm gonna
to
back
be
it
an
up. Yes, sir.
intrinsic
Yes, ma'am.
act.
I'll back
And
up.
so I am not going to admit either of those. And I've also eliminate non-jury days for the next few days.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Take the easy ones first. The state's motion in limine about overruling whatever objection the defense might ever offer to evidence on the basis of 403 waste of time and the defense response in opposition thereto. I am ruling for the defense on that one for all of the reasons stated in Mr. Weinstein's response in opposition. Takes care of that one. The motion in limine by the state to revisit the court's ruling excluding State's Exhibit 52AY. I have considered that, and I will not be changing my ruling on that. The couple of uncharged post-indictment intrinsic acts that were still outstanding. I've got one question on the circumstance that involved Mr. Ryan and the fight. One, and I can't remember which co-defendant, but there was a co-defendant who entered a guilty plea and attested to a conversation having been had about protecting a YSL member in the jail and hurting somebody else. What was that about? Do y'all remember that? And did that have anything to do with this? Or were those unrelated?
That was before this.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the court has determined that neither the Ryan situation nor the alleged passing of Percocet to defendant Williams in court meet the requirements to be an intrinsic act. And so I am not going to admit either of those. And I've also reconsidered, thought again about my ruling out the Stillwell situation of some contraband being in his cell, and I'm going to stand on my ruling with regard to that as well. One question I saw in my notes, something about the search for Attorney Johnson, the search of Attorney Johnson's laptop, and something that defendant Williams had requested with regard to that. Can you, Mr. Steele, refresh my memory on what that was about?
Yes, can I have just 1 second?
Sure. Yes.
The court. And good morning. Your
Good
Honor.
morning.
Good morning to everyone. Can I make a statement to the court without the prosecutors here and without the media, so it would be on a sealed record? And then if you believe it should not be sealed, obviously I will repeat it, or you can have Ms. Winfrey read it back. But I believe that in an abundance of caution.
Come on up.
Okay.
Brian, why you doing that to us, man? Brian, come on, man. We, what, 20 minutes in? Brian, come on. We ain't doing no, come on, my guy. We're not doing any bench trials. No, sir. No, sir. We need to hear. Names must be named. Anyway, wow. Talk about a morning. She's already starting off on some, she's starting off pretty solid. Well, like Doug said yesterday, Doug said that Judge Whitaker, in his opinion, was doing the right thing. Maybe she's gonna convince us too. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the day that she convinces all of us like she's doing the right thing. Like, yeah, she's doing the right thing. She's not playing dirty pool or anything like that. No dirty boxing going on here. I don't know. I don't know. Now I am interested in what Brian is telling Judge Whitaker. And why can't I hear? What's up with that, man? Why you discriminate against me? I want to know. The best live chat on the planet wants to know. Yeah, I don't think that yellow is going to work out for her. She needs to look at some other colors. Because last week when she wore yellow, she got eviscerated. So maybe you should not wear yellow. He's got the suitcase. What? Okay. Now we got to keep track. We got to keep track of how many times they have the bench trial. I mean, the bench meeting. Because, Brian's Steele already getting it started. Y'all crack me up with spelling her name backwards. Y'all are wild, man. Y'all are absolutely savage. Now, to be fair, what Brian Steele did there of announcing that he wanted to have a meeting with the judge is the proper way to do it. Now, if you ever want to go back in time, go back to the Friday that Woody pled the fifth, that Friday, okay? The infamous, that's what a lot of people came on. If you go back to like the last 10 minutes of the day, at the very end, right before the cameras cut off, you hear Adrien Love say, I want to speak to you about an ex parte meeting. And that's literally the last thing you hear. Okay, here we go. Let's go back.
All right, so I appreciate that, Mr. Steele, and that can be sealed to the extent this record ever
I want to know.
goes anywhere.
I want to know. Oh, well, it is what it is. All right, so we're going to keep track of how many bench meetings they have today. And if you want to, keep track of who actually initiates it. Because so far, the defense has initiated the first one.
All right, I know that there are some things outstanding that concern Mr. Ryan, and there's been a request that be handled tomorrow instead of today.
Yes, ma'am.
That's fine. So I'll set that aside for now. I appreciate everybody submitting case law on the issue of whether the RICO conspiracy can be established based on an overt act that's not alleged in the indictment. Frankly, it's a lot of stuff to read, and since some of the submissions were late last night, or, basically all throughout the day yesterday. I have not read all of that, so we'll take that up at some other time. And that's really more of an end of trial issue for us anyway. Okay. I think we're ready to argue and consider the motion in limine. What was it, 62, I guess? All right.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Thanks.
Your Honor, I just handed this honorable court and the parties, although I ran out of copies, I just gave it to Mr. Matthews. The case I cited in motion limiting number 62, Ebersole, E-B-E-R-S-O-L-E versus State. It's 371 Georgia Appeal, 520. It's in Division 1C as in Colette. It's 901 Southeast 2D, 572, a 2024 case. And Your Honor, what happened in our case previously, and I understand the honorable court was not with us, but the prosecution through ATF agent Racy was testifying. He was at one time with Cobb County Police Department, and he was the lead detective on a case against Mr. Jimmy Winfrey, and that is in Cobb County case number 15-9-2765. And he was asked by Prosecutor Hilton about a jail call. And the jail call had something to the effect of, when Mr. Winfrey comes home, he will be given a Porsche and $250,000. It was something to that effect. And Ms. Hilton then asked Detective Racy, within approximately a month from that time, that jail call that the jurors just heard, did in fact Mr. Winfrey enter a guilty plea? I objected. That guilty plea was vacated and found to be coerced by the Georgia Supreme Court in Winfrey, W-I-N-F-R-E-Y versus State, 304 Georgia, 94, 816 Southeast 2D, 613, 2018. And it says specifically in that case that that guilty plea is void, is null, and cannot be used for any purpose. We approached the predecessor judge, and he said he didn't know about that case. It's all on the record. It was at the bench. And I said, well, here's a site. And he said, well, I'm not going to read it. And I said, well, I'm going to cross him on it, and I'm going to subpoena the lawyers. And I put them on my witness list who entered that plea. And I have a certified copy of the Supreme Court opinion vacating it. And this predecessor judge said I couldn't do any of that. Ms. Hilton then came back to the podium and asked Agent Racy the next series of questions. Well, was that plea, for whatever reason, vacated? And a short time later, did Mr. Winfrey enter a guilty plea? I again objected. I was not allowed to go into it. The essence of this motion, number 62 of Mr. Williams, is I believe that that's already a constitutional violation. So it has to be harmless beyond a reasonable doubt. Because
Was there any kind of instruction?
no,
Given? Okay.
no, it was, I can't cross on it. Mr. Matthews can't cross on it. We were all barred. And it came out that way, that Mr. Winfrey pled guilty. And This dealt with the April 26, 2015 tour bus shooting of a gentleman named Dwayne Carter. He's a phenomenal artist, musical artist, known as Lil Wayne. So the state gets that in. Now, the predecessor judge did keep out the indictment on my objection, because the indictment names as co-conspirators, unindicted co-conspirators, Mr. Williams in that event, and it was a RICO count. The further objection was that Mr. Winfrey, he didn't really plead guilty. This is the most favorable Alford plea, and I attached it to Mr. Williams' number 62 that, that I have seen, where the predecessor judge specifically, excuse me, not the predecessor judge, Judge Staley, it's Staley, and it's Staley Clark, Clark, Cobb County Superior Court. She specifically acknowledges that this is not a guilty plea. This is a best interest plea. He's not entering a admission of guilt. The Honorable Steve Sadow, which is Steve, S-T-E-V-E, and Sadow is S-A-D-O-W, was the lawyer. He specifically said that we are doing this just because it's been 5 years and Mr. Winfrey wants to get out of custody. And I attached that, and I have a certified copy of that Alford plea. Anyway, the way it came in was so wrong, and we had cases that we were citing to the predecessor judge explaining that a person who's not testifying, the fact that they pled guilty, people plead guilty for any numerous reasons, should not be allowed to come in against Mr. Williams and the others here. So going forward, I put this on this honorable court's radar because it is my belief and understanding, and if it's not going to happen, that's great, that Mr. Kendrick has pled guilty to being in a criminal street gang, specifically YSL, when he was with Mr. Martinez-Arnold. Martinez-Arnold is going to be a witness, but he did not plead guilty to that charge. And it's my understanding that the state intends to have an exhibit, a certified copy of the guilty plea of Mr. Kendrick. And that should not come in against Mr. Williams or any of the other people here for the same reason.
Let me stop and ask the state. Is your position that it comes in against anybody other than Mr. Kendrick?
I don't believe that a certified copy of Kendrick's conviction would be admissible against another defendant besides Kendrick. And additionally, we intentionally did not tender the certified for Jimmy Winfrey.
For Mr. Winfrey?
Correct. The court did not preclude us. We did not tender it.
Right. Okay, so is it the state's position that not the certified copy of the conviction, but the fact of Mr. Kendrick pleading guilty to, it was gang activity and the gang being YSL? What's the state's position on that with regard to that information coming in on anybody else?
I think that his guilty plea, the fact of his guilty plea is admissible against him, and I don't believe that it's admissible in normal cases against anyone else. In this circumstance, I also don't believe that it is. At this time, I don't believe the cases that I've read suggest that it would not be admissible against another defendant. That's
all right. I think that's generally correct. So I think I've mentioned before needing a limiting instruction, and I know we're not quite at that stage yet, but I don't know when you intend to introduce that. And
not for the next 2 weeks, I believe.
Okay. Well, can you go ahead and be trying to put together whatever appropriate limiting instruction there would be. And then I would think that the position of both the defense and the state would be the same with regard to Mr. Ryan's murder jury verdict.
Right. Well, yeah, I know that the court, I know we addressed it last week, and I was saying that I was looking into that. So I don't have anything to counter the position that it's only admissible against Ryan. I don't have anything to counter that position yet.
So we'd need a similar limiting instruction for that. Let me ask the defendants with regard to whatever information did come in on Mr. Winfrey having pled, that having been overturned somehow, and then him having pled again. There was no information in front of the jury that it was an Alford or a best interest plea.
That's true.
Okay. We've obviously introduced that concept to this jury at this point. Does the defense want me to instruct sometime at the end of the case that, hey, with regard to what you heard about Mr. Winfrey's plea, that was also a best interest plea, and so the same things apply?
Yes, and I intend to
Okay.
call the, in my case in chief, I updated my witness list, the
Okay.
lawyer at the first one when it was coerced by the court, and that's why it wasn't knowingly, freely, and voluntarily given, and then call Mr. Sadow.
All right, well, I don't know that we're going to be doing all of that, because if it is before the jury that the other one was overruled, then the other one really doesn't need to be taken into consideration.
It was not before the jury, the other one's overruled. And please, we have to look at the transcript.
Okay.
But it was something to the effect of later, for whatever reason, a short while later, did he re-enter his guilty plea?
Okay, well, maybe we will get the necessary information to the jury without having to do it through a couple of witnesses. Maybe y'all could work on a stipulation. Why don't y'all make efforts to work on a stipulation that would cover that?
Also, Your Honor, there was the matter of the playing of Mr. Zachary's 2017 interview by Mr. Williams. Your Honor, if I am not mistaken, that the portions that were played included a reference by Mr. Zachary to the fact that Mr. Winfrey had entered that guilty plea. If I'm wrong, I accept that, but my memory is that from the time that it was first broached way back when, earlier this year in April or whenever it was, and now Defendant Williams actually introduced the fact of the guilty plea by Mr. Winfrey through cross-examination of one of the state's witnesses. In playing a video, the witness that was being interviewed actually talked about that guilty plea.
Well, that may be, but regardless, we need the correct information in front of the jury. So,
Can I just make a statement on that? Is that okay?
yeah.
So I do believe that Mr. Zachary said that Mr. Winfrey pled guilty. But, to say that I somehow then introduced that concept, I'm dealing with a fact that already came out before the jury.
Come out, right?
So I don't think that
Okay,
holds much weight.
yeah, but I would like for y'all to try to figure out a stipulation that will cover what the situation was, and then I'll give an instruction about that having ultimately been a best interest plea.
Okay.
Okay.
When I say okay, I still intend to call the witnesses, but I will follow your direction.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that's what's necessary, that's what's necessary, but I don't believe it should ultimately be necessary. I think there ought to be a stipulation that could be worked out. And if it's not a stipulation, then you can just propose what the stipulation would be, and I'll take it from there, maybe.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So. So on motion in limine 61, there was one part that was still outstanding, which was the issue of the text messages that are captured through the wiretap, and there's, I guess, a best evidence objection to that. So what's the state's intent on that?
With respect to the text messages in the wiretap are as they were sent through the carrier. So,
Okay, and which carrier? Have we already had all of the various carriers come in and
I think it's
certify?
It's Verizon, and no one has talked about the wiretap evidence yet. That has not been broached yet.
Well, I'm broaching it now
No,
because
I mean
it's in this
But
motion and limine.
through a witness in front of the jury. That's what I meant.
Okay, so those records then, we haven't had a business representative come in and
Correct.
say anything about those records. But are they going to ultimately?
We have a business record, I think.
Okay.
Just one second. What we have on our. We have the witness, the T3 custodian, the wiretap custodian, who will be addressing the content or the wiretap issues in the system and the way that the information is captured.
You say, just for clarification, Your Honor, when you say the wiretap custodian, who are you referring to?
Who?
Mr. Scherer, S-H-E-R. S-C-H-E-R-E-R.
Okay. And, okay, so he'll testify to how it gets captured, and is he gonna be able to certify that it's accurate?
Yeah, I believe he will, just as much
Okay.
as it. Yes, I believe that will be satisfied with that witness. Additionally, when we are, I believe that I understood the question last week to deal with not the text message box per se, but the one up under it, which was the notes, I think. And I don't recall if that was something that I misunderstood, but there's a portion of that wiretap that has sort of an interpretation, the listener's interpretation of what was heard. That's not what we're trying to introduce. It's just the content of the actual text message box.
Okay. So is there anything else I need to entertain with regard to that?
I don't believe so, but I'll let counsel speak for themselves.
Defense counsel?
So, Your Honor, I spoke with the Honorable Mr. Atkins, and he was going to verify, but my belief, and I need verification, is that if I was being wiretapped and I'm sending the Honorable Carlton Matthews a text message, "I'll meet you tomorrow at the Braves game," it is not collected the way I sent it. So it's somebody, the the sworn person who is on the team, who is allowed to be a listener or a reader of the contents of the wiretap, would then read that, and they put in the line sheet, Brian Steele's text was to Carlton Matthews, I'll meet you at the Brave game tomorrow. If that's the way it is, I'm objecting, because then it's not the original. And then I want to know what you just said, if they can lay a foundation that they have the original text message, or Verizon, it was over my objection last time, but they kept it accurately in the course of business. I'll waive this objection, but I do need Mr.
Okay.
Atkins, who's been nothing but great always. He said that, unless he found it out now, he said that he would make sure which way it is. If it's
Okay,
an actual replica or if it's a human being,
sure.
and that's
Yeah,
my
that would
issue.
definitely be kind of
And
a
we-
different circumstance.
And we verified, Your Honor. So with the T3 system, Your Honor, the text message, there's two boxes. There's a text message box and a synopsis box. In the text message box, that is the text message that came in through the phone. Our understanding is while you're in the wire room, you can either accept or not accept it. So you can either accept it as it comes in or not accept it and it won't show up. But
Okay.
the person viewing the wiretap cannot manipulate the text message box. The other box is their own notes. And
That's the notes
That's the
box.
notes, and we're going to try to show you an example. We were trying to find an example with both, but we can share
Okay.
the screen.
Well, y'all don't, do I understand you to be saying that the state does not intend to even try to introduce anything from the notes synopsis section boxes,
Correct.
but only from the text message boxes, which are supposed to be a verbatim capture of the text?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
That foundation laid, yes.
Okay. all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there was a kind of overlapping with regard to Summer Good, a motion in limine 63, and then a Stillwell motion that covered some of the same potential evidence. Are we ready to go through that? And it sounds like there's agreement as to some things and some things need to be litigated.
Your Honor, I don't know if it needs to be litigated today. I think that it is, once Ms. Good takes the stand, if we lay the proper foundation, there'll either be a foundational objection or not. But we agree generally with both motions that anything that is speculation, anything that is hearsay, we do not intend to get in with Ms. Good.
Okay.
However, if there is, I think there might be disagreement on her knowledge of Mr. Williams, the state would intend to lay a foundation before we get into that question.
Okay,
But I don't think it's anything we can litigate until she
Okay.
takes the stand.
all right. And so this kind of summary sheet that's discussion on motion in limine 63, motion in limine re Summer Good, that's pretty much what we might be litigating or what foundational issues there might be.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so we'll just come back to that. All right, and then we have a basically supplement, a motion and supplemental motion, joint motion to exclude evidence that y'all have also run down what you agree to and what you don't agree to. The things that there is no agreement on right now, is that something we can litigate today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, let's turn to that then. And would it be helpful to access the Dropbox for that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Link was sent October 8th at 11:36 by Mr. Adkins. Or y'all may have it before then as well.
And Your Honor, just to be clear, when, for example, if that motion, paragraph 3 in that Dropbox link, they follow the same numbering. So the
Okay.
court counsel should all be able to easily find what we're addressing because the
Okay.
numbering is identical to Mr. Steele's motion.
All right. Well, I don't know where it is. I know I got it, but.
Okay, so I'm not 100% certain what all they need to work on. This is going to be a long week, man. This is going to be a long 3 days at the pace they're traveling, but I'm just saying, like, that's going to be something else. Yeah, this is going to be wild. I do think Love is feeling that pressure. So let's see what happens. Let's go. Was I muted? I did that again. Okay.
All right, I guess we will, if everybody's got the link up, we can just start at the beginning with item number 1.
I really wanted to ask Doug, is there a more concise way to
All
put
right,
together this trial,
and what's the
this case?
relevance purpose of image 623?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this image 623 is a gun that was found underneath a mattress when one of the co-conspirators, Antonio Sumlin, was arrested in the May or April of 2022, Your Honor. And we believe that this picture is relevant to show that this one of the YSL co-conspirators, the nature of this enterprise. One of the things that we allege in our preamble to the indictment is that YSL maintains armed individuals ready and willing to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise. And the fact that he had this gun in the bedroom that he was in underneath his bed, we believe is relevant to show that.
All right. And who's going to be arguing these for the
That's a major
defense?
reaching right there.
Sure, I mean, that's fine. All right, whomever is going to take this portion.
Following this logic, they can make anybody a co-conspirator, not charge them, and say they had a
Your
gun.
Honor, it was explained in our case law that our gang statute was modeled after our RICO statute. And I cite the case to the court, and I did not bring extra copies. I apologize. Alexander, Alexander versus State. It's 371 Georgia Appeal, 532. It's in Division 2. 901 Southeast 2D, 584, 2024 case. And what our second highest court explains is that it is essential that the state, I'm quoting, demonstrate that the commission of the predicate act was intended to further the interests of the gang. So this is a gang count, and the appellate court held that just doing some crime or having some gang paraphernalia, or in this case, a gun under the bed, that's not enough to say that this furthers the interests of the gang. There's no nexus. And here, the state has continually put into evidence people associating with other people. This is Mr. Sumler, correct? Who I believe is going to testify.
Okay.
And the fact that he has drugs or guns or slogans of violence, I'm not saying he does, but you have to show that somehow that gun or that act somehow affected and there was a nexus to the trial that's going on. The state has other pictures of him with guns. So I also say it's cumulative and unnecessary evidence. But that's my argument.
All right.
Can we get a site again?
The site, Alexander?
Yeah, 371, look at 532.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, we don't have any other pictures of Mr. Sumlin with guns that we intend. Sorry, if you can hear me, I'm sorry. We don't have any other, and I'm just confirming, but I don't believe we have any other pictures of Mr. Sumlin with guns. This is the only picture we have, and that's because he was arrested with this. Again, the weapon was underneath his mattress when he was arrested.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's ultimately a jury determination whether they believe that he had this gun to further gang purposes. But I think in terms of what needs to be shown for the state to secure its admission, that's been satisfied. So to the extent you do not have pictures of him with guns already, then I would admit it. But if you do, then I'm going to exclude it as cumulative.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't know about that one. Okay. All right, Judge Witt. I don't know about that one, friend. I don't know about that one. Just because they got a gun.
All right. And then subfolder 3, I guess.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And these are pictures of his various tattoos.
Yes, Your Honor, and we actually narrowed down the pictures. So the numbers that are listed, Your Honor, in our synopsis, those 10 pictures
Okay.
show specific tattoos on his person, which are different tattoos that we believe are relevant. So one tattoo has YSL, another tattoo has Salon Life with a snake. Another tattoo has the 5-point star. Another has a tattoo of a die or two
A what?
dice with
Okay.
5. Let up the black dots. And let's see.
But what do those have to do to prove?
So
So that's 5. What are the other 5?
other tattoos. So one has the number 5 with a fire. Again, we believe that 5 signifies blood. That he's a member of the Bloods.
Okay, so why don't you pick one of the 5 tattoos and whichever one of those. So dice, fire, plain 5, y'all pick one.
But they're all different symbols.
I
of
know,
different-
I understand.
Well, we
Okay,
gotta
so
move.
you want for the representation of 5, you want to pick one thing that represents 5?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. The other ones have Macon and Cleveland, which is him talking about Cleveland Avenue, or Cleveland Avenue being Cleveland. So that's not included in the 5 that you're.
That's a, tell me what tattoo that is. Which image is that? So how about the overall one? Do you need that if you're going to be zooming in on?
The overall, so you can see that it's him in the picture, so that's why we had the overall one.
Okay.
And that picture is taken further away, so you can't.
Okay, well then, do you need the next one then?
So the next one after 641 is 642, where you can, and let me make sure, because it's 642 where you can see the YSL more prominent.
Mm-hmm.
Then we move to 643, which he has Haiti Baby, so you can see that more prominent.
Mm-hmm.
Then we skip to 648, which is 2 5-point stars in the lower part of his stomach. Then 649 is the 5 with the fire. 652 is the beast, which we believe symbolizes blood as well. The bee is underneath the beehive
Mm-hmm.
on top of the paw. 654 are additional 5-point stars, specifically 5 5-point stars. 655, it says Macon and Cleveland. 659 is the one with the dice. 665 is Slime Light with the snake. And then that's all. And originally there were 24 photos, so we narrowed it down from the 24 to the 10.
So it seems to me that if you have in number 1 to show it's him, and then number 2, you can see a whole lot of the Haiti Baby and the YSL and all kind of other things just by zooming in on that one.
But in the back, Your Honor, when the jurors.
Haiti Baby? What is that?
They'll be able to see what's in front of them once it's admitted. Yes, we can zoom in on the camera.
Oh, so you're gonna, all right. And who's gonna testify to this?
He's coming,
He's gonna be like, yeah, these are my tattoos and here's what they mean.
I don't know.
Or just, yeah, these are my tattoos.
We have tattoos and we have, he'll give his version, but we also have a gang expert who are familiar with these tattoos as well.
$806. I like that. I like that.
Okay, well. Just pick one rendition of the 5s and use that. You don't need all 3 of them.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Going on to the next folder, there's a 911 call?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what's that?
So, Your Honor, there's a single 911 call and a CAD report. There was a shooting the night before at Waters Road, and the caller notices that her vehicle window is shot out. the day that she's making this call.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a brief 911 call where she's calling to let them know that her car window has been shot out. She doesn't know who shot her car window out, but she's calling the police when she walks outside and notices her vehicle in her driveway with the window shot out from a bullet.
Mm-hmm.
And so the objection was confrontation clause and hearsay because it's not an ongoing emergency. The state's position is it's not a confrontation clause issue because she is not making this phone call for purposes of future prosecution. She doesn't even know who did it or give her thoughts of who might have done it. And in terms of hearsay, although the shooting itself happens prior to her walking out and seeing her window, the state feels that there's two reasons of a hearsay exception. One being a present sense impression in terms of she walks outside, notices her car window is shattered from a bullet, and she calls 911. And two, in her mind, even though her demeanor on the call, which is not dispositive of if it's an excited utterance or not, but seeing your car window shot out is to me something that would reasonably generate some level of excitement in a reasonable person. And so she's very calm on the call in terms of her voice, but the state feels that either a present sense impression and or an excited utterance for calling the police satisfies the hearsay exception. And that's the state's position in terms of the 911 audio, Your Honor.
Okay, and then is the Waters Road shooting, there's other evidence of that, right?
So, Your Honor, there's multiple shootings at that address.
Okay, the
They just were
Waters
shooting.
Road shooting from March 12th, 2022.
Yes, Your Honor. And so this 911 call and her CAD report, when she calls to report her window being shot, is the court asking if we're going to call the responding officer who went to examine her car or?
No, I mean, the evidence is in or is going to be in that there was a shooting at Waters Road on March 12th, 2023. I guess I'm wondering because of the length of this trial already and it's apparent, I mean, we're going to have to talk about how much longer y'all think this is going to take. But what does it add, I guess, that somebody else's window got shot out?
So Your Honor, this is all intimately wrapped into the Chanel Drinks murder, where Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller are murdered by who YSL believes is YFN members, if gang members, the same group in 2022 that's tethered to Donovan Thomas's group in 2015 and the murder we're on currently. And what the wiretaps we played earlier, where there was conversation, and by earlier I mean a couple weeks ago, where there was guns in the attic,
Yeah.
when they're all hiding and they're running outside, and we played that is Waters Road. So there's a number of shootings that we believe was from YFN at YSL. And so this 911 call is a innocent victim of that in terms of not the intended target whose window is shot out and calls police. And her, I believe, either boyfriend or husband, Mr. Whetstone, is going to be a witness we will be calling. So the state wanted to, this chronological or timeline is important. It's a brief 911 call, and there's obviously an accompanying CAD report. So the state feels that it's relevant for the jury because they need to understand the sequence of events in terms of the back and forth shooting and what transpires.
Okay, but do they need to know that somebody who had their car parked on the street or wherever it was parked, a stray bullet hit them?
It's right.
It hit their car, not them, their car.
So, Your Honor, in terms of the relevancy and the low legal standard of it,
I'm not saying it's not relevant. Do you need it?
the state believes we do, and it's.
Okay, y'all are gonna have to start picking some stuff that you just, I mean, this case can't go on forever. It feels like it's going on forever, but there's gotta be something that y'all can say, you know what? I think we ought to be able to prove our case without that. And this kind of seems like one of those things.
Come
And I know
on.
that there's not there may or may not, well, I think there's just kind of a standing cumulative waste of time objection by the defense. But I, as the court, trying to the extent possible, manage this litigation, am raising that sua sponte to the extent that there's not a defense objection. Is this something that, I mean, even whomever, the boyfriend or the husband coming in to testify to it, I mean, if you are establishing the Waters Road shooting anyway, which you are.
Yes, Your Honor.
It just doesn't seem like this is really necessary.
Your Honor, I understand I'm struggling for a response because in terms of it's difficult for me to say what is necessary versus, what is relevant and admissible in terms of, and useful for the jury in making their decision. What is necessary in a case is a hard question to answer.
I know.
And so the state Ms. Latner's is testifying when this comes up, Ms. Latner's will be addressing a number of 911 calls and CAD reports that all tether and are connected with this timeline of events. And so the state felt that in terms of brevity or this short 911 call and CAD report anchors the timeline for the jury and is helpful. The state's not intending on calling the officer who responded to check her window.
Good. Okay.
And so the state felt that this was I believe Ms. Latner's could testify about these two items in probably under 5 minutes.
She probably can, but 5 minutes here and 5 minutes there and 10 minutes the other place. If she's already going to be testifying to 911 calls that came in closer to time, is she going to be doing that?
She's going to be handling a number of 911 calls and CADs, Your Honor, that tether both the Shamel Drinks murder, the murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller, and the multiple shootings at Waters Road, one of which this is a 911 call in response.
So is there going to be other evidence that either has come in or will come in that this shooting at Waters Road occurred on March 12th of 2022?
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The answer is no. One brief no, sir. That is a reality. Have a seat. 403 seats. Go have 403 seats.
So, Your Honor, currently, because the state intended to play this CAD at 911 call, we are not calling other witnesses to discuss this specific day.
Which is the day after.
March 12th, correct, Your Honor. So currently, in terms of the state's witness list and what the state intended to introduce, this 911 in CAD.
This is the way y'all are introducing that the shooting occurred at Waters Road on March 12th?
There's two different shootings.
And there's two different shootings, Your Honor, but in terms of her
When's
our
the
window
other
being
shooting?
shot out, March 16th.
Okay, so let's not worry about that one. March 12th. This is the only way that y'all are establishing a shooting at Waters Road on March 12th? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor. The state can call other witnesses or evidence about that shooting, but we intended to call and introduce this CAD report 911 currently.
I understand that y'all want to. Was that the only evidence that y'all were going to put up that this occurred on March 12th? Was this 911 call and boyfriend or husband?
Yes, that was it.
And the discovery that on March 13th, this window was shot out. That's how y'all are going to establish a shooting on March 12th?
In order to cut down witnesses, Your Honor, we have other witnesses. We could call Ms. Zachary, we could call the responding officer, but in order to shorten, we get the complaint that we need to shorten the case. And so what we're trying to do is there's a 911 call. There's two 911 calls. There's a 911 call from March 12th.
Okay, are you planning to introduce that?
Yes, that's the day before.
Okay, but after the shooting occurs, correct?
The 911 calls as the shooting occurs, the woman is in her house and she's like, they're shooting down my street.
Okay,
Yeah.
so why isn't that enough?
Because this was the further evidence of that. So that's why we're playing the two 911 calls, because the March 12th call, right, there shows that she called, the first caller never went outside. All she says is there's shots fired. On March 13th, when that witness goes outside, she sees that her car has been riddled by bullets. Now, there's additional evidence that Ms. Zachary would bring in that her daughter heard the gunshots the night before, but we're not bringing that in. So what we're trying to do is tie in the first call from March 12th and then the call from March 13th. There's more evidence, but we're trying to, as best, get in what is relevant.
How do you know
to
they did it,
establish
though?
that there was a shooting. Again, all of these shootings are in response to what happens in February with Wyatt and Lucci getting stabbed.
Is it riddled with bullets?
When you say, excuse me, maybe I shouldn't say riddled with bullets, but there are bullet holes in her vehicle.
How many?
I believe there's one to her vehicle, Your
Okay,
Honor.
y'all can, no,
Your Honor.
just, no. We have got to figure out some things that we can do without in this case, and this is one of them.
Come on.
And not because it's hearsay or confrontation clause. Just because it's just too much, waste of time. Okay, let's move on to the next.
Your Honor?
Yes.
May I just ask for clarification? Does
Blood
that
in the
also
water.
apply to Frederick, I believe it's Frederick Whetstone, the boyfriend that lives there?
Yes, he
Okay.
doesn't need to testify either.
Okay, thank you.
If we have established the shooting occurred, we don't need more people establishing that the next day they discovered that the shooting occurred. All right, let's move on to the next.
Ooh, sit down.
Yes.
Some clarification, just the court is excluding the 911 call. What is it that the court is excluding?
Yes, that 911 call from whomever the next day that she discovered that there was a bullet to her car.
Okay.
And whoever that is, the boyfriend or the husband who was going to come and say, yeah, there was a bullet to the car.
Okay, he wasn't only going to testify to that. And I
What
know
else
that
was he going to testify to?
this is a person, she and he, who have been living next to this particular location for some months at least.
Okay.
They see who comes and goes, and they see what cars, what vehicles come up to the location.
Okay.
They see the nature of the interaction
Okay.
of people with the location. And as far as that particular night goes, as Ms. Hilton said, she heard what she thought was gunfire. And we are, of course, adhering to the court's ruling regarding the 911 call, but she heard what she thought was gunfire. She saw evidence of it. They saw evidence of it the next morning. But
Okay, but
That's
he's
in-
not going to testify that the girlfriend, heard gunfire.
no,
Okay.
he's not to test. No, no. Mm-mm.
So whomever this person is, the boyfriend or husband is going to come say, here are the comings and goings that I noticed over the course of the last few months, including the night of this shooting. Here's who I saw, or here's what cars or whatever.
Right.
Okay, that's
This
fine.
is this is what we anticipate from that particular witness. The female, the young woman that Ms. Hilton mentioned earlier, she, in addition to showing us, or in addition to having that bullet hole in her car, she has met with us and shown us the bullet holes in her house. We don't have those photographs. I'm just telling the court what.
Was she going to testify also?
We took her name off the list.
Okay. All right.
In an effort for brevity's sake, but I'm just letting the court know that these people who live next door to that location had more to talk about than just a bullet.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fine.
Well, Your Honor, in response to that, and I'm going off memory,
Let's go.
the recorded statement that is really the only record we have of what Mr. Whetstone would be adding. I believe
What's the name of this guy?
I believe we're I'm being accurate with Mr. Whetstone, but
Wesley?
Whetstone.
Whetstone, okay.
And the issue I have is, and just to be clear, Mr. Whetstone, as I understand it, is not testifying, oh, I saw a Audi with this tag number. I know, I'm just using Shannon as an example. I know Shannon and I see him going in there.
Mhm.
The interview he gave to the police, it was much more like, man, there's all sorts of stuff going on at that house and it's ruining our neighborhood type generalized speak. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate to just paint in a broad brush with testimony. And so I disagree with the state when they assert that this gentleman would be adding a lot more about what's going on with the house. It was just kind of a complaint that we all have with different people in our neighborhoods complaining about the residents of a certain house
Okay.
in the neighborhood.
All right.
Your Honor, it's not that broad, and we did provide contact information. It's not that general as it was
Okay.
placed before the court. We've provided contact information for anyone to speak to this
Okay.
person. So it's more detailed than what he
Okay,
provided.
so is it going to be something that tends to establish that the comings and goings were by a particular gang or group of people?
A particular group of people, and again, the nature, the type of traffic, if you will,
Meaning,
at the house.
meaning what?
He will not be saying, oh, there's drug dealing going on at the house, but just the frequency of different visitors to the house, the vehicles he observed at the house,
And the vehicles are going to be tied to,
what YSL members, one in particular belongs to Mr. Williams, for instance. For instance, I'll leave it there.
okay. Well, if he is going to be able to testify to seeing particular vehicles with, you know, whatever frequency he's going to testify to, and there's something that ties those vehicles to these defendants or other YSL members, then that seems irrelevant. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. And yes, it was the Waters Road, obviously, the court has heard us say before, is a YSL spot.
right.
And the shootings and the activity at the house.
Right.
What we're,
Okay. All right. All right, so the next thing that we need to look at is in item 4B, I guess.
Yes.
And this is, oh, this is our same Mr. Sumlin. Okay, and the objection is? What? Anybody want to argue this one?
I do. I'm just trying to find.
Okay. So it's a picture of Mr. Sumlin, and then there's a post chasing that money, but my past chasing me. And I guess the objection to that is, and that's the purpose for which this is introduced, is for the language of the post.
That's part of it, you know.
Well, what's the other part?
It's number 126 on our indictment.
Overt act number 126.
They do, Robin, but this is where they argue about if they could use the information.
While the court is looking at the indictment, where he is displaying prominently that center tattoo on his person of YSL, obviously, along with all the others, and making that post. The fact of the posing on social media with the gang name in the middle and slime for life on his arm, and asserting publicly chasing that money, but his past chasing him, we would argue reflects at least part of what we are alleging that the gang has done or does in furtherance of the enterprise itself, obtaining money and property through a pattern of racketeering activity, him chasing that money, but his past chasing me, we would argue suggests that he has done things that were not legal. And this is an argument, this is one obviously that could be made at the end. The jury could infer from what they are seeing many things, but particularly we posted or we named this as an overt act, number 126.
Okay, and that was posing for the photo that he put on his account, displaying gang tattoos, not the post, not the language. What you put in the indictment is
the description of it. Yeah, the description of what happened. He
did
posed.
post for a photo released on someone's Instagram account displaying gang tattoos with YSL on his chest and slime for life on his right arm, an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy.
Right,
Okay.
and the language, the language further shows how he is furthering the conspiracy.
How
by
is
saying,
that furthering the conspiracy?
chasing that money, but his past chasing him suggests that he not only does things or has done things that perhaps in chasing that money that are not legal, he is continuing to chase that money in ways that are not legal.
What suggests that he is doing anything illegal by chasing that money?
Yeah.
Your
Isn't
Honor,
that what pretty much all of us who aren't independently wealthy have to do every day of our lives?
Your Honor, I'm not saying that it is with certainty that this is what
Yes,
he's
you
saying.
are.
What I'm saying is that it is evidence that tends to, or that has a tendency to make a portion of our assertions or our allegations in the indictment true to the extent that it is relevant that he made or said that, made that statement on that posting. He is representing YSL. He is.
I mean, obviously, it's all over his body, but how is the post, the language representing YSL?
That's so gross.
the language, it's as if he said, I stay ready, or
What?
It really doesn't seem to say that.
I didn't
Come
say
on,
it.
Paige.
Put that post in the picture without the language.
Come on. Drop some money bags in the chat.
What's
What in the
next?
world?
File 5.
That is embarrassing that she tried that. That's embarrassing. Lacing up your boots is an overt act. Yeah, absolutely. Did I hit you back, Antonio?
Okay, this is another
Yes.
post,
This is so gross, man.
and this is also
She's serious,
an overt
too.
act alleged. Is that right?
It is. It is.
Okay. Pose for a photo with the caption, suit up, it's wartime. Okay. All right. And what's the objection?
What is it?
What's the objection, y'all?
Your Honor, speaking on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, our objection is any of these comments on the right that
Past the suit up and lace up your boots one,
You
the
know,
ones below that, or including?
including.
Okay, well, given that that is what they allege to be an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy, I think that one is going to come in. Does the state need the comments below that?
Mr. Stillwell, the OG bull with Shannon Stillwell and one Obama.
Okay. Okay. Who is that?
Antonio Sumlin.
Okay.
Is who?
Antonio Sumlin.
Is who?
One Obama is,
Right. So, and maybe I'm missing the bigger picture here.
So
Who
we
is
all.
Slime Bing Bing?
Your Honor, a person who is an associate of Shannon Stillwell and Antonio Sumlin, whose statement that suit up and lace up your boots is wartime was adopted and commented on favorably by Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Sumlin. Mr. Stillwell then posting, and Mr. Stillwell is reflected and tagged in it, and is posting the green heart emoji and the green snake emoji in response to it,
That's not accurate. That's not accurate. There's someone that we don't know who it is, and that's why I was confused, Your Honor, when you asked about after it's lace up your boots, it's wartime. Someone we don't know who it is. We're suggesting that he's an associate. I don't know how we're making those assumptions or suggestions if we don't even know who he is. And then we have who said to be my client doing a green heart and a whatever that is. I think
I don't know what that is.
whatever it is. It's some sort of amphibious creature, it appears. Anyways, that's a reaction to the photo. I don't know where the state's asserting that this is some sort of adoption of someone else's comment. My client's in a photo, and he's not replying to the comment. You can reply to a comment if you want on these social media posts. He's just replying to a photo that he's tagged in. So I don't know under what theory of law, respectfully, with the confrontation clause in place and hearsay rules in place, that we would just allow Slime Bing Bing his out of court statements just in.
Your Honor, we've,
And,
like-
and the fact that the state alleges it in the indictment does not move me in the least. I mean, we had no part in drafting this indictment, obviously, but just because the state alleges something in an indictment doesn't suspend
No,
the
I
rules
just
of
meant
evidence.
this would be the evidence by which they would establish that.
Well, I understand that, but it's still the rules of evidence, and I know you know this, Your Honor, but the rules of evidence still apply, even if they've asserted that.
For the record, Your Honor, the image on Slime Bing Bing appears to be a female.
They can't hear you. Well, I mean, the picture is,
Yeah.
who knows whether,
Right. Who knows anything about?
I mean, honestly, y'all, if this were, it looks like these people are cleaning up a playground. I'd be like, yeah, if I were the defense, yeah, let's talk about this. Look at these bad guys. But hey, that's what the state wants in for whatever reason. That's, I don't know how I don't know how anybody would find this to be an act in furtherance of gang activity, but
Yeah.
Well, that's why
they could argue that, I guess.
that's why I'm concerned with this. I agree with you. I don't necessarily have a problem with the picture. It's the caption by Slime Bing Bing that casts this in a different light, and I don't believe. Well, first of all, we don't know his government name, and I have no reason to believe that that person is testifying.
I don't think they know who it is either.
Your Honor,
Yes.
there's a extremely popular song by artist Lil Wayne.
Oh, no.
Grew, Grew, up, a screw up, and specifically it states, suit up and lace your boots up. It's wartime. So, this happens a lot in our case, but a lot of people just cite lyrics.
Mm.
And for that reason also, I mean, yes, we can cross on it, but it's just the same pattern. It doesn't show we are now going to war. So we would ask for it to be excluded.
Your Honor, with respect to, I think that the court had it exactly right, except the court's comment on the significance of it. But this is something that we've alleged. This is the evidence of what we've alleged. And we'd ask to be able to show the evidence that the state believes proves its case.
Okay, well, I'm going to permit it, and then y'all can all have a fun time
What?
arguing it, because
I'm with you, Brian.
let's move on to the next one. So this is in folder 6, item B, I guess. Screen grab of the first few seconds of the video.
Yes, Your Honor. So, there's a video that the state and the defense, we agreed. It's a video that's played on a loop 3 times. We're only gonna play the first time that
I can't
the video
stand
was
these
played.
people.
However, early in the video, Mr. Williams is seen throwing up the YSL sign, but it's very quick. And
Okay.
so 73-E55 is a screen grab of that initial portion, similar to what we've done with the surveillance videos that we entered. We might have the video, but we capture a screenshot of a particular portion.
And it's not shown, I mean, it's shown in the first thing, right?
Yes, but it's very quick.
So if I watch what's in the one before that,
And we can share it to our website, or if you just want to play it on your own.
and what's the objection?
Your Honor, there are so many videos that are that have come into evidence and are coming into evidence of Mr. Williams holding his hands. with-
Cumulative
Yes. And then it's cumulative on
of the
top of
video?
cumulative. Yes.
Yes, sustained, you can
This is
see
the
it
one where
just
he
as
says murder
easily.
gang bitch. This is different.
This is different. He says murder gang bitch, and he's also with Obama, another associate. We don't have, well, let me say this.
Okay, so the screen grab is excluded as cumulative.
But we didn't introduce the first 15.
Yes.
I couldn't hear, but I think the state agreed because it's on a loop, so it just plays
The
it's a very
first
short.
is what it says.
So it's just
yeah.
one time is what I asked.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so then we can move down, I believe, all the way to folder 15.
Good job. Let's go. Let's go.
Whose autopsy?
Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Steele earlier. We just need to confirm with Dr. Sim Stanley regarding the autopsy photos. And making sure that we selected the ones that she will need in order to explain Mr. Drink's injury. So we can
Okay.
just hold, I hope to meet with her the end of this week so that we can select those photos, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's fine. The autopsy report, what's our issue with that?
Your Honor, my
Sorry, we can't hear you, Ms. Hilton.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, my general practice with the ME is to introduce her report at the conclusion as a part of the record. It does not go back to the jury.
Okay.
However, I believe defense counsel will object to that.
I never understood introducing something just for the record. I mean, if the witness needs to refresh her memory, I have no problem with that, but I object to it going into the record unless there's a reason. I definitely object the jury ever seeing it or being published, but that was my objection. I don't see any reason to say we're going to admit an autopsy report, but then we'll pretend like it never was in the record. It shouldn't be in the record in the first place.
Okay. I mean, it wouldn't go back with the jury, and I sort of hear both sides. So just tender it at the time. 16, folder 16. So whose firearm is this? Why is this coming in?
We don't know whose gun it is, but we know that they are part of
This is
YSL.
one of the firearms found at Waters Road
Okay.
on the 16th. And just to add a little bit more contextual details, in one of the, or actually more than one of the wiretap calls, I think the court's already heard, where they're referencing the weapons at Waters
Yeah.
Road. And
Okay, and this is just found laying on this table at the time they come in there?
it's one of the weapons that's in there.
That's fine, I'll admit that.
Hmm.
All right, folder 18.
Your Honor, we can withdraw. It's just a 2 search warrants.
Okay,
So that's fine. We want to.
they're withdrawing.
We're not going to make the search warrant. Thank you.
Okay, then folder 21 would be our next one. Okay, great. Okay, then folder 23 looks like our next one. And I need to look at 5168. So who wants to argue about 5168?
Nobody does.
Nobody wants to argue about 5168.
Could someone just, we've reviewed all these, but I'm just trying to have in front of me what I'm talking about, and I'm trying to find it in this Dropbox.
Okay, well, you see there, like, each of the folders is numbered, so it's in number 23, and if, once you open it, it's 5168.
Your Honor, we can withdraw it.
All right.
This is a wild horse
All
trading,
right.
y'all.
Folder 26.
Judge,
Yes, Your Honor, for folder 26, that's Mr. Ryan, I think that's Act 180, right?
I mean,
And you're not able to, okay,
go ahead.
you're not able, if you watch the video, you're not actually able to see who's actually posting it. It's alleged to be on my client's page, but you can't actually see him. And you see somebody else playing, or I guess watching the TV, and you don't know who's actually speaking either.
Okay. We're not gonna, there doesn't seem to be audio, right?
No, there's audio, Your Honor.
Okay.
And so you have Mr. Ryan, it appears, because he posted it on his page.
Allegedly.
Allegedly while in prison. And the video is of, we believe, Mr. Ryan watching Mr. Eppinger get a bond on TV. So they're in prison, similar, he has his cell phone in prison, and he's watching Mr. Eppinger get a bond, and he says, free, he's a number of different things, but he talks about slat, free, this YSL, we getting bonds on this shit, some other language.
So is there audio where somebody is saying that?
Yes, Your Honor. And we can play it. Your
All
Honor.
right, because when I just hit play, there's no audio, but that may be because of my settings.
What does that got to do with anything?
So, yeah.
Mr. Atkins is pulling it up, Your Honor.
Besides the fact he shouldn't have a telephone
It's 'cause
in
I
jail.
had my volume turned all the way down.
What does that do with anything?
Sometimes it happens.
Oh my
So
gosh.
let me, actually, it may just be easier than joining the Zoom if I just hit play again now that the volume is up.
Yeah, pop in the cassette,
Nope.
push play.
We're almost there.
They're talking about Rondarius Ryan, Little Rod,
It's on here.
but apparently he did something. He's just trouble.
Let's start that over.
Your Honor.
Yeah, man, free my nigga Big Brish, man. Yeah, man, live chain gang. Fuck that boy. Fuck that boy. Strike that baby. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Brish, man. Fuck the DA. Yeah, we catching the fire on this shit. Yeah, and we about to catch that. Fun for nigga, we coming to get you. You know what it is. Yes, sir. That shit in the hood right here, free the game. Yeah, YSL shit. That's the hood right here, son. Yeah. Slack Benny.
That's
Slack,
wild.
man. Free the game. Had to get more blind, though, so it ain't more blind. Okay. Fuck Rashawn the Davenport. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Rich, man. By the way, the game way. Big Rich with the big head, man. They gave my nigga a bun today, man. You hear me? YSL. They gave my nigga a bun today, y'all. Shit crazy.
That's crazy.
And what's the argument for this exclusion that you don't know who posted it?
We don't know who posted it, don't know who the speaker is, don't know who the second speaker is either.
Okay, and what's the state's response?
Your Honor, the circumstantial evidence in this particular case will allow the jury to infer that it was Ms. DeWilliams' client. And at the very least, these are co-conspirator statements furthering the gang, furthering support of the gang, and publicizing their support of the gang, announcing support of the gang.
And
But
who's this going to come in through?
this would come in through the investigator who saw this post and captured this
Okay.
post
All right.
on Mr. Ryan's
I'm
account.
going to admit that over objection.
Really?
It's also going to be a foundation issue and it'll cause for speculation.
What do you mean?
Because we
calls
don't
for
know who's speaking.
speculation?
We don't know who's speaking. We don't know who has access to the phone or to his account.
That'll be things that you can cross-examine on.
Mm.
Okay. 28. I don't know how to get out of this one.
Who said that?
An Excel spreadsheet. Which one am I looking at?
You're going to look at the one that says highlight. I believe you highlighted MMS.
Okay. That's like red
Man.
and green?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And what is this?
Great question.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is this? I'm sorry, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, this is the Verizon text messages that were entered a few weeks ago, Your Honor. Investigator Viverito, when she was reviewing the information, in order to make it easier for her to know who was talking, she just did color highlights.
Okay.
We will do some form of this, but as a demonstrative, Your Honor, because if you just read the Excel spreadsheet, it's difficult. So what she did in order to assist her is color code different speakers. And Your Honor, generally, the content in this text message is the conspiracy to stab Mr. Rayshawn Bennett. This is where that act begins, when they are planning it via the text messages. And the individuals involved are Mr. Khalif Adams, Demikion Garlington, Jaden Myrick through his girlfriend at the time, Ashley Ellison. And so we will introduce some form to make it easier for the jury to see. Maybe not this exact document, but there will be some demonstrative to make these text messages easier to put before the jury and digest before the jury.
What's the objection?
I get that, Your Honor. My concern is that in this, what I'll call it a demonstrative, whatever the state's working on, there is irrelevant information that's placed out of context. For instance, my recollection, the first on that colored Excel spreadsheet, the first line says something, has a phone number, and it says SB. Now, I don't know if SB is supposed to be we don't know who sent it, first of all. I don't know if SB is supposed to be a reference to my client. I
We don't
don't know.
intend to introduce that, Your Honor, because we don't know if it is, we cannot confirm that that is.
Okay,
Mr.
why don't
Stillwater.
y'all get in whatever form you're gonna want to use, get it in that form and then give that to the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
And just to articulate, my concern is the state's saying that there was a conspiracy, they're alleging a conspiracy, and they just named a bunch of people. My concern is simply, I just don't want references to my client just thrown in the midst of a demonstrative that apparently, allegedly involves a conspiracy involving other people.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Get that in a form. Can y'all do that by the end of the day, Friday?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
That's crazy.
All right, I think that takes care of the joint motion to exclude evidence as supplemented.
All right. So I think this is really a good back and forth, half and half. I wouldn't say one side is getting
Okay,
more of
I
what
had
they
a
want.
note that the state on some co-conspirator issue with an unknown declarant called Unk, y'all were gonna figure out either excise that person's statements or come up with some kind of a limiting instruction. Has that been done?
The limiting instruction, no, Your Honor, what we looked at was excising. But
Okay.
we will give to counsel for the defendants a proposed limiting instruction and present it to the court. We have not come up with a limiting instruction. We believe that it provides context and that the court can instruct the jury that only in as much as it gives context to the other statements.
Okay, so y'all have evaluated it and believe that it isn't going to make any sense to excise the other person's statements, so you want a limiting instruction
That
and
is-
you need to come up with that.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Would this be a good time to talk about who all we still have coming up and how long they're going to take?
Judge Whitaker is tired. Bless her heart.
I think it would be.
Can we-
Let's talk about that.
From the defense,
Need a
we believe
bathroom
it would
break.
be a good time.
Let's do a bathroom break and let's come back and talk about that.
Okay. Dopeness. Okay, so all right, so they went to camera. All right. There was a lot of stuff in there. There was a lot. I want to just point out something. And I'm not trying to beat a dead horse. I'm not trying to make this the pinnacle of this discussion. But the idea, I just lost my audio on my camera. Okay, it looks like I lost my audio. All right. I just want to pull up these the Lil Wayne lyrics that Adrien Love just quoted. And Brian Steele got on to kind of add some more color to it so on and so forth. Hold on. All right. So Adrian Love tried to jump on and try to explain it. And I'm not a fan of Lil Wayne's music, but I just want to read this verse to you in its full context, not even necessarily proper context, but just its full context. I don't get where they're and the title of the song is Grew Up a Screw Up, okay? And here, this is Lil Wayne's verse. So again, Lil Wayne is not a co-conspirator, unindicted co-conspirator, any of those kind of things. So Lil Wayne is not on trial. But listen to what this verse says. I blew up before I grew up, got introduced to the game. Now I'm at the head like a crew cut. Suit up and lace up, boots up, it's wartime. It's Wheezy, baby, no crying, no lying. These MFs is slipping. They better hold on. What about that primarily makes you think violence? I don't get it. Okay, I don't like the lyrics necessarily. They're not necessarily going to be on my playlist. But what about them just because you don't like them allows you to vilify them and make them gang lyrics? I don't get this. I do not get this. I also don't get why I moved myself out of the way. Let's see this. They tripping like Cedric and Solange. I flow like I'm headless, no mind. I can say don't rhymes and it's gonna rhyme. I'm so fresh, I should be smacked like D Barnes. Well, it's a song. Like, I don't get it. I don't get what Adrian Love is trying to concoct here by making this gang lyrics or whatever like that. But I do think that this is part of the problem that I don't think, I think somebody mentioned it in the live yesterday. They don't understand. It's almost like they don't understand the next generation, which I do think there's room to make that discussion. They don't understand this generation, and that's not necessarily fine. That's not a good thing. It's just a reality that they don't understand this generation. So therefore, hold on, this thing's sharing my screen multiple times. Therefore, there needs to be a little less prideful look at the other generation. If you have children, you know what I'm going through. I have a 17 and a 15-year-old, and they just talk about stuff that makes no sense to me. And they will be deeply, deeply invested in stuff that I'm like, that makes no sense at all. And sure, I'm old, I'm crotchety, I'm ornery, and I don't want to put up with that stuff. And I just cut right to the chase. Stop talking to that kid. Get away from that person. There, I've solved the problem because I ain't got no time. Life, I got fewer years ahead of me than I have behind me. So I'm aware of that. But it's almost like these people don't understand, like there is another generation that don't move like them, that don't speak like them, that don't make songs like they made songs. Like I just, it is so weird to me. And it doesn't make sense. And it seems, it almost, I don't want to say like it's prejudice, but it is a level of bias that I, as a 50-year-old man, can properly understand a 15-year-old. That's crazy. I don't understand them. I don't. I don't get them. And so I'm aware that I don't understand what y'all are dealing with at 15 and 17 years old. But on the same note, they don't understand what I've dealt with. They never went through, they've never seen a life without TSA. They've only lived in a post 9/11 world. They've only lived in a world where the internet is pretty ubiquitous. They've never had to deal with the things and seen the things that we've dealt with and seen out on the other side of 2000, Y2K. Remember that? They don't know anything about that stuff. So our experiences are different. And I don't think that, in my opinion, Judge Whitaker, Adrian Love, and the defense as well, they're not taking into account and weighing the fact that these men's experiences are different than them. I guarantee you, Adrian Love has never lived on Cleveland Avenue, Zone 6, Mechanicsville, the hood. She's never lived there. She's never. She might be from a country bumpkin town in Georgia. That's something different. But living in the area that these men are raised in, I don't think she's done that. I feel comfortable saying the same thing about Simone. I know good and well none of the defense team, unless maybe possibly, but I don't think any of the defense team has lived in the hood. So you have to take it with a grain of salt and be a little bit more circumspect. And I'll just say it myself. Jason ain't lived in the hood like that either. I used to work on Cleveland Avenue. I used to teach at Cleveland Avenue Elementary School. Trust me, when the bell rang and I could leave, I was on my way out of the hood. Okay. So I'm not ignoring the fact, I'm not ignorant to the fact that I too have biases. I too have blind spots. But to look at this lyrics from Lil Wayne, again, Lil Wayne is not a co-conspirator. He's not in this trial. Why is that verse being used against these people? I don't get it, but I digress. The verse, what about the verse was problematic? Lace up and boot up and time to suit up, go to war. How many times come on, you hear this pretty much in every locker room on a Sunday, any given Sunday, any given Monday night, any given college football night. Some locker room is equating the football game to a war. I'm pretty sure I feel comfortable that somewhere in some locker room, some coach is telling his players, you are soldiers, you are warriors, you're about to go to war against other team. I'm sorry. It just seems nose blind and ignorant to approach this as if the way that Adrien Love and Simone Hilton are interpreting it is the only way to interpret it. Because you can do that. And that's the beauty of art. I'm not an art guy. I don't really get it. Okay. But I can respect the fact that the way I interpret it is going to be different from the way that someone else interprets it. And that's perfectly fine. That's the whole craft of art, is for people to be able to all appreciate it from different walks of life. How many of you all have friends who are PhDs and scholarly people that listen to some of the most debased music and they enjoy it? It makes no sense to me. I don't get it, but that's the reality. So I think, and I would love to, I would just love to say, hey, in the DA's office, Fulton County DA's office, can you just list the ages from oldest to youngest in descending order? I don't want to know who they are. I don't want to know anything about them. I just want to know their ages. So, you got a 50-year-old and a 50, then a 49-year-old and a 46 and all the way down. I want to know just the ages. I feel comfortable that the lion's share of the Fulton County DA's office is well above the age of these men that are here. And when they committed the crimes, they were even different. So I feel comfortable in saying that they're probably significantly older than Young Thug, Yak Gotti, fill in the blank. Not saying that absolves them from doing crimes, because you're old enough to know that you're old enough to do a crime, you're old enough to do the time. That being the case, however, understanding, for example, if you pull a trigger on somebody, that is a crime. We don't have to interpret that. But saying that lace up and boot up, it's time to go to war, is some kind of gang mantra. That one right there, that one's going to be, I don't understand even why Judge Whitaker allowed that. I don't even understand it. Because what does that mean? Like I put in the chat, I guess every parent who's told their children, hey, it's a snowstorm outside, we're going to go play in the snow, we're going to go sledding or go wherever, lace up your boots. I guess you just initiate your child to a gang. Or, oh my goodness, your whole community does a community snowball fight. So lace up, boot up. It's time for war. I guess that means I don't know. It just seems like you're really reaching in order to make these things and what they don't need to be. And I'm a little disappointed that Judge Whitaker would even allow that. And now, kudos to her, hat tip to Lady Whitaker. She does seem like she's trying to move them along. She's trying to say, hey, you can't use that, you can't use that. But to say she doesn't like it, but y'all can argue it out. Who they gonna argue out in front of, Paige? In front of you. If you're irritated now, are you gonna be less irritated when they do it in 2 weeks? Come on. Tell them to get rid of that stuff. Kick that out of here. The judge doesn't understand. I don't think Adrien Love understands. I feel comfortable in saying Simone Hilton doesn't understand. I feel comfortable that Jason doesn't understand. Okay? But I don't think that my interpretation as a Presbyterian deacon is the right interpretation of Lil Wayne's music. I don't even understand Lil Wayne. I ain't gonna lie. I don't understand him. But I'm not throwing him under the bus. See what I did there with the bus? Ha, ha, ha. I'm not throwing him under the bus because I don't understand him. I was like, hey, that's just not my jam. I don't get down with that. There you go. Problem solved in my mind. No, we're not going to use the music because it can be interpreted several different ways. It is an art form. Because we never do that with anything else. We don't do that with other art forms. I mean, how many times do we go through and dig deep into Shakespeare? How many times do we dig deep into old dead authors and movies and all of that stuff? We never say there's only one way to interpret something, unless there might be a situation. But very rarely is that the case. Very rarely is there a situation we say, oh, there's only one way to interpret this song. It just doesn't work. I just don't see how that works. And it's kind of weird and sad that, and again, I'll just say it one more time, Lil Wayne isn't even in the case. So I don't know how his music is problematic for everybody else. That makes no sense whatsoever. But I digress. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for I didn't get the cleaning the playground. Wait, let me read this. Hold on. No, it's because the picture is of them cleaning a playground. She doesn't know why the state would want to paint them in a good light. That's she's arguing and talking about. Okay, I heard that comment. I didn't understand what she was saying. Like I was like, am I missing something? I didn't get it. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back. What I also want to do during lunchtime, and I'll drop the link in here. There's a on Friday, June 7th. This was the infamous Friday that Woody pled the fifth. And they had a whole bunch of shouting and a whole bunch of yelling in court. And at the very, very end, literally in the last 10 minutes of court, Adrien Love asked Judge Glanville for an ex parte meeting. So I found that clip and I am going to play it during lunch so you all can cop it and check it out. I'm gonna drop it in here. It should be available to everybody. I found it and made a nice little 7-minute. So I gave you a little bit of running start so you can kind of see what was going on before all the way up to the end, just so you can see. And I just thought that was interesting because the idea that the ex parte meeting kind of happened spontaneously is negated because this is on Friday. And they literally, you hear her say, we need to have an ex parte meeting. I just thought that was wild. All right, what does Sebastian say? He says, if we follow Miss Love's argument about gangs, won't they mean that the state and U.S. government is a gang? Military is a gang? Police are a gang? Traffic code enforcement people are gangs? People who work for Amazon? I mean, there's really no stop to this argumentation. There's no limit to it because it's foolish. You can't. I think they shouldn't have let this one in my opinion. And yes, they are using a very, very every frat, every sorority, I mean, come on, there's just so many things. Respectfully, the state and judge understand perfectly. It's just the delay tactics. These guys are not dumb. Let's wake up. Okay, I don't disagree that they're seeking to maybe drag it out a little longer than necessary. I don't disagree with that. Lawyers are a gang. I mean, would they not be? Could they not be? Brown Skin Sheila says, I believe she should force them to either present Lil Wayne to get the lyric captions or toss them completely. If nothing else, you can't use a sentence out of a 32 bar rap song. That just doesn't make sense to me. That is preposterous that they're able to say, oh, look right here. This is what he said. Well, what else did they say? Did they say anything else? Is a song literally 4 minutes of silence and then they just blurt out this sentence? That makes no sense. To me, Sheila, which is a great point, they should at least be required to give the context. And if that means they got to play the whole song or they got to give all the lyrics or none of the lyrics, I just don't think taking a sentence out of context is the way to go. That makes no sense at all. No, I do believe they're that ignorant, Tracy. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe they're that ignorant. Prosecutors just keep widening the circle that is RICO, and we are watching them hit a ridiculous limit in real time. I agree. I do think they're that ignorant though too. I do think that my interpretation of Lil Wayne's song, my interpretation of this movie is right because they're prideful. They're prideful and they don't want to admit, I could be wrong. I could not understand. This might have another nuance, so on and so forth. I'm sorry. I believe that they really do believe that. And they might be using it to move the chains for sure. Move the goalposts, I mean. I'm sorry about that. My family preview. Oh, for sure. I missed something there. I believe the judge doesn't understand the lyrics, but the state attorneys definitely know. It's just all the evidence they have, and hopefully the jury picks up on it and realizes the absurdity. I mean, I do hope that they think about it like, well, what's the whole context of the song? Again, like, I grew up a screw up. I mean, I guess, sure. Maybe it could be a deletion anthem. Okay, maybe so. But it sounds like he's saying, just going from the title, I grew up somebody that wasn't going to be anybody, and now I'm showing them I've become somebody. And it seems a little bit consistent when you read the first couple of sentences. So, sure, maybe it switched gears when I get down to the third bar and it goes totally off the rails. Possible. But it sounds like, it looks like, from just my opening survey of it, he's saying that he grew up and he wasn't going to be anybody, but now he's showing everybody that he has become something. Is that too far to reach? Am I reaching? Am I wrong? What makes you right? I don't know. So lace up the suit up and boot up and it's time to go to war. What is that? Why does that got to mean something negative? Oh, because you wanted to. Oh, I'm sorry. Because you wanted to be something negative. I got you. Because you want to interpret it that way because it bolsters your case. Oh, crackers. That's why. I don't know, Vera. That's my question as well. Why is that a negative? Why is that even brought in as something? So yeah, maybe me and Vera, we encourage each other like, hey, we're going to work today. It's time to go to war. Does that mean we're going to be fighting with people? No, it might mean we're fighting against our flesh to give the best customer service to these people that are getting on our nerves today. Or you know what? I got to fight against the fact that I really truly want to go to the beach. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know why Judge Whitaker allowed that. In my opinion, that was not a shining moment for Lady Whitaker at all. Not even a little bit. And they're not ready yet. Nothing's showing up. Now let's be honest. Let's keep this 100, Tina. There's more than likely a vendetta against Thug. Now, I think that's very true. I can't prove it. Just trying to play it out. Let it do its thing. Like, it looks like there's a vendetta there. Yeah, I love it. Thank you, Brown Skin Sheila. Sadly, they're unable to contextualize it because they don't understand the culture. I agree. And I admit I don't understand it. But I'm willing to accept that my interpretation of it is more than likely not right. Oh, this is terrible. They're talking about the likelihoods I'm wrong. I'm willing to accept that. But I also don't think it even bolsters. Let's say it does. Let's say he was talking about doing some kind of crime and maybe it is a deletion anthem, right? What's that got to do with this case? Go tell Lil Wayne to stop making songs like that, okay? Tell the record producers and the such of that nature, stop putting out content like this. There you go. What's that got to do with Thug, though? What does that got to do with anything? Could be going to war with the devil. There you go. Lace up, boot up, time to suit up, and there you go. I need to actually find it. I closed out the window, so I forgot exactly what the lyric actually said. But there's a lace up and boot up, suit up, go to war. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know how you put your suit on after you put your boots on, but yeah, we're not gonna worry about that. They want Thug so bad, it's crazy. Yeah, and this is also a really long break too, Judge Whitaker. I don't think lyrics are a crime. I don't think lyrics are, unless you can say and point to them being a true admission of an actual crime that's been committed. You know, I'm riding through the hood throwing gerbils at people, then that is the crime. So if I put it to a beat that I ride through the hood throwing gerbils at people, therein is my admission of my crime, and you can see it in 4K. But just saying that, hey, because they listen to the song is problematic because somebody, like let's pause for a second. You saw the video of somebody in jail shouting out, they had a cell phone, was putting something on Instagram. Now, the argument can be made, and I hope that they make this argument. How do you know that it was anybody in this courtroom that put that video on Instagram? Because I could post something to you on Instagram and I think they could show it in 4K. That's one of the storytelling elements I think the defense could do. Like, hey, I could post something to your and tag you to it, and it could show up in your stories. Why are we believing that somebody in this courtroom did that on Rondarius's page? Why are we believing that when anybody could have done that? That would have been the end of it. Maybe that's why they let that one in, because they knew they were going to bring that noise. I don't know. What are we putting 5 in the chat for? What are we putting 5?
Mind just relayed to
Okay,
your
we're back.
clients what we discussed up here. I'd appreciate it. And
Drop an emoji in the chat if you can hear it.
it's charging now, so it ought to be
Go ahead, Judge Whitaker.
ready for use maybe in a few hours. I don't know, it was on there, it just wasn't secure, so it didn't charge.
What's going on, House? Help that man out. That man needs some help. House, help him out. Think about it. If Jeffrey Williams got off, how much of this case would fall apart? The RICO element of this case would fall apart without Jeffrey Williams. Like, they need Jeffrey Williams in this case. They're not just hemming and hawing looking for a RICO under every rock. They literally need him. Because otherwise, the rest of this is just dudes doing crimes, which, by the way, they probably should be charged for. But the RICO really is centered around Jeffrey. And I just wonder why that is. What's going on, House? Let's go.
All right, so is the next most pressing thing to go back to those wiretap
I think so.
conversations?
I believe that would be a good
Okay.
thing.
All right, I'll give everybody a minute to get their notes on the wiretaps. And we were kind of going through this chart that has the two different reference numbers.
And Your Honor, did you have received the updated, we shortened some, the
I
court
did
had asked
not.
us to
No.
reduce it. I will re-forward the email. It was sent probably about 3-4 weeks ago, but I'll resend it to
Okay.
everyone.
I mean, maybe I did, but I haven't printed it. Is it like one of these, but just shorter? Okay, that would be great.
Can't tell you substantially shorter, but it is short.
Okay. Do we still have to deal with the one that had sort of bogged us down and we stopped on?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, that's right. Oh, okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes, you're right. So this is the exhibit.
Your Honor, I'm trying to remember, and if any counsel knows what number we stopped on. I was. Your Honor, now that I think about it, the call that we ended on was the one that you had just referenced that kind of got us off track. So that call was PDF page 2184 on April 1st. So I'll pick up on the next call after that, which is
Well, we've got to make a decision on
Yes,
that
Your
one
Honor.
too, so. Let me, did they file a response?
Could you just say the call number as well? For
Yes,
PDF 284, what call?
the reference number
2158.
2158, Mr. Sharp.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Westmoreland over here. I wanted to make sure, is this?
you.
No, it's
A
okay.
voice from somewhere.
Is this the call, Mr. Atkins? Is this the call that Attorney Harvey was arguing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you guys file a response? I know the last time you asked to file a response and we were waiting on it. I haven't received it, but maybe you filed it already?
No, we were going to just
So can we go?
oral argument on it. We did not file a written response to that.
So had we finished 2119? Reference 2119 from April 1st? Yes or no? I
1
just,
second, 2119 was,
I think maybe we did, I don't know.
I'm reviewing the notes, Judge.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, if it's reference number 2119, PDF
I
page
don't know which
2140.
one. What is that? Is that a page number or a reference number?
So the wiretap
Yeah,
used reference numbers. I also included PDF page numbers to quickly access.
okay.
So that's why there's both numbers, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's reference number 2119, according to this. I only see one number on this chart.
On the far left?
What chart did we give her? The first two columns, the first column is the reference number and the second
I
column
need
is
to
the
go on
page
the
number.
computer and read it. I freak out because I'm on the freeze the top.
Ms. Hilton, did you resend out the condensed version?
I'm sending it now.
Okay. Because I don't see
I sent
2184.
I sent it on September 21st at about 6:07 p.m.
But you're gonna resend it
Yep, I just.
for me. Is this where the UNC conversation is? No.
No, Your Honor. You give me 1 second, Your Honor. I'll pull up my notes on.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, those two calls were, I have the PDF page number 635 and 820, Your Honor, which are March 17th and March 18th calls, was the two calls my notes had that referenced.
The UNC.
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, thanks.
I only have 10. Why you saying?
Run someplace. You need to move over.
Okay, so does it show that we've finished on, and I don't know why, but I don't see a page number, but on reference 2119, did I make all the rulings that needed to be made? That's just the last thing I have anything written down for. I mean, I guess if we'd moved on to 2158, I had. And 2158 is the one that potentially has nested hearsay. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, actually, 2119, which is the call that had the nested hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay, well then that's why I didn't have anything written down on 2158 then, because we stopped on 2119, I guess.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. And the issue we've got is that nobody knows who Rel is, essentially, right?
Your Honor, I don't think that was the issue regarding rail.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would humbly request Attorney Harvey argue this motion. And the last time that you heard in reference to this piece of evidence, and by the way, not knowing who Rel was an issue, but that the state asked to be able to respond to our brief. And so we've been waiting on that response. From my understanding,
and
they
now you know there isn't going to be one.
and now we know there isn't going to be one, but I would humbly ask if we could do this when he's here. I'm sorry, he's just ill.
Will he be back tomorrow?
I hope so.
Okay. All right, well, we'll circle back on this tomorrow then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On 2119. Okay, so on to 2158 then. All right, and everybody has now the updated wiretap. And we're still on Garlington's, so. Yeah. Okay. So what are there objections? And if so, what are they? And do I need to listen to it? Somebody.
From the context, my understanding is this call, the problem with this wiretap is it involves Mr. Garlington, who's presumed innocent of everything. Apparently, it suggests that he's involved in criminal activity, drug dealing, different squabbles that he individually has. My understanding from this call is he's having some sort of problems with someone, but I just, that it seems to me that is a Mr. Garlington situation as opposed to a Mr. Stillwell or anyone else here situation. And I understand the allegation is they're part of a organization, but that doesn't mean everything you're involved in is part of that organization, even if that organization does exist. So I don't see the relevance of this call. And, of course, unless there's a hearsay exception, we're dealing with the words of Mr. Garlington, who is not going to be testifying.
Response.
Yes, Your Honor. This call, Garlington, I don't know who he is speaking with. He mentions Copeland Woody calling him, and Garlington says they are discussing seeing someone and going to blitz their ass, which the state believes from talking to gang experts, when you blitz somebody, you're going to go shoot them, intending to kill them or at least shoot them and hurt them. And so when you're sending a blitz or you're going to blitz someone, you're going to do an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. This specific call, which it's 1 minute and 14 seconds, given that the other male, who I do not know, is the one saying we're going to blitz their ass, the state would, if I could reserve on this specific call, because absent knowing who that male is on this specific call, it's Garlington talking with him about that, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're going to give that some further consideration.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so let's move to the next one is reference 2532, page 2559. Any objection on that one? We ought to be ready on these.
We're ready. I'm just reviewing my notes.
Okay.
First, my question for this, the proponent of this evidence is the relevance.
Your Honor, the state's happy to articulate relevance. I do think legally to exclude evidence, the state feels, so this specific call, what ends up happening is Miles Farley, who's charged with the murder of Shamel Drinks, he ends up going to Fulton County Jail. Before he goes to Fulton County Jail, they work on trying to get him protection, specifically to figure out where in the Fulton County Jail he is, because there's a gang war going on and people are getting murdered. And so what ends up happening in these next series of calls, unpack this, is they are working on, hey, when he gets to the Fulton County Jail, let us know where he is so we can protect him, keep eyes on him. And what ends up happening is 9 Deuce, YFN, the same rival street gang that the state has been discussing with the murder of Donovan Thomas and also Shamel Drinks, teams up with some younger Goodfellas. Goodfellas is a very prominent gang in both prison and jails in the state of Georgia. And what ends up happening is that there's a lot of, the next series of calls for the most part are all going to discuss Miles getting locked up, where is he going, and then he ends up getting jumped by rival gang members who allied with Goodfellas, and that creates a serious problem because Unfunk, who he has pled, was a defendant in this case, and his defendant William's brother, YSL is a hybrid gang, as the state alleges, is a Goodfellas member. And so once this happens, there's a series of phone calls between Garlington, Unfunk, and high-ranking Goodfellas members in the Fulton County Jail of saying, people are telling me that YFN teamed up with Goodfellas. We didn't bless off on that. My apologies, Madam Court Reporter. So I want to give that backstory because there's like, you need to listen to these calls to unpack what I just proffered to the court.
Okay. All right, that seems pretty relevant. Any other objection?
No, Your Honor, I mean, for the record, it's hearsay, but.
Okay, I think this would come in under the co-conspirator exception.
Okay, understood.
All right. So our next one is 2534 and 2561. Unless are there new objections? I mean, if these are all kind of the same series of same substance.
And Your Honor, you're using the reference numbers?
I mean, I said them both.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. So PDF page 2561 is referencing this same topic. It's Garlington discussing trying to get protection for Miles. And also 2656 is a three-way call with Copeland and Garlington discussing Shannon being in jail and Miles in jail and getting protection in jail.
Okay.
So yes, Your Honor.
All right. So are there other objections other than what was already voiced with regard to the one before? Because my ruling would be the same.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So then that takes us down, that would then cover how many of those, Mr. Adkins? When do we get to the end of that?
So, Your Honor, we should, embedded in this is PDF reference number 2779 and PDF page 2808 is in reference to Garlington and a gun. And so that.
Okay, 2779 is not on our new list, is it?
Hold on 1 second, Your Honor. I have.
Okay, I think this would have covered reference 2534, page 2561, as well as reference 2628, page 2656. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor. My apologies. I had 2 XLs
okay.
up and one was the old version. So, Your Honor, we should discuss.
So then The next one on the new sheet is 2833, page 2861. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And is there objection to that?
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to object based off relevance and hearsay. And does the state know who the other party to this call is?
I don't think so, but.
Your Honor, 2861, it's the state's understanding that this is an incoming call from Frank Hubert, who's Goodfellas. He's a capo in Goodfellas. This is tethered, this individual's who these three-way calls discussing protection in the jail primarily go through. That's who the state believes this is. This covers a number of items, so the state would like to play this call.
Okay, go ahead.
But what evidence do we have that he's Frank?
Are we playing 26, 28, or 28, 33?
2833.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, Your Honor, that's
Okay.
correct.
Did we need to address something further on 2628 first? Okay.
My apologies for I have to re-log in. My internet went out without realizing it.
Okay.
Cyber attack. Put cyber attack in the chat. Cyber attack. Cyber attack. Cyber attack. Oh, Doug Weinstein confirmed for me that cyber attacks don't usually impact physical objects. He confirmed that with me yesterday. So, like, cyber attack won't make my phone disappear, or cyber attack the reason why I didn't wash dishes last night. That kind of stuff like that doesn't usually happen.
Hey, we're going with you. Scarface.
What's up, are you alright?
Hey, we're going with you.
Shit, what, you in the room?
Yeah, I'm in the room. My door don't lock, though. I come out anytime.
What you on?
Hell nah, they just don't fuck with it.
Yeah, but you got that shit.
Man, that was.
You had them on right street fucked up, boy.
Oh, yeah. See, what you need? See, if I can do it, man. Come on, man. You know how I fuck with it. Ain't so bad.
No, I know that.
Yeah, but you're right.
How many of them niggas? How many of them niggas in your dorm?
Man, ain't one nigga, man. One nigga that goddamn One nigga waiting for it to touch his ass so he can tell on me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Hey, so where Quay at? Where Flo Quay on?
Quay, who was that?
Huh?
Who was that? To my big nose Quay?
Nah, he on the K with Abby.
Oh, don't talking about with the big nose right here, little young nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the West Flow, he on Quay. Yeah, who on Quay?
Quay on the 6th floor. They be calling. They had a phone. They had a phone too with the whole what you call it, gate.
Yeah, what Quay? Quay.
Yeah.
You talking about not. Oh, you say not JBL Quay. What Quay you talking about? He said the one got locked up JB Yeah, Kel say he ain't know you. Hey, your little partner ain't never hit you back in the DM. What name, Miles? Huh? Miles.
The Miles ever hit?
Yeah, Miles ain't never DM nobody back.
Nah, I ain't DM his folk back.
Oh yeah, see cause we still don't know what flow he on. He got to be still on clarification. That's why we're trying to see where he is.
Yeah, he got to be on clarification.
Yeah, what's up with Quay though? What you want to do to Quay?
Nah, Quay good, he good. I was just asking that who how many of them niggas done with Eddie?
Man, now it ain't number shit ain't number one. Let me see, that shit ain't number one nigga in the whole unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't number one. Huh?
I said, I really ain't got nobody. Shit, everything straight. I was just trying to make sure them niggas straight, bro.
Man, you know that shit. Get away. One thing about whatever side I'm on, but whoever I'm fucking with gonna be straight on team.
Yeah.
I ain't just got no goddamn one unit shit. They got a whole goddamn flow on both sides. Man, I got to get away. But they know I ain't just popping my shit. Get away. I got the whole jail ready, bro. I ain't got to make it one phone call.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got the whole man. Man, you don't know who your goddamn big brother is, bro. Come on, man. Man, them goddamn Cabo friend, boy.
I know. I know what's going on.
Fine. Well, I got the whole, man, that way it ain't no three of us. They goddamn Cabos in this jail, but we got the whole flow. Like, I'm talking about the whole Bright Street. Like, boy, we got this motherfucker on smash, bro.
That's why, listen, nigga needs, bro, my main man, you know my main man there, bro. I need that nigga back, bro. I
already know that way. But you,
them niggas so pussy.
That's why I get with it.
Huh?
I say, I ain't me cuss y'all get with it. That's why I'm so ready to get out right and get with it. But I got so like, get with it. But that's why I got down. That's why I just told Real, get with it. I'm glad he just put me in a position I could be in, right? Like, I can start my own family, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm finna go crazy on these niggas on Scarface. Wait, I get saying, why they right? I'm like, oh yeah, big bro, all the shit, man, for real, bro.
Hey, yeah, for sure. Like, the only nigga, but like, they let niggas come through the hood, walk through the hood, all type of shit, bro. Them niggas ain't, what niggas be on forever, bro.
I already know, but see, we already know something. We already know majority of them niggas ass some pussy, bro.
Like, them niggas probably on shit like, man, they don't want no part, like, nigga. Man, bro, you know how that shit is, bro.
I already know it. That's why I got down when I come home. I'm gonna fall back for a little minute, you know what I'm saying? But get what? Boy, I'm gonna have my team walking through that motherfucker. Everybody who I fuck with, get what? I can't do nothing but call and warn niggas, but get out the way, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nah, for real, like, why ain't I'm finna clean dirt? I'm finna, man, get what, man? Word gave me the green light, bro. I'm finna clean that shit up, bro.
Yeah.
Man, hell yeah. Man, I ain't tripping. Long got a nigga like him behind me. Man, shout out goddamn, man, I ain't bullshit. I'm still clean that shit up, stuff, man.
Yeah.
That's real, bro. Then Ed, he got a nigga mad because niggas just seen him a couple months ago. Ain't no way in the hell you back right here with me, man.
Say what?
I say, Ed, he got me mad because ain't no way in the fuck you right back here with me, talking with me, you know what I'm saying? Like, for that shit felt good knowing I can call him, knowing he out there, you know what I mean?
You say what?
I said, Ed B, right?
Yeah.
I said, that shit got me fucked up because Shouted no goddamn niggas want to see him out there knowing that I can call him. That shit was a good experience. So I'm saying, like, that shit hurt me. Shouted right back. Nigga, those like right here with me, bro. That shit, man, they can't be keep coming back to this bullshit.
Yeah.
Hell no. Where the hell you at?
Yeah, man.
Where the hell you at, Scarface?
I'm right here with my cousin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hell yeah, man. Get away. You just gotta stay. Get away, bro. You gotta stay right. You gotta stay out around them niggas from the video, bro, because you already know they ain't right.
I know it, bro. Listen, like, yeah.
You gotta stay out around them nigga, bro. The nigga ain't right, bro. Somebody, but he ain't right. Get away. I'm gonna tell you, then you know a lot of niggas in us too.
I know who gonna pop some bubble, little bubble. I didn't have little bubble. The bubble got down. Like man, listen, bro.
What little bubble?
Small little bubble. Yo bubble.
What bubble?
Man, little bubble. Ain't no little bubble. We check it out doing the 15.
Oh man, I don't fuck that shit. Hey, man, that nigga, but hey, boy, you wait, I ain't gonna, I'm gonna goddamn be 1,000 with you, boy. Look, I ain't gonna sugarcoat that. Boy, Shoutout can't be trusted, cause
Yeah, you know, Johnny came in here with the dog. Well, he didn't even tell me about it.
Man, listen. Man, I'm telling you, listen, Shoutout ain't, listen, boy, I'm trying to tell you, we ain't got to speak on Buddy too much, cause he's not right. I'm telling you, boy. Oh, yeah, that way he don't even supposed to be stressing tomorrow no more, cause they supposed to be goddamn pushing up on him, you know what I'm saying? So, for goddamn giving you a heads up, don't get seen nowhere with that boy, cause when it come down, when it all said and done, when they get a chance to goddamn wipe it over, they gonna do it.
Okay.
Yeah, boy, nigga ain't fuck with it, he don't even supposed to be stressing. Mom ain't told me that, so I can let goddamn bro know, Shot ain't right, boy.
Oh, okay then, good. I know.
Yeah, see, he trying to play up on some niggas so he can keep somebody around him. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro. Don't be them folks trying to goddamn find the perfect time to goddamn wipe it over, bro.
Yeah, that's just like we had like everybody around me got got some real shit going on.
Yeah.
So, like I had all right, what about little G baby? Y'all don't fuck with bro?
Yeah, fuck with G baby, yeah.
Listen though, cuz.
Yeah.
So y'all got shit going on with EI them?
Nah, hell nah. All that shit straight. Long they goddamn that way all them niggas that was spreading that 3-level shit PLK, all them niggas like the main ones, like the one that got a name, all them really been tapping in word, all them folks went up on the word.
Yeah, nah, because goddamn G baby and EI got something going on. G baby my man.
I want the court to be aware. This is one of the longer wiretaps, so
Why does that keep happening to them? I can't think of a prosecution team that.
Give it another try.
Yeah, it was her. She was in the chat. That's what it was.
Okay. Well,
88
that
Love
just
was in the
seems to be
chat. Send a shout out to 88 Love.
I just want to make the court
Drop some heart
aware,
emojis.
in terms of the state is more than comfortable to keep playing this call because it is important to hear what is said.
Okay.
They discuss a variety of topics. I just wanted to make the court aware of the length of this. Usually the wiretaps are quite short,
Right.
a minute, 2 minutes. This is one of the longer lengths of the call.
Okay. So maybe I could hear what the objections are so that I know what I ought to be listening for.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, specifically on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I object. We've already heard this part where this gentleman is saying he was disappointed with SB who I believe he's referring to my client, Mr. Stillwell, because he was just locked up in jail with him, left, and then came right back. So that assertion that the jail door is revolving for Mr. Stillwell is bad character evidence, and we're concerned about that coming in. In addition, Your Honor, we're just getting to a part involving what I believe to be someone named EI and G-Baby, and Third World is mentioned as well. And there's just a lot of, it's just gossip. I don't know the relevance of all of these characters and these people in this case, because to my recollection, none of these people have come up previously, and I'm not sure what the relevance is, what they have going on. They apparently have some animosity towards each other or some of the people, but it just seems to me that these are other people that Mikian knows, that he's talking to this person about what they have going on. And finally, Your Honor, to the extent that it is relevant, again, it just seems to be gossip, not in furtherance of any conspiracy or anything of that nature.
May I be heard, Your Honor?
And me too.
Okay. Judge, thank you. Carlton Matthews here on behalf of Mr. Marquavius Huey. We did hear in the beginning of the call or somewhere where it kept mentioning, or this person kept mentioning the name Quay again, Quay. There's no indication on this call as to what Quay or which Quay they are referring to or who they're talking about. So I'm going to argue to the court respectfully that under a 403 analysis, that this part of that wiretap should be excluded or redacted out because there's no foundation to establish which Quay they're referring to.
All right.
Thank you.
And then Ms. Westmoreland.
Thank you, Your Honor. So our objections is relevant and it's hearsay because one is I don't think that the state, or I have not heard the state provide any evidence that this is Frank. I don't think that, and on our sheet it says other party, but I haven't heard anything to establish that this is Frank Hubert. Second is that there seems to be another party that is in the background. When the discussion between the two callers and reference to Quay, one of the callers seems to not know who Quay is, and he tries to guess around who's Quay. And then seeking clarity, someone else is in the background and says, you know, the Quay that was with such and such. We don't know who that person is in the background, so we're going to have a nested hearsay problem. Additionally, I think that it's not relevant. What you hear is a conversation of curiosity. Do you know where Quay is? What floor is Quay on? Is this something you want me to, do to Quay or tell Quay? No, Quay's good. Conversation in reference to Quay is over. So there's no furtherance of the conspiracy in reference to that portion of the conversation. So no furtherance of conspiracy, nested hearsay, and relevancy in reference to that portion.
All right. What's the state's response?
The state would like to finish playing the call and has.
That'll help. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
But to be clear, I do believe he says I'm Capo Frank on the call, but that's one of the, I'm going to play the call.
Okay.
Tell me about it. He didn't even tell me about it.
Man, listen. Man, I'm telling you, listen, Shawty ain't, listen, boy, I'm trying to tell you, we ain't got to speak on Buddy too much because he's not right. I'm telling you, boy. Oh, yeah, that way he don't need to be stressing tomorrow no more because they supposed to be goddamn pushing up on him, you know what I'm saying? So, I forgot to give you a heads up. Yeah, don't get seen nowhere with that boy because when they come down, when it all said and done, when they get a chance to goddamn wipe it over, they gonna do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, nigga ain't fuck with it. He don't need for me stressing. Mom ain't told me that so I can let goddamn bro know. Yo, shot ain't right, boy.
Oh, okay then. Good.
Yeah, see, he trying to play up on some niggas so he can keep somebody around him. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, bro. Don't be them folks trying to goddamn find a perfect time to goddamn wipe it over, bro.
Yeah, that's just like we had like, you know, everybody around me got, you know what I'm saying, got some real shit going on.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, I had all right, what about little G baby? Y'all don't fuck with bro?
Yeah, fuck G baby, yeah.
Listen though, cuz.
Yeah.
So y'all got shit going on with EI them?
Nah, hell nah. All that shit straight. Long they goddamn that way all them niggas that was spreading that 3-level shit PLK, all them niggas like the main ones, like the one that got a name, all them really been tapping in word, all them folks went up on the word.
Yeah, nah, because goddamn G baby and EI got something going on. You know, G baby my man, but EI that's family, but
that's family. Ain't nobody dog. EI straight from my understanding unless nigga need to call down now because he supposed to be a doozy.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my brothers that came from down there, he over there with Lil Russell. They just beat Lil Russell ass. They just beat his little pussy ass.
What? No, What?
Man, shit, you know that shit goddamn before Russell came over here, you know, I already had no put a green light on if they ever goddamn run into these niggas to smash because you know, he ain't no got into it with my own son out there. You know, I ain't heard the nigga put a gun out on my son and goddamn for the slap goddamn my sister-in-law, my wife's sister.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. But you know, goddamn wife told me let it go. You see what I'm saying? So I told her shit. I told the brother let it go. The folks like, man, hell nah, man, we don't want that nigga around there. Like, man, why ain't beat his ass though?
You want my kids to do? Yeah.
Yeah. Then he right.
There go Wayne. They mentioned Wayne.
Like that. Russ be trying to play both sides, bro.
Yeah, man. All these niggas like.
Yeah, so I be trying to play both sides, bro. He already know he been here something to give me when I used to goddamn bring food to the hood, right? You know, a nigga like that used to goddamn already be giving nigga head something to say about this shit, but when said to my face, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, nigga, boo my man, I don't give a fuck what me and boo go. Nigga ain't finna fuck with us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Listen, that how when I brought G baby out there, like, I told we got into a shootout, bro. I'm right there showing day. 3 niggas hop out with stick.
You ain't tell me that.
I ain't tell you.
Hell no, you ain't tell me that.
Yeah, bro, we out there in the apartment, me, G baby. I had that jet call my phone like, hey man, y'all get butt up out of there, but I'm telling he like, bro, I never seen no shots at y'all. He like shit, but bro gotta know what I'm saying, get up out of here.
Oh, so EI ain't fucking with G baby?
Nah, they got some more little shit going on, but we got into a little shootout shit where we don't know where it came from. Like, listen, like, they saying G baby got one on his head, I got it on my head. Like, that's why the niggas I be around, like, I'm knowing, like, all they got the same shit going on. Like, Nord, me, all my folk, bro, them niggas locked up, you feel me? Me, Nord, bro, Fat, like, all they got the same shit going on, you feel me? So, like I'm with Eden because all that, like, we with each other, you feel me?
Exactly, shit. That's why I started fucking with Fat.
Shit, but we just knowing, like, all that knowing what we gonna do.
Exactly. That's why shit. I started fucking with Fat. I started fucking with Fat. I was friends with you.
Huh? But
I started fucking with Fat because of you.
Because of me, yeah.
Yeah. Well, get away. Saw the Fat. Get away. I ain't get no bad vibes from Fat. Like, Fat one of the niggas I told Fat. Shit, what you want a nigga I rock with out there? Like, I ain't get no bad vibes. You know, I don't got older and don't got a little smaller, right? But you know, my energy, like I be on that energy shit, like when that positive energy shit when it come around me, that shit like my body felt that shit like positive shit, all that negative shit. I don't be wanting them niggas that like around, but I ain't get that from Fat. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why me and Fat was rocking.
Yeah.
But nigga, I gotta see what's up. But nigga, we gotta see what's up with EIG, baby, because shit, G, from my understanding, shit, the family rocking with G, baby, and EI.
Yeah, for sure. But I was telling on some real shit though, like, look, you know, my buddy been having, they say you been having money on my head since 2015, send that shit home, bro. Like,
Who to my EI?
no, Lucy, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Like, but you want to go and sign? I even know these, but you want to sign to these folks, like, man, come on, bro. So you
Who signed to them?
Huh?
Who signed to them?
You say who what?
You say somebody signed to them?
Yeah, you know, he has to sign to think it's a game.
No.
Yeah, and he got locked right up.
Boy, I ain't know that. Boy, he ain't our president. Boy, he's on the mall. Boy, I ain't know that.
Yeah, and he did a song with Lucius. That's why I was just telling him the other day, because I posted G-Baby and said, a boy on the way. He laughed at it. I was like, man, I don't know what y'all nigga got going on.
Yeah, exactly. Get away, man. You got to get away. Get away. You got and get away. But look, shit like that, though, you got to check, too, though. Like, you post some shit, you laugh at, like, nigga, where funny shit? Nigga ain't shit funny right here. Like, nigga ain't shit funny. What the hell you mean? Like, you laughing at some shit, because they my man, though. Like, again, get away. A lot of that shit be back. These niggas be mad because niggas be fucking these hoes, too, bro.
Man, I know that.
Like, for real, these niggas be in they feelings, be getting niggas goddamn shot at the shit by these pussy ass hoes. Man, look, if a nigga rock with you, nigga gonna rock with you, but don't say no shots at me because about a bitch, man.
Yeah.
Nah, for real, bro. And get what, because I don't see why I can't, like, if I knew, you know, I'd tell you, but I can't see why y'all don't fuck with G-Baby, because G-Baby around them up.
He say G-Baby said, you know, when y'all had the mall shit going, like, when y'all separated.
Yeah. And
goddamn, you know, G-Baby with Capo Noon, you feel me? So I get whatever going on. G-Baby, like, he gonna put some money on EI head. EI was like, EI told me about it. He was like, shit, bro, I heard it out of his own mouth. I'm like, bro, I asked him when he told me that. You feel me? Bro said, man, it's on my baby. I ain't said no. I don't know why the hell shot don't like me. He don't like me.
Man, get what? You talk to EI, man. Tell EI. Because get what?
We on the phone. Cause he asked for my number. He was like, bro, I ain't doing the Instagram shit. What's your number?
Yeah.
I'm like, shit. He like, shit, bro, I love you to death, nigga. He was like, shit, I was getting y'all beef. I ain't had shit to do with it. He like, bro, I love you to death, nigga. I ain't never got down, did the shit you just did, like posting the nigga. He like, bro, when them niggas be around, they be around these niggas.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, shit, I got much love for him. I always love you. He like, shit, I just can't be around you. You feel me? I'm like, shit, same way, nigga.
Yeah, exactly. And then get away. And then, like you say, when the family separated, get away. For him to have a phone, he got to be tuned in. Get away. From my understanding, by me being tuned in with these folks, get away. Everybody that was separated, like new folks and goddamn my little folks, get away. All them just sort of went up on the word. Like, Shouty cleaning all this shit up, bro.
Yeah,
bro, cleaning all this shit up. Like, all them niggas for to be up on the third word. Like, everybody, my understanding, from head, tweet, from goddamn new folk, like, all them for to be third word right now. You see what I'm saying? And Shouty making these folks prove they loyalty. Like, shit, I ain't finna just let y'all niggas scream this shit and I don't feel like y'all finna be loyal to this shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so shit, for him to have a problem with G-Baby, shit, he better tune in where the shit, where the fuck was y'all?
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, yeah, so shit, I know he ain't trying to cross buddy. He better goddamn call and tell me somebody send his shot away, cause man, Shot ain't playing, boy. Shot on some other shit, boy. Shot back on his old mechanic and shit, boy.
He good. I ain't getting no
What happened, bro?
Nah, that's why I got now. You know, Funk going at it with these niggas, with them boys out here and everything. I would say all this shit there, like, they don't know who to trust.
Yeah, see, Funk just called me by oh yeah, you right there, Wood, when you just called by yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. See what I'm saying? Like Shouty, see that word, man. Boom. So that's what I'm saying. These niggas got down. That's why I say Shouty real good with a lot of these niggas, man. I don't want to say much on this phone, but a lot of these niggas that ain't rocking with goddamn, man. They gotta clean this shit up, Scarface.
Yeah, for sure.
Cause that's the only way it's gonna be right. You see what I'm saying? Like a nigga supposed to be that way. A nigga supposed to be cleaning them niggas up anyway. You see what I'm saying? Like we shouldn't be going around coming out our house trying to see, you know what I mean, worry about who the fuck, why another who got, like, we supposed to be clean these niggas up. Like, we really supposed to be ran them niggas ass, especially out of Canterville. We supposed to be ran them niggas ass out of the hood, bro.
so scared right now. Like, you know, they been going on for back. They knowing what nigga was on back then. Like, bro, nigga used to lose. I used to lose my money, bro, and take my shit back, bro. Yeah. Like, them niggas be on. Like, they always look at that nigga like, man, you can't trip, bro. Like, man, bro, got too much going on. We don't want no part of that. Like, be around for protection, though, bro.
See, a lot of them niggas with envy Woody too, like, and them niggas were mad because we was around Woody and we fought with Woody, so if Woody bust his gun, we bust too, you know what I'm saying? Like, but we were really we were bullshit because we supposed to be wipe them niggas out the hood, like, from shooter to bull to all them, man, we supposed to be random niggas ass out the hood, bro. Like, that serious, because them niggas the one really be bringing them niggas ass over there, bro. Yeah, bro. Like 90, like I be here, like my son be telling me, goddamn, he be seeing niggas ass out there in the cut and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, man, nigga ass supposed to be white them nigga ass out, bro. Like that shit, bro. Yeah, man. Like that's why I say a nigga on some other shit, but they gotta be careful too, cause get away though, bro. If we ain't goddamn, if we ain't putting these folks on those shirts, Scarface, get away. These niggas kick that gang shit, but these niggas send us down through there, bro. They'll send these folks that up, bro. Yeah. Man, man. That's why I say a nigga got to be careful now. Like, well, I'm getting too old to keep coming back. This shit, I ain't coming back, boy. I'm getting too old. I ain't finna be old ass nigga, no fucking jail cell, boy. Yeah. When you go to court, bro? Man, I don't even know, bro. They just riding me, bro. Like, them folks got me feel like they don't lost my paperwork, bro. Damn. That's why I say, but see, they cut that bitch ass nigga when it took a one out on me, bro, and that shit don't look good, cause you know, get away though. You know, every time I come to jail though, you know, the only time I come to jail when a nigga goddamn took a one out on me. Yeah. The only time I ever get locked up, bro, I don't get locked up for the crime that I do out there. I don't get locked up for that, bro. I get locked up because a motherfucker don't either sent the bitch to go take out a one on me or a nigga don't took a one out on me, bro. That all time I come to jail. Yeah. Ain't no folk riding me and that shit don't look good though, you know what I'm saying? Them folk like, it'd be like the same scenario on pop somebody on DD and get with them folk like, I don't know, bro, but I think something good gonna come out cause I ain't locked up for nobody. Like they riding like I got it. I don't know, bro. I'm just living on faith really, bro. Yeah, most definitely. I feel like it's gonna be alright, bro. Like, I feel like you been riding it long. Like they had something that was sent to get the court gave. Yeah. That's what I said too, right? And I don't think I'll be anymore. Damn near going on 2.5 years, bro. Yeah. I'm just living on faith though, bro. I'm gonna let faith, whatever faith decide, bro. I'm rocking with it, bro. Yeah. I'm rocking with it, man. Yeah, bro. What the hell Funk been talking about? He been goddamn, I know he's staying out the way and shit. Yeah. I've been with him. I've been with his ass. I've been with his ass, making sure he's straight, man. Yeah, that's right too. See, he gotta move a little better too though. Get what? When nigga get that money, get what nigga gotta do though? Nigga gotta start going to spend that money, spend that shit out there so a nigga get that shit out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, they gotta do it. Man, they gotta do the right thing, bro. Get what? You know, I'm in the room with goddamn with Hell from Cleveland, right? Yeah. Man, you know me and bro being that motherfucker mud about some little shit.
How long is this video? How long is this?
We just really talking about Spider. Like,
y'all, come on.
Got all these goddamn paper, but really letting these folks really just get the really ups on nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't no way, bro. Like,
what is the point?
Real, bro. Ain't no young nigga his age. Shout the richest young nigga in Atlanta, Georgia, bro. Ain't no nigga having more money than Shout, bro. Yeah. Nah, hell no. Like, come on, bro. Nigga ain't having that much more money than Shout, bro. Shout supposed to be having that shit. Shout supposed to be cleaning that shit up, bro. Like, no, man, Shout supposed to be cleaning that shit up, bro. Like, you just look, just see how it is now. Like, and then got some corny ass niggas him, bro. When we was around him, bro. Like, you know, we still gonna do. You know what I'm saying? We still gonna do it anyway, but like, yeah, you feel me? Like, man, damn. That shit ain't right though. That shit ain't right, bro. Like, that shit ain't right, cause look what happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, look how many niggas we like. Look how many niggas that we be around that don't supposed to be gone right now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, for real, bro. Like, these folks don't want to be going. Like, these are niggas that we know we gonna be with. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't got to speak on no name, but you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, no way in the fuck these folks gone. And these some niggas that we be around. Like, bro, ain't no way in the fuck you let these folks get up on nigga like that, bro.
Most definitely.
Like, come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, niggas lose. Like, this shit crazy the way a nigga losing. And these niggas really laugh. Like, these niggas smiling because they like, that's all they been waiting on. You see what I'm saying? Like, that shit crazy, bro, for a nigga be having that money like that and just be really stingy with that shit. Like, spread it, like, spend that shit. Don't matter if you feel like you're going to take a loan. You can't take a loan when you got money like you, nigga. You richest young nigga in the city.
Yeah.
Shit be crazy. That shit be get with. I ain't gonna, like, that shit get with. This is my opinion.
Judge Whitaker
I
is
be
on
rich,
the phone.
y'all be
I
setting
promise
their
you.
ass up, though, really, bro.
She on the phone.
Bro.
Hey, yeah.
Now the black line in here, boy.
Man, I'm trying. Hey, listen, man, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I be thinking that shit be a setup, bro. Like, Charlie get so comfortable with a nigga ass. He just be want to, man. I can't explain because I really don't know. But Charlie be having nigga in them motherfuckers. You know, nigga be in the jail cell thinking all tight, like thinking outside the box, bro. Like, that
Okay.
shit be crazy, bro.
Did-
Yeah, bro.
Did
Like,
Atkins
man,
fall
that
asleep?
shit crazy, bro. Knowing these folks mama crying. And you
I think he
making
fell
these
asleep.
nigga mamas and dad cry, like, man, come on, bro. Like, that shit be wrong, bro. That shit be wrong. That's why it be what I said. I'm like, see, talk to D, he like, yeah. I'm like, man, tell Sean Ellis' phone. I just want to hear his voice. Make sure I just want to hear y'all niggas' voice, cause y'all the niggas that I know. Like, y'all my little brothers, bro. Like, so when I know whenever I do get out, y'all be the one I call and be saying where y'all in and pull up. You see what I'm saying? Like, y'all niggas my close. Like, y'all niggas like, oh, mom, but shit, that way, y'all my little brothers. And I know that way. I know I still gotta do this to protect y'all, and then vice versa, because I see how y'all rock. You know what I'm saying? So you, Eddie, just that name and fruit, y'all the one that I'm gonna call whenever I do touchdown. Like, y'all niggas be the one I'm gonna pull up on. Y'all, you see how I rock out there, bro? I don't be putting up on them other nigga ass, because I know these niggas they want to knock me off, bro.
No niggas, I know it, bro. Like,
crazy, bro. That shit crazy, bro. And then he just holding my eye. I ain't even know that nigga out signed TIG, boy. I ain't know that.
man, bro, you'll never know. Like, these niggas, bro, these niggas hitting that
shit crazy.
Yeah, I can't even take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. What are we listening to? This is nasty work that they think this is a selling point after they've just been admonished about 403. And then you play a literal 20, I've lost track. I think it's probably been better than 15, 20 minutes of a jail call or of a wiretap of guys just talking back and forth about everything under the sun. I'm expecting them to talk about their crusty toenails in a minute. This is bananas. I really hope Judge Whitaker throws this out. Please let her do the right thing and throw this out. There's no reason for this at all. I don't know if she's allowing it. This is the part of the horse trade, Tina. They're arguing about whether or not they should get it in. I think it's very clear the jury that is the best live chat on the planet all agrees that this is ridiculous. Wow. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's see if they're still playing. Yo, that's crazy. That's nasty work. This is still talking.
Y'all do that, now y'all whole more other shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
You more definitely right. What the hell G-Baby locked up for?
He just maxed out. He just on the 7th floor with.
I mean, the prosecution is straight doing work. Like, they're over here doing work while this is playing, as if this is oh my gosh.
Now he got fine some little bullshit.
Stop this, Judge Whitaker.
I think he on the 6th, so I'm on
the 6th.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You got 30? Oh my goodness. Dude, I must have fell asleep.
On the 6th, bro, you know, you got a little
30 minutes? And they expect the jury to pay attention to this? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's my boy. I went who
Oh my gosh, please stop this. This is abusive. Scratching and scraping. Scrambling and scraping.
But
Oh yeah, I was on Shout goddamn before I got online. I know you used to see
And it got bad cell phone coverage.
Yeah, man, that my boy, man. They got him fucked up though.
Yo,
Yeah, they got him fucked. He in the
please
same
stop
room
this,
as
Judge
the
Whitaker. Come on.
For real.
Yeah.
Look, yeah, you know little Bible up there. You know little Bible up there from.
When I was out there, you know, fuck with brother, man.
What in the
I already know it, but yeah, they who goddamn, yeah, the nigga little B, yeah, he up there.
Yeah.
I think football too though.
I was in Thunderdome. He was over there like with the old folks. Yeah.
Yeah, that nigga, he's still up there. I think he's signed on. I think he up there on.
Wow.
Yeah, hit me later on, Fred. Let me know what's going on.
There's no way this is still going on.
He ain't got no phone. He trying to get him online.
I can tell the girl to call me. I was just saying like that call me.
Okay. I got you, little bro. Hey man, be safe out there, bro.
You know, you already know that, bro.
I love you, bro.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
So, Your Honor, just a couple things to address. On this call, when he's clarifying which Quay, because both Mr. Huey and Mr. Nichols go by that nickname. Some people call them Quay. And so he says not JBS Quay, Jonesboro South Quay, which is Defendant Huey, the one that got locked up with SB, and Defendant Nichols and Stillwell are both charged with the murder and locked up on the arrest warrants for the murder of Shamel Drinks. So he clarifies that. And also Investigator Viverito, who is going to be introducing these wiretap calls, the ones that the court deems admissible, she will be explaining items like that. So the jury should not be confused about this specific who he is referring to.
All right.
In addition, Your Honor, the
All right, so
yes, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that 403 objection. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, familiarity with what is going on in different criminal street gangs, some that you're allied with, some that you have a problem with or commit violence against one another with, is intricately important. And so Demikion Garlington speaking with Capo Frank, again, this is after this protection of Miles Farley, a YSL member and also charged with the murder of Shamel Drinks. So this conversation, they touch about a lot of topics and understanding who has a problem with who, has implications both in prison, jail, and outside in the free world. And so it is and what happens is Demikion Garlington, and Wiretap, they play calls, they minimize calls, but in these calls, there's a telephone game that goes around. So information that Demikion learns, he has conversations both before and after this where they share information. And it's important to know information about what's going on in terms of criminal street gangs or street gang members, because if someone has a problem with you and you don't know about it, you can get shot. Or if you go to a certain location and you don't realize, you need to be well aware of what's going on. It's important for the criminal street gang conspiracy itself. And so there's a number of topics that they address, specifically where people are in the Fulton County Jail, because again, if problems arise, they need to know where people are so that they can either have protection or know who else is around them. Also, Your Honor, there is discussions about, there's a moment where Demikion Garland, they're discussing G-Baby, who is very close with Kenneth Copeland, and EI, who is Eric Kendrick from Mechanicsville, used to be 30 deep, and then I believe he rolled up or kind of transferred his gang allegiance to Goodfellas / PFK, Play for Keeps, which is a subset of Goodfellas. And so when they're discussing this, Demikion says, I told EI they had money on my head since 2015. And he says, and then the guys clarify, talking about EI, and he says, nah, Lucci. What he's referring to is Demikion Garlington. They had money on their head because of the murder of Donovan Thomas. So here you are in 2022, and Demikion Garlington is discussing, he references TIG records. These are the same TIG records that was discussed in the context of January 10th, 2015, that we currently are in terms of in the trial with jury. And so all of these, it's important for Demekion Garlington and YSL Street Gang to know about and learn, because Franco Cap has a lot of information in the Fulton County Jail. And there's multiple members when this call is made that are locked up in the Fulton County Jail. And so all of this information is important to know both inside the jail and outside. So it furthers the conspiracy and it keeps abreast of the conspiracy. And that's why the state believes that it is admissible and relevant. And the statements, it provides cohesiveness and reassurances, because there's concerns if you're in the Fulton County Jail and someone's having violence begot to them and there's no protection. And so that is the state's response to the defense of objections.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the relevance objections. You didn't address the one objection about bad character. Do you have anything to say about that?
Your Honor. And specifically, was it Mr. Sharp referencing bad character of defendant Stillwell?
Right.
And from my notes of this call, the references to, I don't believe that they reference defendant Stillwell exacting violence on anyone. So and Mr. Sharp, I have a lot of notes on this, and so I'm trying to find the specific part.
It's towards the beginning.
Yes, Your Honor. It was right before we stopped it the first time, and it wasn't reference specific violence. It was this gentleman, and I keep calling him this gentleman because I don't believe that to be this gentleman Frank that the state believes it to be, which potentially I would think that kind of takes care of all their arguments if they don't even know who this person is. I don't know how they can determine what conspiracies are being furthered or anything else. But in addition to that, it was a reference that this gentleman was making. It seems to me that he's in jail. And he was saying, I was just with Shannon in jail. He was on my floor, and then he left, and now he's right back with me again. That suggests that my client is repeatedly committing crimes and ending up in jail.
Okay,
So
if that's all it says, I mean, that could just mean he moved to another floor and now he's back. So if
Well,
it's
I
not
think-
more specific than that.
I think it says he got out and then came back, and he said, I'm disappointed, which would not be something that would typically be said by someone who switched dorms. But that's I have more general objections, but I guess I'll just wait. But specifically to that character objection, that's my argument.
Okay, well, if it's nothing more than that, then I'm going to overrule that. So what else? Let me ask, is there any portion of this that is just chit chat that y'all don't need?
Your Honor, I have
All of
notes
it.
on the call, but my time hacks of, are not they're not in like 30 seconds. So I can take a close look and try to get as precise and exact on, given the length of this call, Your Honor.
Okay, I think everybody would appreciate that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I mean, there was some discussion about being able to spend money, if you were as rich as so-and-so. And I mean, unless there's some.
Come on, Judge.
That is relevant to, goes to,
Your Honor, what I'll endeavor to do, and I don't ever like to write a check I can't cash, but given we have these days off, not days off, but days in court addressing motions, I would like to,
never have a day off.
yes, Your Honor, I would like to endeavor to provide this to everyone so that we can address it ideally tomorrow or Friday, so I'm going to try my hardest to get that redaction, Your Honor.
Great, thank you.
No, or just redact the whole thing. Nobody needs it.
All right, so why don't we break for lunch right now?
Why?
And then we'll come back. And we don't have a jury that we need to feed today or, give them time to eat. So it's 12:25 right now. Do we need a whole hour? Or can we just take 45 minutes and try to get some more stuff done? 45 minutes, so 12:30. So why don't we be back and ready to go at 10 after 1. I think that's 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. 10 after 1. All right, let's see what happens. Oh my gosh, man, I cannot believe that. Y'all said that was 30 minutes long? Gosh, man, I feel like I mentally checked out. I have no idea what was going on. That was terrible. That was all the terrible in Terribleville. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's do something different. We'll mix it up a little bit. Hold on one second. Mute this because Law and Crime likes to come in here with a commercial. So I promised y'all. All right, so just in case you didn't know, I went back and found the infamous ex parte. So yesterday I posted the video where Brian Steele confronts Judge Glanville about the ex parte. And they don't say it directly. It's kind of insinuated by some people that the ex parte kind of happened organically. They just came in and wanted to talk to Woody and bring him in and sit back here in the Star Chamber and, give him some chamomile tea and rub his feet and kind of find out where he is. That's kind of how it was presented. But if you go back to Friday, June 7th, link is down in the description of this video. Let me drop the link for this video in there as well. Link is down in the description of this video. You can see that when, make sure I got the right one. Sorry about that. When at the end of the day, when they're talking about where they're going to put Woody, he's going to go to jail. They want him to stay away from everybody else so he doesn't contaminate, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. Right at the end, Adrian Love asked for an ex parte meeting. And I guess because we had never heard the term, it didn't make any of our spidey senses go up. So I just want to pull it in real quick. It's a short video I made just showing you the infamous, the birth of, the invitation to the ex parte meeting. So let me bring it back in right here. I did drop the link down in there. If you're a member of the channel, you can have access to it. The rest of you all have access to it tomorrow. Let us go real quick.
And Your Honor, the state has a matter we need to take up ex parte with the court.
Okay. All right. Okay, counsel, is there anything else I need to cover with you before we recess until Monday?
Got it.
Yes, Mr. Botts. Mr. Botts, you need to use the microphone, sir.
All right. Is it working now? Can you hear me fine?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, we started this whole fiasco out with whether the state knew that Mr. Copeland was going to take the Fifth Amendment when he took the stand. And if so, was that proper or improper to put him up on the stand knowing that they were going to?
You have to speak up, sir. And if you could hold the microphone, it'd probably be better.
That he was going to assert the Fifth. And I know that they did know that he was going to take the Fifth because I heard it said outside right before I walked into court. I even said, the officer.
Then why didn't you, as an officer of the court, tell me before we took his testimony?
I told Mr. Steele.
No. Why didn't you, as an officer of this court, tell me?
Well, then that's my.
I got a problem with you now.
Well, that's fine. I mean.
I got a problem with you now.
Well.
I would suggest you don't say any more.
I've already said it.
I know that, sir. And the problem is you should have told me if that were your case, then you just made an argument we didn't even need to have, because I could have certainly asked him based upon your proffer. Now you want to have it both ways. You can't do that.
Your Honor, I thought the state knew that, and
And that's not what the point is. The point is you as an advocate is you should have told me. Both sides have an equal responsibility under the rules of professional responsibility.
Okay, as long as we're both responsible, that's fine.
All right, have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have a request of the court. Is that okay?
No. What's your request, sir?
So in the attempt to avoid any spurious allegations moving forward, I would ask that Your Honor order that the deputies transport Mr. Copeland to the jail completely separate from any.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. In our order, wait, just 1 second. In the order of the incarceration, I'm going to also have a keep separate order for him.
Your Honor.
For the transportation and the housing, because none of these gentlemen are going to say anything to him, but I don't even want anyone to claim that they did.
I think that's fair enough, and that's a good suggestion. All right.
We'll prepare.
Yes, Lieutenant Walker. So that will not be an issue? Okay. Okay. But we'll go ahead and have him, if you could also have him housed separately too? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, madam. All right. Anything else, counsels? All right. Take a couple deep breaths this weekend, take a knee, and come back on Monday and let's get after it again. Okay. All right. We'll see you on Monday morning at 8:30. Okay.
Can you get us the list of names and then any exhibits for Monday?
I think the only, I don't know who is being called. We can find out. Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton and Mr. Atkins, who is going to be called? Let's assume that Mr. Copeland invokes again.
Your Honor.
Do you have some other witnesses that we can take up at that point?
Your Honor, we will apprise after we look at and reevaluate where we are, because our order of proof was building blocks that at this point began with Mr. Copeland. And there are certain things that have to take place before we can tell them anything. So
okay,
we have to do that. We have to deal with that and where we are right now.
All right.
And that's just where we are.
Okay. Well, be thinking about what scenarios you'd like to have the court look at.
Yes, Your Honor.
Depending upon whether or not Mr. Copeland decides he'd like to invoke his privilege again. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And Your Honor, go ahead.
Madam.
Mr. Sharp, you can have the floor.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask a courtesy of the deputies. Could we just keep our clients here for just 5 minutes after court ends, 15 minutes after court ends? The attorneys would like to have a discussion with our clients.
Lieutenant Walker.
And Your Honor, the state has a matter we need to take up ex parte with the court.
Okay. All right.
And Your Honor, the state has a matter we need to take up ex parte with the court.
Okay. All right. Lieutenant Walker has been asked by defense counsels as a corporeal body for them to be able to talk with their clients once you clear the courtroom.
Yes.
Can you make that happen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So once everybody is cleared the courtroom, you just secure it, let them be in here along with their clients. Okay. Oh yeah. Once we go down.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make that happen.
Okay. All right. Okay.
One last thing, Your Honor. I just thought of this. Your Honor probably already thought of this. The no contact order with Mr. Copeland should probably also include not just these gentlemen, but other gentlemen that are on this indictment that are not sitting for trial. I think that would probably be. Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. We'll see you Monday. Okay. 8:30. We're in recess.
I thought it was interesting because Judge Glanville says be there at 8:30, and they actually start court. He told them to be there at 8:30. The ex parte meeting and all those shenanigans happen on that Monday, and they don't actually start court till 11 o'clock, maybe even 11:30. I just thought that was wild. So anyway, I wanted y'all to see that because I know a lot of people were wondering like where did the ex parte meeting come from? So I wanted to pull that in, and I told somebody I would play it, but I will make sure that it is available for everybody for sure. Because I think it would be just something good at keeping your repertoire. You know where it all came from. Where did this ex parte come from? Because I heard it when she said it. I just didn't know what ex parte meant. So it didn't mean anything to me. So, but now all of it does make sense in light of what we know at the current moment. So imagine if we had known when she said that, if people had known that that's what she meant when she said ex parte meeting, that could have been a whole different game. Not like we would have changed the tide or anything of that nature, but just knowing that they were going to have a secret meeting that did not involve the defense is a big deal. But you know what else is a big deal? Malika becoming a member. Thank you so much, Malika, for your support of the channel. I'm glad that you're a member. You've commented a lot. You've given lots of good insight and such like that. And I want to say welcome. I also want to say welcome to Amethyst Angel for the $5 super. Now, she says, can the state define metaphors and analogies and euphemisms at all, then apply them to geography, specifically neighborhoods? I think that's a great point, that we're not talking about a common language across people groups. We're not. We're talking about something that might be just a localized language here in Atlanta, for crying out loud. In Zone 6, it might be totally different. And I just, in my opinion, I think the state is too far over their heads, but they're also out past their skis to actually admit that they don't know what they're doing, that they don't know. Now, sure, somebody might have told them something about, well, this is what gangs mean when they say this, that, and the other. The problem is, it's like they're ignoring that it can mean something else, though, too. And I think that's the problem. Can the jury retain a psychosocial linguist? Wow. Thank you for the $2 super. And I don't even know what that is, but it sounds like it might be illegal. So I don't know if they can do that. A psychosocial linguist. Okay. I'm thinking basically the study of the mind in a social space based upon how we speak. That's what I'm taking it apart to mean. And I don't know. I don't think they can. I don't think they can ask for. I think they have to just take it at face value. And the bad thing is they have to take the they have to take basically the word of the state or whomever's making the argument. So I just think that's interesting. I don't know if it's the same in all Black communities. I don't think so, Anthony, because I can guarantee you, if we go to Ferguson, Missouri, if we go to Bronx, New York, if we go to Harlem, if we go to somewhere in LA, somewhere in Dallas, Texas, and then of course here in Atlanta, Georgia, we will come back with words, terms, and such like that that don't mean a thing to me in Atlanta, that don't mean a thing to somebody in Harlem, but they mean something in their people groups. I don't think we can do that. Slang in Georgia is different. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Southern slang, Northern slang, come on. I mean, all people groups have their own language and vernacular that work in their particular. Again, your family probably has slang that you go to your family reunion. I guarantee you have slang that I don't understand. I know it. That's not bad, by the way, by any means. It just is. So again, sure, this is a gang. No problem with that. Being in a gang isn't illegal. Being a member of a group is not illegal. So in your group, gang, whatever you want to call it, they have vernacular and words, terms that they use. I'm sorry, I can't get on them about that and make that something illegal, which it appears that the state is willing to do ad nauseum. And the slang does not stay the same. It does change. You're correct. You know what? I used to hate this word. I used to hate that word. John. I'm like, what the devil is that? That is, if you're not familiar with the word John, that's something from that Philadelphia, New Jersey area, John. And thankfully, my wife didn't use it. I promise you, if my wife had used it when I met her, she might not be Lady Dear Woke Christian. But it's a vernacular from there. And I don't know anybody else that uses that word John. Now I do understand it, and I'm not mad about it, but it just don't make no sense to me. You never heard John before? No, that's a real word, and it is definitely from a particular region. I don't know anybody outside of the Philly, New Jersey area. Even when they come to the South, even when they come other places, they kind of drop that word. Because I've met people that have moved from New Jersey, Delphia, I call it New Jersey, Delphia area, and they don't use it anymore, but they did used to, and I know that. My Spelman sister uses that word up there in New Jersey, Delphia, where she lives. She doesn't use it in the South. She didn't use it when she came here. It's a Philly thing, absolutely. I like John. Hey, I'm willing to give it to you. Leave John alone. What does John mean? It means exactly what it means. Okay. I don't actually have a good, you know what? We got a little bit of time. I feel like being, all right. If you want to jump on real quick for lunchtime shenanigans, you must have your camera on. We cannot use profanity or any kind of spicy language, and I do ask that you stay on topic. If you're familiar with the word John and you can properly articulate it, especially if you're from Philadelphia, New Jersey area, feel free. You're welcome today. Do they use it in DMV too? Oh, they have a version of it in DMV. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I haven't met many people outside of the Philadelphia, New Jersey area, New Jersey, Delphia area that use it. I'm trying to think hard, but everybody I know who uses it and anybody that's picked it up is because of somebody from up there. But yeah, I don't know many people outside of that. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. Cover Jewel said, don't be putting that on us. We don't want nothing to do with it. I put the link in the chat. Sorry about that. Cover Jewel said, no, sir. No, sir. Don't be putting that Joan on us. Oh. Oh, yeah, it's definitely talked the ears off a donkey. Absolutely. But see, like, okay, that's another example. Idioms. There are regional idioms that don't make sense anywhere else. Example being, if I say the hawk is out, what does that mean? What does it mean to say the hawk is out? What does that mean? But that's an idiom that is from a very distinct place in the world, in the United States. Really? Wait. It's not an attractive word, in my opinion, John. Hey, I don't really like it like that, but I understand it now. I used to like really be against it. Yeah, it can be described many things. But what does it mean if I say the hawk is out? Let me see. All right, let me see. I don't see anybody with it. I don't know. Uh-oh. Cuzzo might got it. Cuzzo got it. Cuzzo got it. It means that it's cold outside. And that is a very regionalized term. Maybe they use it in New York, but we definitely used to use it in Illinois because it was always cold in the winter, the Windy City. So when it was cold outside, the hawk was out. So that's just another example. So what if somebody said, well, hawk means that Jason is trying to delete somebody because I used in a rap song, the hawk is out. Get your cover, get your cover, get your gear because the hawk is out. Oh, that means he's about to go out and delete somebody. No, I don't. The more I think about it, the more I'm getting upset about the fact that they're using rap lyrics like this when they themselves cannot. I'm sorry. I think some of us can't even ascertain what they're talking about. But I probably, there my girl is. There she is. There she is, Amethyst Angel. Wow, it's bright outside. It is warm where you are. Where you at?
I'm in Philly.
Girl, let me tell you, it looks warm outside. It's not that sunny here. Look, we're a little jealous. All right. All right. Now, Amethyst Angel, I see your name.
AKA Diane.
Diane.
It's Diane.
All right. You are
All
our
61 years of me.
well, we are glad to have you. You are our Joan.
Dawn.
You are our
That Dawn.
John aficionado. All right. Help us understand this. Unpack this word for us.
Okay. In line with the generational differences that you spoke of, and music is loud to old ears, that we now know came back to Thurgood Marshall. Because of your great interview last night.
He did give credit to Thurgood Marshall in the when he initially brought it up. I just gave him credit for saying it, but he did.
Absolutely.
So he wasn't running off with him. But go ahead.
Absolutely. But in line of that, I have 30-something daughters, and now I have grandsons. So my one daughter is trilingual and multidialectal. So we often talk about culture and language and metaphors and euphemisms. And I'm just an Anglo geek anyway. So I love language and learning where things came from. So that's the foundation. I've laid my foundation, y'all. Okay.
I got you.
Can't object.
No objection foundation.
My kids often say to me, Mom, it just doesn't sound right coming out of your mouth. And I say, but if I want to stay relevant, I need to immerse. So when my daughter learned Portuguese fluently in 3 months, it's because she had to when she was living in Brazil. She came back fluent in Portuguese. So when I'm working with my Gen Zers at my job, and I say, that's brat, it doesn't sound right coming out of my 61-year-old mouth.
I don't even know what that even means. What does brat mean? Her phone froze up on me. The heart got her phone. No. What does brat mean? I've heard people.
And it's not a noun, blah, blah, blah. It's not a verb. It's an adjective. It's an adjective, noun, verb kind of a thing. And you use it any way you want. Just being able to define that to them allowed them to learn to trust me in their midst. And when you talk about a psychosocial linguist.
Wow, our thing keeps freezing.
Any specific things. And those are the people who study sociology and psychology and how language applies within all of them. Hence, metaphors, euphemisms, aphorisms, all those isms. Now, if you want to get paid, that's what you do. You become a consultant on this to basically tell the jury, well, that's what they say when they talk on jail calls, or they talk like that because they know they're being tapped, but they don't want you to know that they know that they're being tapped. So they just throw this out there. But that would require multiple PhDs behind their name. To end the call, because I know others might be waiting, John is one of those generational millennial terms in Philly, and it evolved from something else I can't even remember. But the one thing that bothered me about it the most is we have a law firm here called Morgan and Morgan. Yeah. I think the national, actually.
Yeah, the national.
Okay. They had a billboard on the way to our airport that said, hire John Morgan, Jawn, because one of the lawyers is John. And I said to myself, oh my God, they're trying to get every Black person here as a client for their injury cases. I felt so offended, but don't hate the player, hate the game.
Hate the game.
They marketed it, and that same billboard would not work in Atlanta.
It will not work here.
But it worked here on the way to the airport in Philadelphia. So my encouragement to you, Dad, is, like you said, you appreciate the generational linguistic differences and grammar differences and all that. But it behooves us as older folks, if we don't want to get left behind, we need to at least be willing to immerse in different cultures. And it doesn't have to be another country. It could
That's
just
fair.
be another generation. And
I
that
totally agree.
arms us to better affect the generations, our legacies, so that they know the elders that they can trust.
I
I'm
can
done
dig
with my pre-tip for the day. I heard no objections,
it.
so I'll let it
No,
stand on the record.
let it stand on the record. Okay, so I am one of those people that I totally will understand you. I just don't want to sound like you. So I don't, so I can totally understand what my kids are saying. Like I
Mm-hmm.
see this word, brat and demure. I
Mm-hmm.
think I understand brat to mean spoiled, like, or
No,
no?
no,
Okay, maybe I
no.
don't. My daughters don't use it, but I've heard it. But tell me what they mean.
It tends to, it was established by a white pop singer, a female. Her name starts with C, I think. And it was named, she had an album, and I don't know if the album was Brat or if one of the songs was Brat, but millennials, we like, well, oh my God, what is it when alphabet soup? We like the letter dot letter dot letter. So when we say RICO, that's an acronym.
Right.
BRAT is not BRAT acronym. BRAT is an adjective, and they attributed it to Kamala Harris. This is Brat Summer, not a Brat Summer. This is Brat Summer. It means you're cool, you're flowing in, you're connecting with, you're the bomb.com. Don't say that on a wiretap because they may send the feds after you. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Got you.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So just knowing that you can hear, it's like knowing another language, but somebody else doesn't know you know it.
That's me. I would much rather know it in my head without saying. I don't feel comfortable using brat or
But
cat.
would you feel comfortable using brat? My house was the Kool-Aid house. So I had to know that when my girls were teenagers. So then when I used it among them, I let them laugh at me. And then I came back and said, but don't get it twisted. With every child comes an extra set of eyes and ears and a little more gray matter. If I use it correctly, don't think you're getting over.
Yeah, I'll play with my girls and I'll ask them, am I using this correctly for laughs? But I'll never say it again. So they know that I'm aware of various terms that they use. I have no intention of ever using them in my own language. But if I hear them saying it in the car or their friends saying it at church or whatnot, they know I'm dialed in and they know, yeah, my dad knows what we're talking about. So he's not missing it. However, yeah, so I can get you. I can get you. I just don't feel comfortable because I feel like it's like that it feels weird to me to use again. Let's use cap. When that word first came out, I'm like, why is this little boy keep saying cap? Like, could you stop saying that? We were
What are you doing?
We were at a social event. We were at a social event.
What are you doing when you're caping for somebody?
Caping the same thing. Like I'll type it out. But I very rarely, it's going to have to take, it'll have to be in very close quarters for me to use the word, say, hey, Diane is caping for Judge Whitaker or whatever like that. Right. For me to vocalize that, it's going to take something. I'll write it out in a hot minute, but for me to say it out loud, it's weird to me. So
when I had political talks with my Gen Z coworkers, when I say stop caping for somebody, they look at me and say, oh, what you know, but I didn't say I'm not taking up this. I say, yeah, you're caping for them. And they look at me and they're like, okay, conversation over because I'm not getting over on her. For me, it's just, I love knowledge. I love words.
Oh, yeah.
I love grammar. So that's just my default.
Yeah.
So if I say, how do you say thank you in Spanish? And or how do you say, I know a little bit of Russian.
Okay.
So if you say spasibo, I say пожалуйста. Thank you, you're welcome. When I see that with my customers at my job, and I know it's Russian or any one of the countries that speaks Russian, and they say thank you, and I say пожалуйста, they automatically get a smile on their face. It's the same thing with the kids.
Yeah, I mean, you're making your point. You're definitely making a very.
I'm
There's no
having a love
objection.
moment.
We
I'm
ain't
having
throwing
a
no
love moment.
objections. There's no objections in the chat as far as I can see. I just don't like you language. Established language is different to me than slang. So that's just me. I
Okay.
just don't feel comfortable. I feel
Right.
like I'm positioning myself or trying to posture, or dare I say, even trying to front like I'm all hip and cool like the kids. No, I don't. And I've mentioned this before. Like I think older people should behave like older people. I think part of our
Mhm.
problem in society is where grandmamas twerking with their granddaughters. No, that's the
Absolutely.
problem. That's the problem. And I feel like it's not an apples to apples. So y'all welcome. Please don't jump into the chat and call email management. But I do feel like there should be a delineation. And I gave the example like my dad would never have used my slang when I was
Right.
a child. My dad would never have used it. So me going to my dad like, "Hey, Dad, say this word," or "Dad, do this dance with me." I can't even imagine him doing that. So that's where I'm coming from. So when my
Mhm.
daughters come in here and want me to do a dance, like, "Dad, just stand up and do this." Like, no, get your mom to do that. I don't do that. Y'all go. And I've come in the kitchen. I mean, I've come in the living room and they're all doing some dances. I'm like, please make sure there's no cameras on, please, because I don't want this to ever get out. And all that because that's not my comfortability. My comfortability is like, sure, I understand the language. I'm not lost. I might ask, like, "Hey, Taylor, what in the world are y'all talking about?" After that, but me actually using it, what is that? Demure? Me using it is not demure. Did I use it right? Did I use it right? So, but no, I appreciate it.
I'll push back a little bit, and I totally respect not doing it. But I think, especially as believers, if we are trying to reach out to the younger generation
That's fair.
within either to draw them to the Lord or draw them closer to the Lord, knowing that they're still being influenced by the very close world around them. When you can express to them, "Hey, I understand what you're saying," or "Tell me what that means," it will draw our younger people close to us. I've gotten a great little mentee on my job just because I let them talk. And I say, "Hey, what does that mean?" You're right. We don't have to acculturate our language to be current today in 2024, but knowledge of other is very important, and knowing when to apply it. I mean, Eminem, who I love, Eminem, don't judge me. I'm still in the sanctification process. But Eminem had a verse in one of his songs where he says, "I only rap about stuff that you talk about in your parents' living room." Well, if the kids are talking in your living room and taking it out of the street, you better know what they're talking about because it can get them in trouble and it arms you to mitigate.
I like it. Let me
I'm
also
done.
just add, Amethyst Angel, you can't be putting these big $3 words in the
Which one was that?
super
I
chat.
can't see it in the glare. What did I say?
Aphorism, metaphors, and analogies and euphemism. Look, you can't be using these big $3 words. It's too early in the morning for that. You gotta say that for a little
That
bit
was
later
my
in the
point.
day.
They can't define them either. It's basic, seventh grade grammar?
Oh, well, don't call them out because your boy skipped over aphorism because I was like, wait, what in the world is that? I'm like, is that a real word? Did she misspell
Yes,
that?
it's a
So
real
I just
word.
skipped over. So don't, hey, editor Jason, cut that part out. I was like, what in the world is that? Like, let me put my glasses on. Anyway, I love you, girl. Thank you so much.
I love you, and I love your teacher analogies, and I am applying them on a daily basis. And yes, we need some teachers. We need some lawyers in a classroom.
I'm trying to tell you. Because that John would be better if they did.
Amen. There you go. See?
Well, I mean, I understood John.
No, wait a minute. That John be
Uh-oh.
popping. That John be popping. Bye,
What are we
family.
doing? Be good. Have
Love
a great day.
you.
Love you. Bye now.
Bye.
All right. So that was Amethyst Angel. Shout out to Amethyst Angel. I love her. Helping your boy get his language up. Get my language up. I love it. Well, thank you so much for stopping through. Wait, Jameer is a joke. Okay. Because I've heard somebody use it and I'm probably misused it. Cherry, Jameer is a joke. So if you say it jokingly, it's correct. Oh, okay, cool. when my kind are fighting, it's a moment of levity to yell up the stairs, and it doesn't sound very demure or I think said mindful up there. Really? Okay. I'm trying to pick it up. I'm trying to pick it up. Oh no, or is that Joan Cap? I mean, that's a pure sentence. Oh, is that Joan Demire? Y'all are crazy. Gen Alpha slang is silly and meaningless by design. I'm so glad you said that. We're not going to turn this into a discussion on language, but I agree with you. There's some points to it. I'm like, what is the purpose of this? What is this sentence supposed to mean? What is really going on? Let me see. For some reason or other, it is not showing the video. They haven't started yet. Let me just make sure. They have not come back yet. But yeah, some of the language, and my daughters use it too. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? And they love, oh my gosh, why do my daughters love talking about what generation they are? That thing right there is hilarious to me. I did not think that kids cared like when they were born. But my big girl will stop the whole party, cancel Christmas to tell you about what generation she is and her sister is and what generation I am and so on and so forth. I'm like, baby, do I really care about this? Why do you care like that? So let me just make that bigger and make sure that we're ready to go when they come back. All right. And it's off mute. I love it. All right. There we go. What does what mean? Okay, so yeah, see, words change. And all I wanted to point out, which I do appreciate this because this was a lot of fun. But when we're looking at, Lil Wayne lyrics or Young Thug lyrics, there's a lot of contextualization that we have to add to it. We got to look at it. And again, just taking a sentence out of a song with 64 lines in it, you just take one sentence out of it. That is so haphazard. And say, oh, this is proof and evidence that Demetrius Williams is in a gang. Because he said she used it correctly at the end. And the word end means that somebody's life was over. So that means he correctly put somebody's life over. Oh man, what are you talking about? This is one sentence. He's probably put 40 sentences in this chat today. How in the world what are you talking about? It's kind of frustrating to think like, yo, again, I don't support all the language. I understand there's a lot of language problems there, but I'm not going to immediately say, well, because this person said, what was it, boot up and lace up and suit up, going to war, that means that. And then to have the same people that can't seem to figure out how Instagram works, sit there and define for you what this term means, to me is just a lap too far. It's just a lap too far. Ray said, my youngest said, Demure, I ain't capping, bruh, to her friend. The word bruh needs to be totally isolated from the human, from all language. Bruh is ridiculous. I'm so sick of that word. All right. Capping to her friend. Her friend responded, don't be shiny. I was lost for a minute. Okay, I'm lost with the shiny part. She said, youngest said, Demur, I ain't capping. Yeah, this part makes sense. Don't be shiny? What does that mean? Oh my gosh. So now what if Young Thug put that in a song or somebody put that on your Instagram post? Don't be shiny. Ugh, drip. Oh yeah, this is the same crew that didn't know what drip meant. So you're Gen X. I gotta ask Trina what generation I am. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be Gen X. Trust me, she'll turn into a whole thesis. I'm gonna text her right now and say, what generation am I? And I think she'll also laugh too if I do that. All right, I'm gonna text Trina. I think I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be Gen X. She'll tell me. Trust me, she'll tell me. Texting lingo is very, very problematic. Very much so. I'm saying problematic, but I shouldn't say problematic. Definitely, texting language is definitely part of the reason why people speak like that. But like, what does shiny mean, right? What does it mean to say you're shiny? You got a lot of baby oil? No diddy. All right. Born in the 50s. Oh, I wasn't born in the 50s. Now I do say op. Is that a Chicago term? Really? I say op. I don't know where I picked that up from, but I've said the word op, and I know my kids say op. I think one day, big girl came home from babysitting, and she said like the 2-year-old is her op, and I think I just laughed. Maybe it's because I knew who the kid was, and it just cracked me up, and I just started using it. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. It was last year when I picked it up. I don't. But besides that, though, is that a Chicago term though? I didn't know that part. All right, lots of good conversation in the chat. And at the current moment, they're not back. She said 1:15, I thought, and they're not back yet. So just letting you know, I am keeping an eye on it as well. Okay. Somebody told me they will blow my top. What do that? I, I don't want to know what people today mean by that, because I've never heard somebody say I will blow your top. That's kind of weird. So I don't actually want to know. I'm gonna actually pass on that. All right, let's see. Lots of good conversation. Yeah, I appreciate y'all so much. Trina hasn't emailed me. President Firstborn hasn't emailed me back. Oh yeah, Boomer's in the building. Oh, I'm Gen X. Okay, everybody's saying I'm Gen X. Okay, cool. I don't know, Q. I don't know if I want to be in Gen with you. I don't know about that. There's a lot of truth to that statement. There's a lot of truth to that statement. Phone call is giving me a migraine. I'm sorry. Wait, is it me? Oh, that phone call, the gang phone call. That was craziness. And I'm sorry, Judge Whitaker looking every bit like she was, you know, checking her eyelids. Why are you letting them play that? Oh my gosh. That was wild. I don't know if that's Brad or Demir or Cap or Caping or what, but it was crazy. John was crazy. Oh, 74 is Gen X. Okay. Okay, there you go. So let it be said, let it be known. Joy Ball, it's cognitive dissonance. It's selective outrage. It's yeah. There's no other way around it. That's all. Oh yeah, op is your enemy, but I didn't know that was from Chicago. I didn't know that part. And like I said, President Firstborn used it one day, and I was like, oh, I like that. That was kind of funny. Like, oh, so and so's your op, and we're joking about a 2-year-old being her enemy. Like that was just funny to me, and it's picked up. And I use it every now and then. I'll call them my op, or I'll say so and so is your op. So we've actually I've embraced it. Let me just say it like that. All right, let's see what we got. I think they are back. Nope, they're not. Yeah, see, I remember when they didn't use that word, and it was really bad to use it. All right. Yeah, I can't imagine. I really hope Judge Whitaker went back and ate her lunch and thought about like, wait, why are we playing this long, crazy audio? No, the whole thing is thrown out. There's no reason for that. Goodbye. Like, I would love for her to push back to the point that that the state is talking about this judge's bias. Like, I think that would be good for them to push back so much for her to push so much that even the state's starting to think, kind of like we be thinking that she's biased toward the defense. Like, I want to do it the other way around. Like, do it the other way around. Like, you take something from them. Okay, so everybody in the chat that said I was Gen X, it has been confirmed by President Firstborn that I am Gen X. Thank you. And she's Gen Z. Thank you, baby. All right, just telling her thank you. I'm sure somewhere in the school building she's laughing about, why is my dad asking me that question? Yeah, big cap means lying, absolutely. And like I said, there was a kid at a event, and this is like the first time I heard that word. I'm like, why does that boy keep yelling cap? What's wrong with him? Like, why does he keep saying that? His friend was giving a big fish story, telling something that's probably not true. Yeah, what is shiner? I don't know what that is. Shiner is if I punch you in the eye and your eye gets swollen up, it's saying that's a shiner, but I don't know what shiny is. And I apologize if I missed it. Oh, or shiny, here it is. Really? Shiny. Don't be cute. Being a smart aleck. Really? Oh. Now see, that would be funny because y'all know when Fonnie Willis did that to Ashley Merchant. That was cute. Imagine if Fonnie Willis said, "Oh, you're trying to be shiny." That would be hilarious. That's what it means. Okay. I'm here to learn. Hey, I appreciate it. Fool is heard a lot in Tennessee. Is that short for fool? Oh, and by the way, thank you, Rev Off Go Row. You sent me a very kind um Cash App. Actually, you sent me several. I want to say thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. And it does not go unnoticed. I want to say thank you for that. Um that Joan comes in handy. No cap. This is language lessons with Whitaker. Oh my gosh, you have 5 teenagers? My heart goes out to you, my guy. Goodness gracious, man. Bro, that's gotta be that's borderline Geneva Convention right there. The only thing that would be worse is if you said they were all girls. If they were all girls, I would absolutely be like, yo, we gotta send you like a care package or something. What are you doing? Simone Hilton, don't make this easy for us. Why are you right on the camera? Poor Simone. What is she doing? Have mercy. I was thinking, you know what? I used to think that was a conspiracy, but now I really kind of believe, yeah, part of this is, but I also think she's trying to stave off, well, she didn't give me enough time. That's why we failed. That's why we weren't able to, whatever. That's what I think. That's what I'm thinking. But I agree with you, Rev, for sure. If the judge lives in Atlanta and she has teenagers, I'm sure she is hip. I don't know. I don't know. I'm pretty sure she probably lives in Georgia. I'm sorry, in Fulton County, Atlanta area for sure. I don't know. 70s aren't boomers. My mom's generation is a boomer. Cap. Yeah. Okay. I think a better question is how long will the jury instructions be? Because those jury instructions are going to be easily an entire day. I can't think of them being short and to the point because there's so much they're going to have to wrap their arms around. I can't imagine. Oh,
Who is?
we're back.
You don't have, well, our court reporter doesn't have any power, so we don't have to be doing much.
I just want
I don't know what happened. That call goes on and on, my friends. But back to the point, I think the jury instructions are going to be they're going to be intricate. There's a lot that they have to give instruction on. I do think it's going to be, the deliberation is not going to be as long as they probably would like it to be, but I don't think it's going to be the instructions that are going to be really be telling, in my opinion. This is my first time hearing about shiny. I might use it when I see my kids today. Like, you being shiny. I'm probably gonna be using it wrong. Matter of fact, let me text Trina right now and tell her. Cause you shiny, my G. Like I use the word my G with them. And I know that's well out of fashion, but it's like funny to me to say it. So when they come in the afternoons or whatever, I say, "What's up, my G?" I don't know why. Welcome back, Malika. Good to have you. Really? Fool is dude? I think it's short for fool because people use fool for dude as well. So it might be just a cutting off the L and say, fool, sit on down, man. Be quiet, fool. Yeah, I can see that. But I don't know it in fact. Being cute. Yep, shiny means being cute. Okay. I just text my daughter and said she's shiny. I'll see what she says. Hopefully she'll say hilarious. But they love to chastise me for using words wrong. So, or using them out of context. They'll tell me I'm using them out of context all the time. Dad, that's out of context. Especially when they know I'm just trying to be funny. I'm not committed to anything. Yeah, she hasn't said anything. I think they're at lunch. I thought she was at lunch at this time. Yeah, I don't know. The judge be helping Love out, man. Love need some homework help. She need to be calling the homework hotline. Like, please help me with my homework. I need help. Bless her heart. What's a zinc? I don't even know. A zinc vitamin? A multivitamin? Look, I have no idea. I don't know what zinc is, Miss Streets. Please tell me what it is so I can be up on what's going down. All right. Yeah, you don't want when there's a certain time of the year you don't want to forget your cap. You want your cap. You might need two of them. Depends on if you have to walk outside. Because the hawk be out. So you need the cap on for sure. Does she change her hair a lot? Really? I've never paid attention to that. I've heard people mention it, but I never have zeroed in. Y'all saying she changes her hair a lot? You know what? Sad thing, Katie, is I don't think you missed much. Amethyst Angel came on. We talked about language and the importance of understanding another generation. And then I just sat here and told really bad jokes. You think it's gonna take half a day? Them jury instructions are gonna be crucial. I'm sorry, them things are, because if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. The jury instructions can't be written down, so the jury doesn't get like a copy of them. So if they didn't understand something, they have to come back in, and the judge has to read them back to them apart. Like, hey, can you read page 5 again? I don't remember what you said there. Oh, her hair.
But are
You're
we
right.
ready to pick up where we were with the next one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And it's going to be PDF page 3058, reference number 3030.
Okay.
One in the chat. Drop an emoji in the chat you can hear. They're doing another
This
call?
It's select portions, so I'll announce
gosh.
which portions. I'm going to start with
This is
2 minutes
abusive.
to 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
Okay.
And these are the time hacks that are on the chart all parties have.
All right. And what are the objections going to be? Can y'all voice the objections so I can know what to be listening for?
Yes. Your Honor, this is kind of going to be the same thing with relevance and also hearsay. Again, it seems to me that this is going to be Mr. Garlington. I think it's fair to say from going through the wiretap that Mr. Garlington is involved in the drug trade. From the context of everything he talks about on the wiretap, what I will not agree with is that this has anything to do with anyone other than Mr. Garlington. And so a lot of what he's talking about is illegality, general, and criminality, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case, and I certainly don't see how it comes in through a hearsay exception to this case.
All right. Well, I guess I'll just listen and see.
Island boy had little spider fever and little shit like that. Who? I say, you know how Roland had little house. I mean, the apartment, you know that fever. Yeah. We need some little shit like that around the way that we can roll out of, bro. Yeah. Hey, I think
Your Honor, that's 2 minutes to 2:16. We're next going to play 6 minutes and 7 seconds to 8 minutes and 24 seconds.
he just acting like, well, I'll get him 23rd on the reason. I say, man, come on, man. D had it on money, man. I'm telling you, man. That nigga said, Cecil would let me see the video. That nigga said I ain't had over 17,000. Like, what nigga did? Come on, bro. And he keep trying to like he pumping you, he don't pump you up and all that. Go ahead on, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Brother man gave me $1,000. Listen, what? That nigga gave me $1,000 when I got out, bro. Look, he just won't be in so much competition with nigga. Look, B Saline gave me like B Saline and Matt Main, they gave me like 500 apiece. And I think B Saline gave me like 800. And Matt Main gave me like 500. But he had that loss. He was just like shit. He would tell me like, boy, everything I win right here, pick it up. I had them pick up with 500. So I was telling him like shit, Matt Main, he like, man, that's all he gave you. He like shit. Yeah. He nigga with rappers and shit. Yeah, man. I thought that was Cecil right there. Yeah, man, I get my boy 1,000. That's how nigga give you 500. Man, what the hell you worrying about what another nigga gave me, bro? Exactly, bro.
Like you don't even, what the hell you even worry about that? Got nothing to do with you, bro. That man gave me $1,000, bro. Number side it, like, nigga, I was going through to get the weed, nigga, and he was still putting, like, how everybody is saying, Matt Main telling folk, goddamn, I'm like, boy, hey, man, he know he lying. The man told him, folk, like, man, well, he took the boy out, cause shit, man, you know, he tell me everything. He really took him out, cause like the plug situation, man. Man, home busting the head 200-300. He like, shit, when D told me, like, yeah, shit, but you supposed to did it. Man, ain't told you no shit like that. Say that, D. Huh? He said, man, say that. Yeah, that way everybody gets from. Like, when I told Roger, like, man, Roger was telling at the gambling house, I ain't want no nigga just think like, man, I'm out here just taking everybody out. I'm right there just telling Roger, you like, man, hell no, I don't believe it, bro. Yeah. He like, yeah.
And Your Honor, the next portion is 8 minutes and 30 seconds to 9 minutes and 24 seconds.
Man, yeah, homo definitely tripping with the shell kill shit. Like, yeah, then he like, what? I don't fuck them niggas, but hey, boy, then when he started getting saying like, oh yeah, boy, I got something for whoever get him. Boy, I got something for whoever get him. Yeah, like, yeah, oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I just like, bro, you all that fake ass shit, bro. Go ahead on, bro. I'm telling you, man. Like, yeah, but nigga, what all that fake shit, bro? You know what it is? I was just like, bro, yeah, man. Go ahead on. Somebody said they seen him in the car with the boy. Huh? I don't know how true it is. Somebody said they seen the boy killed in the car with him. I don't forget who the hell they told me. In the car with him? Yeah. There's a fool there. Yeah. Somebody, man, they said he wrote the ball. Like, nah, they ain't gave me no deal. That's what they say? That was Boone said he heard, I think, one time. That was Boone asked, like, Johnny Brock killed him. Somebody told him there was something. Yeah. And I've been talking to Fred told me on Trey Woman.
And Your Honor, the spreadsheet, the state's not going to be playing 9:45 to 11 minutes. Okay. So I just focus on the first three. And for the 2 minutes to 2 minutes and 16 seconds, and he's talking with, I believe, Dewaskin Watt, right? A 30 Deep member. And he says, you know that those guys have a spot in Pittsburgh, part of the city of Atlanta. And he says, we need a spot like that we can roll out of. And so what the state believes they're talking about getting a trap spot essentially to where they can go and quickly navigate and go in and out of. The next portion, which is
Okay, well,
Yes,
stop. And on that portion, is there any indication there that that's related to anything other than his own desire to be selling drugs?
So, Your Honor, there's another call, which I don't think we've gotten to yet, where Demekion Garlington is talking with, I believe, Mr. Wright. I'll check my notes. And he's telling him you should sell your Percocets on Instagram. That's how you can get customers. And he's mentioning, we will get to this call. And he says SB, talking about defendant Stillwell, was basically successful of getting Percocets sold online and Instagram. We also have embedded that there's no, in this specific case, I don't have, and oftentimes you do not have specific Garlington and Mr. Wright got a trap spot after this conversation, and they put up a big sign that says this is the YSL Trap House. We're going to give our proceeds to our fellow gang members. But it's the fact that they, there's some uniformity because there's a spot called The Web that's referenced in 2015 and also comes up when we get to Antonio Sumlin's wiretap in 2022. And so areas where they can operate freely and sell narcotics, or Waters Road is similar in terms of going, a lot of times there's firearms there as well, is a common theme. So to answer the court's question, I do not have specific evidence of Mr. Wright and Mr. Garlington after this conversation, getting another trap house spot. There is on Garlington's wiretap a trap spot where he's actively saying, hey, there's a new customer, go outside and come back, selling primarily or almost exclusively Percocet pills off of Moreland. But to answer the court's question with this specific clip, the states wanted to get this part in talking about we need a spot we can roll from, just like these other group of people have in Pittsburgh.
And so what's overall the state's evidence that this is being done to the benefit of YSL?
So, Your Honor, the state's position in regards to that is Garlington discussing and trying to find or speak about other areas to where they could sell narcotics is in furtherance of the gang. I don't have a specific piece of evidence to point to the court. And it's the state's belief that, inferences can be drawn by the jury in terms of if the state's alleging or putting forth evidence or arguing closing about the web or about Waters Road. This is a wiretap call that is very unlikely they would believe they would be ever heard, more or less introduced in a trial, talking about freely, we need to get a spot we can roll out of. So it gives some relevance to the state's assertion that these are trap houses versus just places that people hang out who are friends.
All right. Okay, you want to move on to whatever you were going to say about the next clip?
Yes, Your Honor. The next portion, which is 6 minutes to 8:24, Garlington is discussing B. Slime. Jaboris Greer is who we believe that he's referring to, and he also references Christian McMiller, who the state has addressed to the court. And so he's mentioning money that they gave him for his bond, talking about different amounts and so that has come up periodically from the state in argument or about paying for fellow, and both B. Slime and Christian McMiller, the state believes were YSL members. And so that portion is for paying of bonds of fellow gang members. And so the state, because in terms of why that specific conversation is in furtherance, he's discussing how much each gave. And so it's some cohesiveness in terms of Mr. Wright and Garlington speaking about the bond money he received.
Okay.
And the last one, Your Honor, Garlington starts, it's right around 8 minutes and 28 seconds, where he says, Holmes is definitely tripping with the Shell Kell stuff. And so Shell Kell is someone who's does come up periodically in this case in terms of a rival gang member. And so him discussing Mr. Wright in response to that says he doesn't mess with him. And they're discussing someone else in terms of talking tough, I believe, about what they would do to Shell Kell. But nonetheless, it's the fact that Shell Kell gets referenced quite frequently by the state. This is a private conversation, and Shell Kell specifically will come up in other wiretap calls because Demekion Garlington makes reference in later wiretap calls to a song he made where he says, I have to change and take his name out of it because if something happens to that boy, they're going to think it's us.
Okay.
And that's the three portions the state wanted to play, Your Honor.
Okay. And those were generally just relevance objections, or?
To me, the way I'm analyzing this is the state needs to satisfy two separate tests based on my objections. It needs to be relevant, and then it needs to have a way that it's admissible through the rules of evidence beyond relevance. And I'm just not hearing it. I don't, Your Honor asked what evidence they have, and then Mr. Atkins said, well, we don't have evidence of them being Garlington, and I guess DeWaskin Wright is who they think this is, getting a trap spot and putting a neon sign that says for YSL. And I agree they don't have that, but they don't have a lot less either. That's kind of a straw man of what we're expecting. They don't have, there's no indication at all that I've seen that Mr. Garlington is, now there's certainly an indication that he's selling drugs, but that his drug dealing exploits have anything to do with Mr. Stillwell. Other than he talks about selling people pills on the same phone that he happens to use to talk to Mr. Stillwell and other people, but that's not really a nexus. So again, we're just so to me, all of what Garlington has going on, unless there's some link, is completely irrelevant, and it's also subject to 403. But on top of that, when we talk about, Mr. Atkins just brought up, and I'm having a little difficulty following the call, and what Mr. Garlington's saying, but about bond money. Okay, if Mr. Garlington's on a phone call talking about so-and-so paid so-and-so else's bond, the state needs to figure out, who's going to testify and provide live testimony to this with personal knowledge, because just talking about what other people have done in the past is not, to my understanding of the law, is not going to fall under a co-conspirator statement. So we have both those issues, and I just don't think that the explanation that the state gave really addressed either of them for this call.
Okay. So is all of the discussion about the money, that's, what is that? Is that everything in the past?
Yes, Your Honor. Garlington is discussing how much money they gave him for, I believe, his own bond in a prior case.
Okay. So it's his own firsthand knowledge about his own, what he got?
Correct, because he says B Slime McMain, and B Slime gave me 800 and McMain gave me 500.
And how is them discussing that?
So,
Furthering the conspiracy?
yes, Your Honor. So the narrative of past events can be in furtherance if it serves some present purpose. So the state's position is him discussing two other, who the state believes are YSL gang members paying for his bond,
Right.
fosters some cohesiveness. He's talking with Mr. Wright, who is to the state's understanding, an allied gang of 30 deep, which Garlington, Mr. Copeland, and defendant Stillwell, the state sets forth, used to be a part of, and then it kind of became part of YSL. All that aside, that's the state's argument, is that him discussing this, of the money they gave him, fosters a present purpose of cohesiveness.
Cohesiveness with the allied gang?
Yes, Your Honor. Because the speaker, Garlington, he has to be a part of the same conspiracy as who it's held against. So the state's position is that YSL member Garlington is making that statement. That's the state's.
Okay, I don't think that one meets the.
Yes, Your Honor.
Conspirator exception. And then okay, was there any further argument on the shell kill portion?
From the state, Your Honor? Or?
The defense. Anything beyond relevance on that?
Objection about, I mean, the state articulated what their interest in this call is the fact that Shell Kell, in the argument they just made, Shell Kell's name just keeps getting brought up. Well, okay. I mean, even if that's true, his name keeps getting brought up, and even if to them that has some sort of relevance to the overall story they're trying to tell, we don't have a declarant at this point that is testifying. And I don't, there's no exception. I'm not trying to be smart, but to my understanding, there's no exception to the hearsay rule that, the state just gets to say, well, we think it's interesting that someone's name gets brought up a lot, so we want to admit it. I don't see how it falls under 801D2E or anything else. It's just, he's talking about past events as I understand it. I have no idea if he's talking about past events he has personal knowledge of. My guess would be he probably doesn't, but that's speculation. So I just don't see how any of this is admissible. I guess I'm just keep going back to the fallback position. I'm arguing to exclude things, but the fallback position is we're not talking about live testimony here. We're talking about the state playing a tape wiretap. And to me, that requires them to jump through extra hoops, including how it falls under a hearsay exception, and they're just not doing it.
And so how is this part of this conversation in furtherance of the conspiracy?
So, Your Honor, the notes I have is Garlington. He says Holmes, talking about someone else who's not Mr. Wright, not Mr. Garlington, is definitely tripping with the Shell Kell stuff. And then Mr. Wright says, I don't mess with them, plural. But he's like, oh yeah, I got some for him, whoever gets him. And he says the guy is tripping, and he says, and then Garlington says they got him, talking about the same male, in a car. They just seen the boy with him. Talking about this male he's tripping with the Shell Kell stuff because they think he's in a car with him. So it's the fact that they are concerned or discussing someone associating with Shell Kell that the state feels is relevant. I think there also is an argument here in terms of, because the state is not going to be articulating who this person is, there's a non-hearsay argument in terms of it's the fact that they're concerned someone's riding around with Shell Kell. And in terms of the truth of the matter asserted of is Holmes riding around with Shell Kell or not is not why the state's introducing it. It wants to show the jury how they're freely discussing someone who is possibly riding around with someone that they consider a rival gang member. That's the which in my mind falls under both, but almost is more applicable as non-hearsay, because the state's not going to be arguing or asserting if this person actually is with Shell Kell or not. It's just the way they're talking about that.
Okay, but all right, so they're letting each other know then, though, that so here's this person, Holmes or whatever, that you need to be on the alert. He's hanging with Shell Kell. Is this basically the?
That's how I interpret from listening to what they're saying, Your Honor.
All right. I think that would pass the 801, whatever it is, D2E test. Okay.
Your Honor, the next three go together. So PDF page number 3202 and 3206, which are reference numbers 3171, 3172, and 3177. They're all on April 9th. The first one is at 7:33 PM. The second one is at 7:35 PM. And the third one is 7:41 PM. So they're in a span of 8 minutes. And the reason I wanted to give this backstory is because they all kind of play off one another. And so I'm going to, I don't know what the defense's position on these calls, but I wanted to play them back to back to back. They're quite short, and then address the court.
All right, well, is there going to be objection? Yes.
The same thing, it's relevance and they appear, I think a fair reading of it is, it appears to be Demekion Garlington involved in general criminality.
The state's going to play PDF page 3200 first.
Okay.
Hello. What's up? I ain't got the, you got a slider? What is that? They coil. Oh, they coil, man, I'm tripping. No, that's what we looking for one now. Damn. Where the hell you at? Right here with the op. You with the who? Yeah, I'm with him, buddy. You know I ain't gonna talk on no phone. Oh, for real? Yeah, the West End. At the West End? Yeah. Damn, man. Hey. And he ain't got no car. Your girl just pulled out in the car. For real? Yeah, that whole peanut just pulled out. Damn, who up there with him? Nobody up there by himself. He got something on him? No, I don't know. I just came up here gambling, but he just got the little jewelry on him. All right, let me call you right back. All right.
Your Honor, we're now going to play 3202.
Oh. Yeah, bro. What's up? Oh, yeah, I just came to the house. I was on the block. Oh, I'm right through right here. I just got a car, boy. Johnny got down around the way, so he got something on him. For real? Yeah, I thought you ran away. I was going to come pick you up. I just left from this side. I know how that shit is. You far out? Yeah, I'm from Nolan. Oh yeah, damn. That's what he ran around with though. Yeah, he got that camera out. I ain't in no slide. I was just gonna get down. I'm finna see how I'm finna do this shit though. I'm finna get down. I probably need to put paper tag on them motherfuckers. And just call, let me know, man. All right.
The state's going to play 3206.
I can't grow. Hello?
What in the world?
Yeah, nah. Why you say that? Nah, I want to talk on the phone. I was going to tell you something. I'm gonna get pieced up. I'm gonna get pieced up on right quick. Just like FaceTime, because they can't hear on that FaceTime shit. I'm gonna FaceTime audio you. All right.
So, Your Honor, the 3200 is DeQuellis Boyer, who's Little Quill. He's the brother of DeMarco Boyer, who the state believes is affiliated with Paradise East PDE, an allied gang of YSL, and is the brother of the phone records we discussed in August with Boyer. This is his brother. And so the next call at 3202 is Antonio Sumlin, the gentleman whose tattoos and the gun we were discussing, who was a defendant who pled. And so the first call, Little Quill calls Garlington and says he's with the ops. And he says his girl just pulled off in the car. Peanut just pulled off. I believe he's talking about a female whose nickname is Peanut. And then Garlington's like, well, who's up there with him? And he says he's up there by himself. And he asks him, does he have something on him? And Little Quill says, I don't know. He has jewelry. I believe they're referring to, does he have a gun on him? And then 2 minutes later, he calls Antonio Sumlin, another YSL gang member. And he says, and the person they're discussing is named Johnny, who at the time in March 22 was having a public Instagram dispute with Garlington. So they had problems with one another. He says that boy Johnny is around the way. Sorry, my problem. Apologies, Madam Corporal. He says that boy Johnny has something on him. How far out are you? And then he says, they say he's riding around with it. And Garlington says, I'm not in a slider. I'm fixing to do this shit though. Paper tag on this mother effort. So what he's referring to is a slider is a car you can quickly go do a crime in. A paper tag, you can't get caught. And then literally that was at 7:35, Your Honor. At 7:41, he calls back the first gentleman, Little Quill, and he says, do you have an iPhone on you? I got something to tell you, but I can't talk on a phone. FaceTime me because they can't hear. And I believe when he says they, he means the police, law enforcement. They can't hear on that FaceTime shit. And then the call ends. And I believe so. The state, for one, you have 2 of the 3 murders in this indictment involve these rental cars. And so the fact that he's talking about in a very short span of time, he gets word that this opposition or someone he's beefing with, and then within a couple minutes, he's calling Antonio Sumlin to help him and referencing getting paper tags and a slider. The state feels this is certainly in furtherance of the co-conspirator for what the state feels are apparent reasons. And that's why the state wanted to address these 3 together, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to admit those over objection. Yeah.
At least, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, so the state starts out by saying that this is Lil Quill is what I got, but last name Boyer, who's the brother of DeMarco Boyer, who's not charged in this case, and who no one really even heard of until 60 days ago. The fact that he's DeMarco Boyer's brother, to me, has no relevance. Mr. Atkins provided some context to this that I wasn't unaware of. I wasn't aware of, but apparently, according to the state, Mr. Garlington, as an individual, was having some sort of social media feud with a man named Johnny. One of Mr. Garlington's friends named Boyer, who is not this gentleman, other than being on this wiretap, is not, to my knowledge, not mentioned anywhere in discovery. Calls Garlington, says, hey, I see this person that you're having some beef with, I guess. And then Mr. Garlington lays out his plan on what he's going to do to Mr. Sumlin. Again, I don't know it to be Mr. Sumlin. The state's saying it's Mr. Sumlin. I'm not doubting that. But what I just keep going back to, my client is in jail at this time. There's absolutely no indication that Mr. Williams is in contact with Garlington. Mr. Nichols is in jail at this time. I'm really struggling to figure out how I concede common sense listening to this call. It appears that Mr. Garlington is planning some sort of crime. I don't know what it is, a robbery or whatever he's planning on some gentleman, some individual he doesn't like. But what this has to do with the group at large, I'm completely lost on. And 401, 403, and then 401 and 403 seem to be major issues that would need to be addressed before these calls are admitted into evidence. And so I don't know. I think I concede. Of course, I don't represent this gentleman, but I concede that Mr. Garlington's involved in some criminality through these calls. But that's not really the issue. But it's going to lead to, my concern is a lot of confusion of issues here. And again, there'll be no one to cross-examine about some of these matters. Even when we get to the hearsay exception, sure, I concede that in certain contexts, asking someone to ride with you or to talk through a plan to get at one of your enemies, personal enemies, would be potentially an 801 D2E situation if the conspiracy that's taking place here on this call was the conspiracy that is charged in this indictment, but it's clearly not. So I just don't see it, and I think it's going to be very confusing to the jury just to hear a conversation of two people who are not going to be testifying about some private animosity against some unknown person named Johnny.
Okay. State want to make any further record?
Your Honor, if the court would like further argument from the state believes that the initial arguments set forth of for one, the first call is letting Garlington know that this person's up here. So it could have been anyone. It's the fact that he gets notified, and what does he do with that information? He immediately calls, essentially immediately, a couple minutes later, Antonio Sumlin, who is, again, someone who was charged in this indictment, pled, has YSL street gang tattoos on his body, and the state believes Garlington and Sumlin are both YSL gang members. And so Sumlin doesn't ask a lot of questions. He's, in that brief wiretap call, it's essentially,
Okay.
So the state feels that this it's actively talking about going to shoot somebody between two YSL gang members together.
Thank you. All right, my ruling stands. All right, 3501 is our next reference number, I believe.
Yes, Your Honor. And will be PDF page 3534.
Okay, and I see, just so that I let y'all know, we need to circle back on this. I think we all just got a letter from Mr. Arnold's attorney about scheduling, which I have not been able to read, but we need to figure out whatever she's saying about that and sort it out and get her an answer scheduling wise, okay? All right.
Your Honor, did the court want to keep going with?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I just saw that come over the email, so I want to put it on our radar.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And this call, $35.43, this is referencing, this references what I discussed earlier about the jail, that they put Miles Farley in a room with Quay and Nard. So he says, Nard just called me 2 days ago. And this is in reference to what's going on in the jail. I can play it, but I just wanted to give that backstory context.
Okay. And so what is this going to be? Trying to get him protection, like a conversation about that? Or what?
Yes, Your Honor. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up So this 3534 is Garlington speaking with Unfunk, who's Mr. Greer, was a defendant on this case and has pled. And they're discussing, Mr. Greer has spent some time in prison and was affiliated with the Goodfellas, the gang that, when I was discussing the Capo Frank. And so Garlington calls him and Mr. Greer says, hey, call him. And he says the mob and 9 Deuce, talking about the mob is also in reference to Goodfellas, and 9 Deuce, which is part and parcel of the Inglewood family. YFN just jumped on Little Miles, and Garlington's like, for real? This is like when they're first learning about it.
Okay.
And then they say, hold on, let me start a 3-way call. And he asked what floor on Rice Street. And then this sets off a cascade of events of trying to get to the bottom of who were these mob members in jail who teamed up with YFN to hurt Miles Farley.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know that I need to hear it. Is there objection to this? And if so, is it the same one?
Yes, we all object. We all object.
About the prior calls about getting protection for Miles and sorting that out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, my ruling would be the same then, so this is admissible. So then our next one is 30, where is it? 3510,
Yes, Your Honor.
3543. Okay.
And
Is this the same thing?
It is, Your Honor. And so that statement summary that in the center, I'm going through these in terms of, I didn't bracket them by subject matter, so to speak, but this pertains to the same incident where they're trying to get a hold of the individual in the jail to help get to the bottom of what happened.
And I'm sorry, who's he talking to? at this
So
point?
in 3575, Your Honor, he's talking with So I believe he's talking with Tinquarius Nard Minder, who is incarcerated at the time, is also the individual who was rooming with Marquavius Huey.
So basically, do the next 4 or 5 all have to do with this, or 6?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So they are relevant. However, can you get that story in without using 11 or 12 different
Yes.
Yes.
wiretaps?
Yes, Your Honor, I will look at all of these and
Okay.
see how to coherently get that through with
Okay, so
not
take a
all
look
these
at the
calls.
ones, that we already addressed, as well as these next. It looks like at least 6, right? And pick a few, and let's just use those and not every, we don't need probably every little detail of all of it.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
all right. So narrow. Okay, so then that would take us to, well, I guess 30,
769, Your Honor.
looks like it's still the same thing?
So this is a little different.
Okay. What's this one?
So give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay.
This, I'm finding my notes, but this is when he's speaking with, whose nickname is Bobby Hunt, Khalif Adams, and who was a defendant on this indictment. I'm going to pull up my notes, or transcript, I should say. Yes, Your Honor. It's the call I was thinking of. He's speaking with Khalif Adams, who's in prison, speaking on a contraband phone.
Okay.
And the state's going to play this call for the court.
Yo,
Yo,
what it do, twin?
what's up?
What you got going?
I just woke up.
Your phone, your phone ringing. That nigga Nook down there with you. You at Hayes, ain't
No, they came down
you?
here.
Yeah. He had to come up.
Oh, they just told me. That's what they just told me came down
They
here.
got him on the tail too, though.
Yeah, I probably get my shot.
You get him out there?
He can't come out here with all that fun money shit. He fuck up all my
Nah,
shit.
I already told him that. I already told him. I said, bro, got down.
Well,
You know, he don't be on no bullshit unless it comes to him, though. You know, I was just in the dorm with him, bro. He be chilling. Only reason, like, he gonna go is, like, you know, they was on him on that other shit, like, saying he did that, but bro, ain't, you know.
no, that's it, man. My shit.
Yeah, they were saying that about Shoutout, like, I asked you about the shit, you feel me? Like, no paperwork.
Yeah, you mob niggas in here right now, too.
Huh?
There's some of the mob niggas in there doing.
You said so many?
It's something about 8 of that. That shit ain't too long, man.
Yeah, but them niggas as a buck, well, for sure. But yeah, home got down though, like, yeah, he just like, bro, this shit high as fuck now. He told bro, I need a tablet. He like, man, tell Hunt, man, I got down. He trying to pay for a tablet.
Yeah, I'm finna see. They supposed to really come Monday for these tablets. It's Tech Squad will come Monday for these tablets.
You say you got what?
I said the Tech Squad supposed to come Monday for the tablet.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, so I'm really finna see how they work their move money. And now I know what I can do for his
Yeah. But you over the whole, all what the hell you over here, Hunt?
This is crazy.
I said, what the hell you over, like, what you over the camp or you over goddamn all this shit?
Well, I'm over CERN down a lot of shit.
What you talking about? you be talking, you even talking to poke ass?
I haven't talked to nigga.
What?
No, I've been talking to Twin, man.
Twin.
Yeah, I've been talking to 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I stay talking to the clock. I don't be talking. Say what?
I talked to Clock at him up down there, but I also been doing a little bit.
He down there with who?
Huh?
You say he down there with who?
With one of my little brother.
Oh, okay. Man, he saying, man, it be back locked up.
How did he get locked up?
One of them niggas had got.
Yeah, but I thought he got out from that shit.
Nah, he didn't get out.
But yeah, what I was gonna say, I'm gonna pull up on the nigga. The tilt oil is back there. That work. He worked back here. The tilt oil live in my dorm. What dorm he said he was in?
I had DM to see. Hold on, let me see. I didn't say he ain't got he in G1 106.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pull up on this food in the morning.
Alright, I'm gonna tell that nigga he
you said G1 what?
G1 G1 106.
106. Yeah, I'm sending food back there.
Alright.
I'm sending back food back there. He needs hygiene too.
Yeah, you know he probably need all that.
Yeah, I'm sending some of that shit back there.
Alright,
Who that came from, nigga, in G1? Let's fuck all that, nigga.
When he called me, I'm gonna try to call you. See if you
Yeah, I'm up now.
all right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, that is the entirety of the call. I'm not sure what specifically defense objection is to this portion.
They're just sitting there gossiping. Like what?
My objection are similar to the ones that regarding this subject matter of Mr. Farley's in jail and people are messing with him. So those previously
Okay.
stated objections.
So you had, Mr. Atkins said that there was some different subject matter than just that in this call.
So, yes, Your Honor. So at the time of this call, I believe he's in Hayes prison and says he's in Hayes, if I'm not mistaken. But Khalif Adams, Garlington's calling Khalif Adams and is describing what I believe is John Quavius Hood, a 30 Deep member. He's coming to prison, and Mr. Khalif Adams is a high-ranking member in prison. And so that's why when Garlington's asking him, what are you over? Like just your cell, your row? And he's like kind of saying, I'm over a lot of stuff and I can get him a tablet, as in a contraband tablet, what the price is. And so he's trying to get clarity on when John Quavius Hood is getting to the prison that Mr. Adams is at. And so Garlington, and Khalif Adams was indicted on this case as an indicted co-conspirator. And so you have Garlington speaking with him of basically how to facilitate helping someone transition to prison or get items that they need. And so the easy access between prison and someone on the outside, who's Garlington, and helping either friends of YSL gang members or associates have a smooth transition to prison and be set up or squared away, the state believes furthers the conspiracy.
And who is it that they're gonna set up? Who's about to show up at the same prison?
Mr. John Quavius Hood is who the state believes that they're discussing.
So John Quavius Hood is someone that I'm not familiar with that name from this case. I have heard the name before, but not involving this case, not in this discovery. So again, and Khalif Adams can, claim that he's running things in prison. I would love to ask him some questions about that because that's a pretty easy claim to make. I don't anticipate that he's going to be testifying. So I won't be able to ask those questions, but I don't understand to the extent that we're going beyond the Miles Farley situation, what Demekion Garlington calling Mr. Adams, who's claiming to run the prison that he's at, to get a tablet for John Quavius Hood, has anything to do with any of this.
Okay, how are you establishing Hood being relevant to this?
So, Your Honor, it's twofold. For one, Mr. Hood's, again, this is from listening with and talking through what is being said with the APD gang detectives. So with the investigators on this case in terms of what's being said, who are these individuals? And so Mr. Hood is affiliated with 30 Deep, which was what Demekion Garlington used to be. Before. And he's speaking with Khalif Adams, who again was an indicted co-conspirator on this case. And so not only is there some level of in the case law, in terms of cohesiveness among, someone on the outside with one call speaking to a fellow co-conspirator on the same indictment in prison to help, whether you say that he's doing this for his friend, Mr. Hood, or an allied gang member, that conversation they're having.
All right, I think that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, I understand it, but given that this is not even an alleged YSL member, but some affiliated gang, I'm going to exclude that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Praise God.
Okay.
About time.
What's our next one?
The next one, Your Honor, is going to be
What in the world?
82 falls into the same category in terms of there's two sections we wanted to play about discussing the mob and 9 Deuce jumping on Miles Farley. And then there's also a portion that discusses this song that Garlington had. And so let me get my notes and play that portion because it's different than the subject matter of the jail. So I'm going to play, Your Honor, 149 to 250 on PDF page 4082.
I really been like, fuck with that studio? Yeah, I've been fucking around. I really just need to feel like the same shit, really, like a nigga just hopping on songs and shit. But I got a cover song by myself, but man, we got me and Cole got down. We got the little song. Man, these folks fucking with this motherfucker. We ain't dropped it yet, but we really gotta we gotta redo the shit so we can goddamn take the pain. Yo. I what? You said who else on it with you? Lil Cole, my cousin, we just got out. That been hard. And that motherfucker's too hard. Them folks, add dog back that motherfucker. I'm gonna add dog back that motherfucker. Damn, man.
So, Your Honor, this specific portion this exercise with the wiretap started with specifically exclusively co-conspirator statements, but this really is for a non-hearsay purpose. And there is multiple calls where Garlington is discussing this song he made where there's like two versions. One version, he's like directly referencing and probably dissing Shell Kell. And so he keeps saying, I got to take his name out of it. So this is one of those. The state wasn't going to play or not intend to play multiple of those calls. So this specific portion is for a non-hearsay purpose of the way that Garlington is cognizant of what is in a song that's publicly released and how that can impact law enforcement. Because the general theme, and I don't have on the top of my head the other calls where he mentions this. I have them in my notes, but not readily accessible. He says stuff along the lines of something happens to him. So he's like, we got to redo the song. We got to take his name out of it so that it's not as overt or clear in case something happens to him. And so that was the purpose of why the state wanted to introduce this. Whether he made the song or not make the song, I do not know. But the fact that he is discussing and aware of, don't say too much, like he wants to make it realistic, but not too realistic. because he can get in trouble if something happens to that person.
Okay.
So are we going, is this call off the sheet that was sent? Because I'm seeing on the screen, it said 4062. On this, it says 4082. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
You're correct, Mr. Sharp. It's reference number 4046, PDF page 4082, and there's 2 time hacks. So the 1 minute and 49 seconds to 2 minutes and 50 seconds was this portion. There's another portion that references what happens in the Fulton County Jail. But I just played the portion that, because I wanted to highlight it's not a co-conspirator statement. The state's not alleging, it's for a non-hearsay purpose.
Maybe it might be my eyes failing me. I thought when I just looked up at the screen, it said we were playing 4062. Okay, my eyes are failing me. Good to know. So I don't, again, having to change. We're not talking about Mr. Garlington saying, okay, I'm about to go harm, as I understand it, Mr. Watts, or hey, let's plan to go harm Mr. Watts. From my understanding of the call and explanation by state, I made a song and I need to take out references. So if something happens to him, I don't get blamed for it. Not seeing the hearsay link, and certainly I understand that the state or the hearsay exception, but and I understand the state saying it's not hearsay, but Mr. Garlington saying I made a song with reference to Kelvin Watts. I don't know how that's not for the truth of the matter asserted. I mean, to make the point the state is trying to make, that lyrics need to be changed for it to make any sense to the jurors, they would have to accept the first part of that statement, which is I made a song with Kelvin Watts, references to Kelvin Watts in it. They would have to accept that for the truth of the matter asserted for any of this to make any sense. So I believe it is hearsay, and it doesn't fall under any exceptions.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be objecting also, and maybe I'm wrong, but these conversations have to speak for themselves. It seems like the state would be violating 24-7-704B if they're relying on an investigator to come in and talk about the mens rea or the intent or the meaning of these words. I understand that an expert may be able to talk about a certain phrase or a code word, and that's under Blash, B-L-A-S-H versus State, 318 Georgia, 325. It's in Division 4, 898 Southeast 2D 522, 2024 case. But if what Mr. Atkins is saying is that the investigator, I'm assuming is Investigator Viverito, will be listening to a recording and then explaining to the juries the meaning, I have an objection to all of these. I know I have no standing because Mr. Williams is not on these wiretaps, so I've been relatively quiet, but I will be objecting that the investigator gives some overall closing argument for the prosecution to say this is what's going on. So I didn't want, and you're making rulings, and I wanted you to take that into consideration if you don't mind.
All right. Were you saying that one of the detectives or investigators is going to say, here's what all of this meant?
So Your Honor, this wiretap and on the state's witness list, this evidence of the wiretap is in Detective Viverito's folder. So
Right.
she is who is going to be, we have the T3 custodian who is going to, the state intends to lay the foundation for admissibility.
Okay.
But these wiretaps will be introduced through or published when investigator Viverito is on the stand.
Okay, but is she then going to interpret them?
So, Your Honor, could the state get back to the court in terms of I don't want to misspeak to the court about what, different members of the team prepare different witnesses. So I don't want to, if you can give me a brief moment in terms of I don't know exactly what investigative Viverito is going to be testifying to. What I was referencing is in terms of who, for example, she's a gang expert who can rely on hearsay in terms of, as any expert can.
Yeah.
Who is Bob Smith? Bob Smith is XYZ, right? I know he's a member of this group because I personally seen him or arrested him or whatever she says. And I know it's different depending on what she's talking about. But in
Right.
terms of, I would like more time to accurately brief the court on this issue that Mr. Steele just brought up. If that's all right with the court.
Okay, but you hadn't already said that. I mean, that's
Said what part, Your Honor?
that your argument for this portion coming in didn't have anything to do with that, right?
Not for him change. No. And in terms of this specific clip, he doesn't use the word shell kill. So like this short 40-second term, I believe that's what he's referring to because of other wiretaps. But we've obviously reduced the amount of wiretaps we're introducing. And so this, I believe this one kind of speaks for itself in terms of.
I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Yes, Your Honor.
is you're just going to have the jury listen to this, and then you might argue later what it meant or didn't mean. But there's not going to be a witness who gives their rendition of what it meant or didn't mean.
For specifically this taking the name out of the song,
Yes.
I don't believe she was, and that's why I don't want to misspeak because I don't.
Okay.
I will confirm, but the state's intent believes this specific portion of I need to take his name out of the song somewhat speaks for itself, but
All right. So then, Mr. Steele, I'm not sure I'm following your 704 objection.
I don't hear the word shell cow, so I assume that the state's going to have somebody, I assume it's the investigator, Viverito, say what they're talking about. And
Okay.
no witness can get into someone else's mental
Well, that's
state.
what I'm trying to get a handle on, is whether this is going to be some other witness who then says, here's what I think this meant, or whether the state's simply going to let the jury hear it and then later they're going to argue, here's the state's theory on this, because those are definitely two different things.
yes, Your Honor. And to be clear, I mean, what happens quite frequently, and APD gang detectives and investigator Viverito, who is listed as a gang expert, could discuss is how what's said in songs, whether true or not true, impacts what happens in reality in terms of the cases, the shootings, someone dissing someone and what response. So if that the jury can combine evidence in the trial to make a determination. I do not believe investigator Viverito on this. We play this portion and she says, I'll tell you 100% Garlington's talking about shell kill and the song was titled XYZ and there was two versions. That's not what I understand she will be speaking about. On this specific point, and it might be because Mr. Garlington, was arrested at some point. I don't know exactly what song he's talking about. It's just the fact that he's cognizant of and careful of what he puts in songs.
Okay.
So on that specific part, I wanted to make that part clear, Your Honor. And in terms of, yeah.
So we have this case where the district attorney gets in front of the press and says, Mr. Williams shouldn't have been putting these things in songs.
Okay, well,
And then-
what the district attorney said in front of the press is not
Well-
come into this trial.
Well,
has it?
they're trying to use lyrics, but then when someone says, well, I should take lyrics out of a song in case something happens, then all of a sudden it's scandalous. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, how could Mr. Garlington, if it was relevant to anything, how could him saying, you know, maybe I'll not put this song out here in case, not saying, oh, because we're about to do something to this man, in case something happens to this man, which it's not named, and so I don't want to take that away from Mr. Steele's argument. It is not named who that person is. Somehow that's indicative of guilt too. I mean, it's like,
Your Honor, are we allowed to, the court's question specifically regarding the 704 issue? I didn't understand Mr. Shart's response just now to speak directly to it. And I just want to make sure that we're addressing exactly what the court asked us to address just a moment ago. Could the court tell us in the context of what Mr. Shart just said?
I don't think Mr. Shart was addressing the 704. I think he was addressing what his earlier objection was, which is sort of, well, y'all heard it. I'm not going to rephrase it. Well, okay. And then I guess one thing that Mr. Shart did say is, how is this really a non-hearsay purpose? Don't you have to sort of accept a part of it as for the truth?
So, Your Honor, the state, my understanding of this portion in terms of whether it's Garlington discussing removing words in a song. I'm not, you know, he says it like definitively, you know, I had to redo it and take his name out of it. So in my mind, the truth of the matter server would be like Demekion Garlington changed the name and made a new version, but it's the way that he is cognizant of what he's saying and how it could implicate him. And part of, from the state's position and kind of what Mr. Shar was alluding to is, you want to get close to the line, but not, you don't want to say like, I went to 300 Main Street on May 4th at 2:42 p.m. in a red Corvette and I shot Bob Smith in the head. That's too obvious. You could get, if you actually did that. So you may say, you know, you may allude to it, but you don't want to be so obvious with it that law enforcement says, well, yeah, we have you on camera in that exact same car at that exact same time. So it's a little bit of a gamesmanship in terms of publicly discredit someone else so that they know what you're talking about, but there's some plausible deniability if something happens to them where it's just a reference or a allusion to it. So yes, Your Honor, you may.
They got now. I really been like point on it. Fuck with that studio. Yeah, I've been fucking around. I really just need to feel like the same shit, bro. Like a nigga just hopping on songs and shit. Right? I got a cover song by myself, but man, we got me and Cole got down. We got the little song. Man, these folks fucking with this motherfucker. We ain't dropped it yet, but we really gotta we gotta redo the shit so we can goddamn take the pain. You know who? I what? You said who else on it with you? Lil' Cole, my cousin, we just got that. That been hard. That motherfucker too hard. Them folks, look, add dog back that motherfucker. I'm gonna add dog back that motherfucker. Damn, man. I'm ready to get on this. I got so much shit. You do?
Is that it? That's the whole thing? All right, I'm gonna admit that.
And so, Your Honor, the next call is reference number 4635, PDF page 4672. And this is Garlington speaking with Mr. Copeland.
Hello, hello. Yeah, nigga, I can hardly hear you. What you?
Fine. I mean, I was just gonna ask, is the summary of it, that's essentially what it says?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the purpose of it would be
So,
consciousness of guilt, what?
so it's a number of things. One, Mr. Copeland is telling Garlington, you better be careful on social media because I just talked to, I believe he's talking about Mr. Sledge, said there's a 43-man RICO indictment. This jail call, or not jail call, this wiretap call is April 23rd of 2022. So the indictment was May of 2022. And there's another call we haven't gotten to yet on Tony Sumlins, where he's basically saying this why Copeland is in jail, prison, gang task force, there's some issues in jail, and they're coming at him. And so someone says, I also talked to Copeland, and he says, basically this YSL stuff is hot, and you better fall back. It's actually another male calling someone, referencing the conversation. And so, to me, this is a co-conspirator statement in furtherance of the conspiracy against Copeland and Garlington by warning him that, hey, they don't know if it's true or not.
Right.
The timing and what they're discussing is pretty close to when this indictment came out. It wasn't 43, but it was 28, but nonetheless, it's him warning him, hey, be careful. That's what Sledge just told me.
Okay. Any objection to this evidentially?
Your Honor, relevance, again, we're talking about two individuals that are not sitting here at trial, and I don't believe that they purport to be speaking on behalf of anyone here at trial, and any motivation they would have would be self-preservation. So I believe it's hearsay, but leave it with the court.
Okay, well, it is hearsay, but I think this comes in under the co-conspirator exception, admitted.
We only have one more from Mr. Garlington's wiretap, which is reference number 4959, PDF page 5000. And we believe this, Mr. Garlington is speaking with the same Mr. Wright we had discussed earlier. And we're going to start at 28 seconds and play to 1 minute and 41 seconds.
Okay, well, is it accurately summarized? Is that the gist of what I need to know?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the call I had referenced earlier when we were discussing drug sales.
Okay, is there an objection?
Yes, this is exactly what I was talking about. Garlington is selling drugs on his own to fill his own pockets and has nothing to do with my client. Garlington claims that my client, who at the time of this call is in jail, mind you, so it's nothing that's happening as they're speaking.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, it seems to me that we've got plenty of evidence here that lots of people in jail have access to phones and social media and what have you. So
Point
that
well
may or
taken.
may not.
Point well taken. All right, so, but he is just basically almost jealously or saying, boy, I wish I could sell drugs on the internet as well as Shannon used to, or as far as I've seen Shannon
At
do.
some unknown time period.
Yeah,
they
right.
have,
And
okay.
so, I'm not acknowledging that Shannon was selling drugs in 2022 on the internet, but even if he was, that has nothing to do with what Garlington has going. This is actually proof that Garlington and Shannon aren't some unified drug dealing organization. And so Garlington's just saying, yeah, I don't know how Shannon does it, and I wish I could do it, and this is what I would do. I mean, it's hearsay. It's not in furtherance of any conspiracy. It's bad character evidence, and it's irrelevant.
I think this kind of falls into also the category of a declaration against interest in terms of their discussing amongst each other their drug sales, how to sell more Percocets. And he's like, you should try putting it on Instagram. And so in terms of getting through a hearsay objection, the state feels the most applicable exception to what they're talking about, which is selling Percocet pills, is there's some indicia of reliability because they're making statements that, if it was that Mr. Wright and Mr. Garlington is against their interest to be discussing. And so in terms of if they're being, so that's the state's primary argument is, discussing how to better sell narcotics and talking about their own narcotics and essentially dealing and how to boost sales, basically.
The thing
Well,
about
I suspect that Mr. Sharp's problem with it is not the two of them discussing it. It's the mention of Mr. Stillwell and his alleged methods for selling illicit drugs.
correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so
The state, so his objection is a bad character or?
I mean,
Well, the declaration, and we litigated this on a different matter, but the state tried to argue declaration against penal interest. The thing about declaration against penal interest is you're allowed to declare things against your own penal interest. What you're not allowed to do is declare things against other people's penal interest.
well, that doesn't get it in.
Right. And so that's my issue.
So it's essentially, just the kind of gratuitous mention of what Mr. Stillwell might be doing. Like, where's the foundation for why, or not the foundation, but the exception that lets that part in
In terms of it being bad character?
and hearsay?
So the state feels that Garlington making that statement, I guess, and I could be wrong, my mind, him discussing how Mr. Sharp's client is successfully selling Percocets on Instagram and how Mr. Wright needs to try that strategy is wrapped up in my mind in the same, he's making that statement about their own drug dealing. And so I view it, and the court may view it differently, but I view it in that bucket of a statement against interest. It's part and parcel of that.
Let me listen to it.
Oh, this man got out from the corner right there. They had run to serve somebody. They probably be back already though. He probably, I thought so. He said he was on Boulevard. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you want to put them, you don't want to put them perks on your page, bro? Oh, what perk? Perks I got. You want to post? I post. I know, you know, I don't never, my shit never sell for Instagram, bro. For real. Bro, I always post personal shit. My shit never sell for Instagram. That's why I don't read them doing that type of shit. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, my shit never sell for Instagram. I was like, what the fuck? I seen that nigga, if he doing that shit, bro, that's what he was getting hit. Yeah, nah, he was doing that shit. Some folks will be, they'll be hit when the motherfuckers gone and shit. Like, yeah. Man, the motherfuckers gone. Yeah. So you get the being that hoes and get the like riding by where you be at and shit, you for the motherfucker. Yeah. I supposed to know. Somebody might bite. Damn, man, I don't pick it on.
Your Honor, upon further consideration, the state cannot play this.
Okay.
I'm thinking through what Mr. Shart said and my thoughts, and so.
All right. Okay, so that's the end of the Garlington wiretap, I believe. And who's the second wiretap?
It's Antonio Sumlin. He's in a little different category because he's someone the state intends on calling at trial.
Okay.
So, I mean,
Should we need to address this right now, or?
I don't believe we do, Your Honor, because a lot of his call, I mean, there is some that I believe are co-conspirator statements, but he's also a testifying witness. So some of these are going to be more an impeachment.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, obviously, some of these say, and a lot of these say entire call, and I don't know exactly the length or substance of what an entire call is, but it seems like if it's to impeach, then depends what he's saying, and maybe I do need to know beforehand what's on there to know whether it's actually impeachment or not.
Yes, Your Honor. And I guess I should be, so the state believes that these 9 that we included, if Mr. Sumlin was not testifying, the state's position is they are co-conspirator statements. I just wanted to highlight that, unlike Mr. Garlington, we are expecting him to be called.
Okay.
So we have 9 highlighted, so we can turn to Mr. Sumlin's if the court wants, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me cross out the ones that y'all aren't intended to use for any purpose anymore. Okay, so of the 9 that the state might end up using, so let me ask the state. So you expect to question Mr. Sumlin and have him essentially testify as to the substance or whatever it is that you wanted, you just expect to get it in through his testimony, and only if he doesn't testify as expected would you then turn to these, or what?
We would be asking him about what is in those calls.
Okay.
I think it might be helpful to litigate them, but then it would just be impeachment. I don't know whether there are any particular objections to the subject of these calls. So it
Okay,
can't
so
hurt to-
I guess maybe we'll find that out first. So these 9 calls that might potentially get offered, is there going to be objection to any of these? To the substance within them, or?
So, as I understand what we're saying is, it's kind of like the Quindarius Zachary prior statements where the state's not going to seek to admit these, but just as impeachment, and we just want to know if the subject matters are off, should be off limits in our view. Is that?
So I think, so I guess if they end up being offered, is there going to be some, assuming they would be properly offered for impeachment, is there some other objection?
And Your Honor, I'll also say, just to make it clean, we should probably proceed as if we're going to offer them, because even if the witness is testifying, they are still admissible co-conspirator statements. So rather than mix those two together,
Okay.
we'll treat them like we're just going to offer these 9.
Okay. All right. Let's take a quick restroom break, and then we'll come back. Let's take 10 minutes, come back at 3 and tackle these.
They've never gotten as much work done. I have to give it to them, though. I got to say, they've never gotten as much work done. Okay, I think they're really gone. Oh, sorry. I kind of told y'all I thought it was going to be some horse trading. I just knew it. Yeah, I just thought it was going to be some horse trading. And it just seems like it's just long and lengthy. And these clips are terrible. I'm with you, Ron. This is just dumb. Yo, thank you, Kim Palmer, for the very kind super sticker. Thank you so much. And also thank you. Sorry about that. Laverne, thank you so much also for the 99-cent super sticker. Thank y'all both. I appreciate it a lot that you all not only tap in, but you all hang in there with me, even though we're all shouting the same thing, Tina. Where is the evidence? Where is the RICO? This is just, somebody said it, they're mad that Jeffrey bonded out a lot of people out of jail. I think that's probably more true than false. It just seems like I can't find it right now, but somebody said that earlier. And it does look like, look, you do something to help somebody out, we're going to hit you with it. I don't see any other reason around it. Now, sure, it might not be as cut and dry as we're making it, but this is just getting silly. And these videos, I mean, these phone calls are terrible. I don't understand how this is just not. And they're reaching high and they're reaching low. They're reaching all over the place for these, to make these something, to translate them. And to me, I understand the defense can impugn them. The defense can shoot them down, so on and so forth. I got you. But why? Why even bring it in if you know it's going to be suspect and you know it's not going to be a good content? What's the purpose of it? I don't know. I'm with you. Where is the evidence? Where is it? They got to be tired of reaching. They got to be. It's such an epic waste of time. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know at all. I can't even begin to tell you where's the end of this? Like, what does this look like? Or I would love to hear them explain how they think they're winning this. Not how they're going to win it, but how do you think you're winning right now at this second on October 9th, almost 3:00 p.m. Eastern Standard? How do you think you're winning this case? How are you overcoming the defense? I would love to know that. Rico's just all the green emojis. I guess so, man. I guess so. They are saying they feel a lot. It does seem weird that they're so dialed into what they feel and not what is actually right there in front of them. It's kind of weird. I do want to say thank you again for not only the support, but for tapping in and hanging out with us today. These are long, and hopefully tomorrow and Friday will be better. But should we really expect it to be better? I don't know. The Real DAs of Fulton County is a crazy, crazy show. I wish they'd go ahead and do away with it, but it seems like they're destined to keep this going as long as they can. Hey, what's going on, Rome King? I see over there. Law and disorder. Absolutely. Special corruption unit. I like it. I like it. So, but yeah, man, thank y'all so much, everybody. If you haven't already hit that like button, go ahead and hit that like button. It's not going to hurt you. I promise you it won't. We have better than 560 people watching at this moment, which is excellent, amazing. I appreciate y'all in light of all of the other content creators that are out there making great content. I appreciate you hanging out with me and such like that. So thank you so much. Let's just see. Yeah, they're not back yet. So they're going to be back in 5 minutes, allegedly. But where are y'all at right this time? Drop your emoji. Tell me how you're feeling right at this second about this case. How are you feeling about it right now? Because it does seem like it's, and drop an emoji to let me know. Let me get my own. Hold on. Let me get my own emoji up in yonder. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling right this second. All right. Lots of green emojis rocking here. Watch out for the green emojis on there. Y'all know that's what got people in trouble. Watch out now. Don't get stuck with the green emojis. It'll get you in trouble there. I object. I thank you so much, Felicia. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all for real. Which one is this one? Oh, give it the boot, man. Absolutely. Okay, here you go. Put up thug bonding out dads in 2021 and show it as screen for the naysayers. Okay, let me see. Okay, it's only a few seconds long, actually. And it was in the good old Atlanta WGN. Let's see. Let's share this real quick. So, Miss Scorpio said, "Hey, you know what, dear old Christian? I think it's because Young Thug bonded these people out of jail that time. Let's see if she's right. Let's see if she's correct. Let's go. Get you out of the way there. All right, let's go. One in the chat when you can hear."
But they aren't just using their fame and fortune to give back to their loved ones. In fact, on Friday afternoon,
we just woke up and went to the jail with the lawyer and, DAs and on the prosecutors and, the bonding companies, and just got as many people as we can out, probably like 20 or 30 people.
The rapper's label, YSL Records, shared this exclusive video showing the moment dozens of Fulton County inmates were released from the county jail. Watch this emotional reunion between a father and his young son.
You never know what somebody been through, bro, and I understood when it was people sitting out 3-4 years that couldn't get out of on.
Wow.
Ice cook. But they aren't just using their fame and fortune to give back to their loved ones.
So cut
In
short.
fact, on Friday afternoon,
Okay, I got to find the longer version of that, but that was dope. All right. Let me see. I'm going to find the longer version. That was just one. It looks like it was just part of it. It looks like it probably could have been longer.
Why you cutting it?
But no, thank you for that, Miss Scorpio. Yeah, that was kind of wild. Let me see if I can find that longer version of that, because it does WGN and ATL. Whoa. Let me see if I can run across it very quickly while we are here. Sorry about that. I'm looking for make sure I got our video queued up. Mm-hmm. For some reason or another, it closed out all my shared windows. Sorry about that. All right, let's get y'all ready. Here we go. All right, let's go. Oh no, that was thank you for telling me about that. I didn't know that. I heard that he had bonded a lot of people out of jail, but that does I hate that makes sense now. I hate that it's like, yo, that's probably what he's doing, why he's going through this. That's some grimy work. Let me see if I can find the full version. The full version is 2 minutes long. Man, they cut me short with 40 seconds, man. Man, let's go. Let's go. I think even if we run a little bit over, I think some of y'all will be okay if we watch something encouraging. So let's bring this in. Let's watch this time. One in the chat when you can hear, let's go.
Hip hop stars are helping to reunite more than a couple of dozen people with their families. Rappers Young Thug and Gunna posted bond for 30 inmates stuck in jail facing minor charges. Those inmates could not afford bail by themselves. Tonight, Channel 2's Michael Seiden spoke with the artists about that act of kindness.
They are two of hip-hop's biggest superstars.
I took the Billy Cool back then I hopped in the car.
The ATL's own Young Thug and Gunna. We caught up with both artists at Cleveland Avenue Park, where we found them cooking out and spending time with family and friends on Sunday afternoon.
This where we from.
But they aren't just using their fame and fortune to give back to their loved ones. In fact, on Friday afternoon,
We just woke up and went to the jail with the lawyer and, DAs and on the prosecutors and, the bonding companies, and just got as many people as we can out, probably like 20 or 30 people.
the rapper's label YSL Records shared this exclusive video showing the moment dozens of Fulton County inmates were released from the county jail. Watch this emotional reunion between a father and his young son.
You never know what somebody been through, bro, and I understood when it was people sitting out 3-4 years that couldn't get out on a bond.
If they did the crime, they could do the time. It's all right. But it's like you giving them a bond higher than what they stole.
This random act of kindness comes just 2 months after Channel 2 got an exclusive look inside the Fulton County Jail, where at the time there were 2,900 inmates, 400 over capacity. So crowded, many are sleeping in public areas.
This is some of the worst conditions I've ever seen.
After getting released to their families, they were all served a home-cooked meal, but they also learned that they would be featured in a brand new music video. It's not scheduled to drop until Monday.
But feeling like, oh, damn, this is why God put me here. He put me here to do this.
So Young Thug and Gunna wouldn't disclose how much money they spent, but they told me this will not be a one-time deal. They plan on doing this again in the future, and they're hoping that their generosity will influence other artists to join their movement. Reporting in Northwest Atlanta, Michael Seiden, WSB Tonight.
I don't know. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about that? I had never heard of this. Thank you again. Yo, shout out to Miss Scorpio. Where are you? Where are you? Yo, thank you so much. Yo, this was very encouraging. Thank you so much for that. Y'all put Miss Scorpio in the chat. That was super. Dear World Christian's eyes might be getting a little watery up in here. Thank you so much. That was really encouraging to see that. And I know, look, seeing that little kid run to his dad, it means something to that little guy. So that was super dope that they did that. Shout out to you. Thank you for pointing it out. Again, I heard about it. I didn't do the due diligence to look it up. I'm glad I took the challenge for you to pull it up. That was super dope. Yeah, pull it for real. Drop her name in the chat. Thank you so much for that. That was super dope. And speaking of super dope, I think I saw my friend Lady Hall up in the building. There she is. Hey, love. I gave you the information when I talked to you about the Rap Act. And also, they are also created a rap song regarding it. Really? Oh, we might have to listen to it tonight. They're back. Let's see what they're talking about. They ain't talking about nothing. Good to see you, Lady Hall. Good to see you for sure.
Bless you.
All right, let's go. We're back.
I'm sorry it's so cold in here. I'm trying to get it adjusted, but. I think they just got sick of the message that they needed to turn it down more, and they got really extreme with it. For everybody, no, Mr. Williams.
I think that's a great question. Excellent question, Ray. Absolutely.
Okay, well, while we're waiting for Mr. Williams, there she is. Can y'all approach for a minute?
Oh, man. Is this where you're just going to throw it out the window? Just throw it out. Open up the window. You can let the heat in and you can throw out this case all at the same time. Oh, man. She talking about, now she doing she should have did that before she even came in. She shouldn't even turn the cameras on. They could have did that. They don't have to do this. All right. So I think this is going to be a good opportunity for us to look back and make sure that we've hit that like button. If you don't mind, make sure you hit that like button. I appreciate you. I have no idea what this case is about. If you have that Rap Act song, Miss Hall, I will gladly put the link in the chat and everybody can check it out. I will definitely do that for sure. I don't know if it's copywritten, because I'm forever getting copyright dings for when they play songs in this thing. Matter of fact, I need to be careful that commercial I just played doesn't give me a ding. I need to check right now. There's always something with YouTube. It's always something. But yeah, thank you so much for that. I'm just checking to see if there's any good comments that I might have missed. I appreciate y'all shouting out Miss Scorpio. Thank you so much. She's giving all that kind of love back to him. I appreciate it. Is this an ex parte? Is that how you doing it wrong? Objection. Ex parte from the public. Yeah, man, we need to be able to hear what y'all talk about. We're the 13th juror. Come on now. Don't be playing with us. Stop playing with us. Hey, I do want to say thank you again to everybody who's been liking the videos. My goal for this month of October is 50,000 likes. I just crested 12,000 already. So we are moving and grooving. 38,000 more to go. But I appreciate y'all for so much for hitting the like button on the videos. If you watch a video, just hit the like button. That's it. I appreciate it. And of course, like this video as well. All right, let's see what they got. Let's see what they come up with. Come on, Judge Whitaker. Where's your pitching arm? You done pitched this case right out the window. She don't look like she did. Somebody said she changed her hair 6 times a day. That's hilarious. I mean, it is kind of interesting that he did that for Father's Day 2021, and they were arrested like in 2022.
Stateside, while they're doing their tests, if y'all have had I don't know if y'all have had a chance to look yet about what Ms. Merchant sent, but it sounds like, Okay, y'all
Well,
can
thank
take a
you so
look at
much.
that now. Sounds like she just wants the couple of things she asked before, which is that amount of notice and to honor her leaves. So I don't know if y'all got an idea, when you want that witness, but y'all can be looking at that maybe at the same time.
She just put out, she said, Ashley Merchant said, before you call me up in here, don't come looking for me. Don't come checking for me. Send me the stuff I need. Oh man. I don't know. That might be what we've been missing. Ashley Merchant and Adrien Love mixing it up in one Charlie. That might actually be what we've been missing. That might be the spice up that this game needs. Yeah, that's gonna be wild. I'm juror number 9,081. Put some respect on my name. My chance will come up, I'm sure. The problem is they probably went through 9,000 jurors just to get 12. They probably did.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what they're doing. Come on now. Let's go.
Looking at what you just sent.
I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming, Joe. I be trying though. It can't be said that I don't be trying. It cannot be said, dear world Christian, don't be trying to put it out there. Be trying to speak it. Be trying to do it. Yeah. I understand that. I'm not mad at him. I understand it, little gambler. I'm just like, at some point though, you have to cut your losses though. It's like a money pit. At some point, you're gonna have to raise the house and just build a new one rather than keep trying to renovate that one that you have. That's what I'm thinking. My little 2 cents. But I mean, the state doesn't have any motivation they're not motivated to move this along faster and be more intentional. Oh no, please bring Ashley up in there. Please make the mistake and have Ashley's witness come in. Ashley's client have to come in and be a witness. Please do that. If I'm not mistaken, don't quote me on this. Next week, Ashley is supposed to be back in, I think it was 1H or 8H to discuss in front of Judge Cross about the Fulton County financial records. So that's still coming up. All right, what we got here? Let's see. Most companies pay salary while one serves on jury, yet you would pay it back when state pays. Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot. I've learned a lot about how the jurors exist. And hey, if they got a lot of salary employees and the companies have to just pay for a year, 2 years, 3 years without actually getting the work. I mean, imagine if I was making $100,000 at, Bitter Lily Incorporated. I've made $200,000 and you've not gotten $200,000 worth of work from me. That's crazy. I'm just saying like that. By the time this is over with, you would have potentially paid me for 3 years and I would not have been in office. And I'm just giving you back my little $25 I get every day. I'm just saying. Thank you. Learning never ends for the £2 super. Thank you so much. Judge allowing love to destroy her career on in the World Wide Web. I agree. Like Judge Whitaker actually should mercy stop Adrien Love. A mistrial would be an act of mercy right now. This is kind of like when a baseball team is getting beat or a football team is getting beat by, 70 points. At some point, it's just a stoppage. It's a mercy. Just stop this. This is mercy. And that's a great point. Thank you so much. She's destroying her career. Ashley and Love fight would be worth the price of admission with Smith as a referee and Club Crucial. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it. We got to add some more to it though. We got to get some. Why can't they? Can they fight at the gambling house? What about that? No. Okay. I like the Club Crucial though. I'm gonna give you that. I will give you that. What about Unk as a referee or corner man? Unk is a corner man for Ashley. Dexter Bonds will be the corner man for Adrian Love. That would still be pretty good. I like that. I like what you did there. I like it. Can it be streamed though? Oh, that's gonna wake people up. Please understand, Nicole. See Nicole coffee breaks. That's gonna wake people up. That's gonna be people gonna tap in early. Matter of fact, people might actually be like, hey, let's go to court. I might go to court for that. I ain't gonna lie. No, I like that a lot. Apparently, the state is gonna call a witness that is Ashley Merchant's client. So Ashley Merchant will be in the house because it'll be her client. So that's why. Yeah, he did say it was multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars for the transcripts from court. Yes. But I'm saying, like, if they call a mistrial right now, they'll stop the bleeding right now versus waiting until it goes to appeal. Okay, here we go. We're back. Yes, they will arrest
I
them.
assume it's going to be the same answer for everyone ultimately if one person wants to be there. And so I think the group answer is that the clients are going to be present or would like to be present.
Or would like to be present.
Then it will need to. We can do that tomorrow and it'll need to take place in the courtroom, but I mean, this is not really a part of the trial. So it's just a gigantic in chambers conference with everybody here, but not actually in chambers because we don't have the capacity to meet in chambers with this number of people. So, okay. All right, so that'll be our plan for tomorrow. It will be recorded, but it will not be a part of these trial proceedings exactly. It's just a meeting.
What?
Okay. All right, so that is settled then. So that's what we'll plan to do in the morning. And then frankly, if we get finished with that, I don't know if y'all have gotten together yet on where everybody is with regard to what you think has come in as evidence and what hasn't. But that would be another thing that's not really, it's more organizational, but that needs to get done that y'all could also do tomorrow. Okay, and then I would imagine, be back for trial proceedings, non-jury, on Friday. I don't think we're gonna get through everything today, but, okay. All right, well, let's at least keep plugging along.
Okay, they
So
said
on
jury's
the
coming on
Sumlin
Friday.
9 wiretap portions, is there a defense objection to any of them? And if so, which?
Hey, yo, Nelson, this live chat has called her out about being on legal AI, all kinds of stuff. So she's decided to. This is again, like I said, Adrian Love hates the
Don't
camera.
everybody speak at once?
So that's why she turns her computer like that, looking real special ed like that. She could just sit at the
that
back
in
table. It
email
would make
chat?
more sense. But
Or there would be no objection?
so Ashley Merchant versus Adrian Love at Club Crucial, 1 round of boxing, 1 round of debate, back and forth for 12 rounds. So 1 round of boxing, 2 minutes, 1 round of debate, 4 minutes, back and forth, back and forth. That would be amazing. That would get your ratchet crowd as well as your intellectual crowd. They'll all want to see it, see something. I have no idea. Gibbs, I have no idea what's going on. It's a field trip. I don't even know what this is tomorrow because they had the audio off. I don't know what they're doing tomorrow. So I'm going to see if somebody else picked it up, or maybe Thugger Daily has it or whatnot. I'm looking around. I don't know what they're doing tomorrow, whether or not it'll be filmed or not, or on
Yes, Your
camera or not.
Honor.
Here we go.
I have some objections. I'm going on the assumption that, I guess when I'm voicing my objections, and correct me if I'm wrong or you'd like me to do it differently, Your Honor. I'm going on the assumption that Mr. Sumlin is testifying, and a foundation for hearsay is laid. Is that?
So, I mean, I guess the last thing Ms. Love said before the break makes me sort of wonder whether she intends to present these as something other than in the event they're offered for impeachment.
Yes, Your Honor has it right. The state at this point, we do tend to offer it to use it as co-conspirator exceptions to the hearsay. So to tender the actual cause, we believe that there's.
Okay, then how would they be, if they're not prior inconsistent statements? Sorry. If he testifies and he doesn't testify along the lines of whatever is said in these calls, then you would offer it as a prior inconsistent statement. Is that correct?
It would be, but that's just one that's one way we believe it's admissible. We also believe that it's co-conspirator hearsay, which would be admissible even were he not testifying. So
But if he is testifying, then how are they both admissible? If it's not a prior inconsistent statement.
So when you,
how are you getting it in through him?
So no, we would not be putting it in through him. The reason I said to treat it as if we were not going to use it just for impeachment purposes is because they are actual calls that are admissible irrespective of whether or not he testifies. So
you're losing me there. How? It's a prior statement of a witness who's testifying at trial. It would seem like it would have to either be a prior inconsistent statement or a prior consistent statement when there's been some suggestion of fabrication.
So, Your Honor, my understanding is that he does not, let me actually pull up the support for my position before I speak.
Okay.
So that I'm speaking clearly. So the court's question was, if he's testifying, how is it admissible if it's not a prior inconsistent statement? Is what I understood the court's question to be.
Or a prior consistent statement if the prerequisites for that are met.
So hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So regardless of whether someone testifies or not, hearsay it's still hearsay. And if we were to use these statements, there has to be some exception that allows it in. One of them would be if it were not actually hearsay, but were simply a prior inconsistent statement. Well, one way to get it in would be if it were a prior inconsistent statement.
Correct. Yeah. I
The
don't think
fact that-
anybody questions that if it ends up being offered as a prior inconsistent statement, then that would be a way it could come in.
Right. The other way is, irrespective of whether it contradicted his trial testimony, it's a hearsay. It's still an out-of-court statement the state offers for the truth of the matter asserted. Therefore, it is still hearsay under those circumstances. Therefore, it would have to be subject to a hearsay exception to be allowed in.
Right.
So therefore, it would also be admissible, permissible evidence as as an exception, a statement by a co-conspirator of a party during the course and in furtherance of the conspiracy, 801 D2E, i.e. 801 D2E. So it's admissible multiple ways, as evidence many times is. Irrespective of the availability of the death warrant.
Oh, Trail, don't do it.
All right, well, I'll sort that out later. What are the objections? There are objections to the 492, page 493.
Reference 492, relevance, hearsay. 1057. Relevance. 1059, definitely relevance. Potentially hearsay. Thirteen 1384, relevance, 403, especially Mr. Dorsey's, what Mr. Dorsey says, also hearsay, because again, this is Dorsey speaking as well as Mr. Sumlin.
All right, what are we doing? Use your mic, man.
I believe that that's being utilized to serve the truth, well, for the truth of the matter asserted to link.
Dang it, Brian. Max, come on.
Okay. Okay. Does the state want to address those?
Yes, Your Honor. And the first two, 493 and 1064, so the first one, Your Honor, that is really one of an impeachment category in terms of Mr. Sumlin at the beginning of this wiretap gets a bunch of text messages in a relatively short span of time from an unknown number, and he gets progressively angrier. And these messages are, and I was trying to pull them up, they're not on this wiretap, but some of them reference his friends who were murdered. And so he starts escalating what this number calls. So when he says, call me from a text app, you're not saying nothing. He's kind of mumbling to the phone of this person who was calling him or texting him. And he says, I'm ready, drop the dot, as in drop, send your location. I'm on Cleveland, or I'm at the Chevron on Cleveland, pull up. I swear to God, I'm gonna go out with a bang. That the state is not intending to offer that as a co-conspirator statement. On some level it is, and I was trying to pull up the text messages that are tethered to this, Your Honor, so that the court could get some clarity on what leads up to this. It's primarily for the way that these text messages give reference of kind of like where he is, and it's somewhat territorial of the locations. So I'll pull up these text messages that are in the wiretap that the court hasn't seen.
What the scenario, they're saying not for a co-conspirator. So like, is a scenario where this would be admissible, like if they ask Mr. Sumlin on the stand, have you ever been to Cleveland Avenue? And he says no, is that?
Your Honor, what is, our position is that number 1 and 2, our position is that number 1 and 2, we will use those of the ones that we've identified, we will use those to impeach if necessary. So when he says call from a text app, I'm not saying anything. That's a call that is better put upon this witness to have him talk to the jury about why it is that he is asking that someone call him from a text app. One of the ways that they conceal their illegal activity is using other applications besides traditional cellular service. So that one, and number 2, the second one, which was page 493 and page 1064 and reference number 492 and reference number 1057. Those 2 are better as impeachment if necessary. So all Mr. Atkins is saying is that rather than offering those 2, we will ask questions of the witness. And to answer Mr. Sharp's question about what it is the state would be asking, when you use a text app, why is it that you would prefer a text app? Why would you have someone, if you're talking to somebody on a telephone, why would you do that? Or if there's an objection to relevance, why did you do that? Did you do that on a particular day? And why did you do it? To explain what it is that text apps do that cellular service doesn't. In other words, it doesn't allow you to monitor it in the same way that cellular service. So the content of those 2 calls are, we believe, good and fine impeachment information.
Okay, and so that might be less than the entirety of those 2 calls.
Right. So the information we would get out is what I just said. Of course, we would be asking him about what dropping a dot means. He refers being at the Chevron on Cleveland. In his factual acknowledgments, he talks about that location. And so the entirety of the call would not be, we wouldn't need to play the entirety of the call. under these circumstances. It would be, these are questions we'd ask the witness.
Okay. Okay, so that would just
Take us down to the
need
next.
to be dealt with at the time, I guess, but I guess if he doesn't say those things, then that is available
Right, yeah, that.
for impeachment and potentially substantive evidence. Okay. All right. And then this 1059, 1066. Who's Yayo?
So, Your Honor, the state believes that Yayo is YSL member Eric Moore.
Okay.
And on this call, Mr. Sumlin is speaking with Christian Eppinger on a contraband phone, obviously an indicted co-conspirator. And the state would, playing this call for the court is helpful for argument, and the state feels it's important to play this call.
Okay.
Hello? Hello? Yo, what's up, baby? Hey, bro. Hey, what, you with that nigga Yayo? I ain't got Nah, I ain't with baby. You got blue? Alright. Nah, I said Yayo. Nah, I don't know where Yayo at. I ain't with no fucking Yayo. I was with him yesterday. Yeah, tell Yayo I'll do something to him. I can't wait to tell him. Yeah, tell him I'm gonna do something to him. Put that in. What? I ain't even gonna call him. Huh? What the hell that nigga did? No, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit with Lionheart. No, I ain't even talking about that, but that too. He telling on you? No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about, you know, I said, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You was just with him, right? Yeah, I was just with him. I don't know. Oh, you took. No. Huh? What you talking about? I don't know what you talking about, baby. Man, they just told me I just took the little folk shit, man. Oh, the little light skin? Yeah. Did it. Somebody know, right? That's my fault, man. That's my fault. What'd you say, Bree? No, that's my fault. I ain't, man, listen here, bro. I ain't gonna nigga locked up, bro. So nigga feel like they can try and fight me, bro. But I ain't going for that, bro. I ain't going for that, bro. If I have to become an out, that's what I do. Nigga ain't gonna be trying my folks, bro. That shit over with. I'm saying, Bree. Nigga already ain't fucking with me. Nigga not fucking with nigga, want nigga ain't even motherfucker. Nigga ain't sent nigga a dollar. Nigga ain't gonna be taking shit from my folks and be sending me something, bro. I just got out, bro. I took something from him too. So what you saying? You said what? I said I took something from nigga too. So what you saying? You ain't doing what I just said. You said yeah, yo. So I said I know you. I just said you know what I'm talking about. That's why I called your phone. You said what? That's why I called your phone. I know you. Yeah, that's why I just asked you what you were saying. Yeah, nah, hell no. Are you the same? That shit ain't smooth, bro. Are you the same one that did that money too, bro? You said what? You the same one? You the same one? Bro, I ain't trying to talk over the phone, bro. No, I ain't putting out money. I'm not putting out money. So, Fuck. So what you saying? So what you saying? You want me to give him that back?
Whatever. Yayo don't deserve to have shit. And what I'm saying, bro, listen, I'm not talking about money. Fuck money.
Yeah, but see, try to get the collection on Yayo, and I did it. You know what I'm saying?
Man. Yeah, man, but
yeah, he riding around talking about he's looking for me. Crip, man, on my side, bro.
Listen, bro. Who you think got the man like that, Obama, bro? That's what I'm telling you, bro. He called, bro, I just talked to him, bro. He like, bro, you folks done got man, bro. I'm like, well, when he come out, he just told me, I'm like, man, hell no. But Yayo, bro, bitch ass nigga. But all the reason why nigga Yayo still out there, bro, because he don't know what's up with that nigga ass, bro. Bitch ass nigga, you ain't gonna be out here just doing shit like you just with the game. Fuck nigga, you killing.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Hey,
Come on, shit go left, nigga, tell on you.
Hey, when you talk to him, tell that nigga call my phone. We can meet up. I can order to him the business. I know that's your folks now, bro. I know that's your folks now, bro. But all that riding around talking about you looking for me, nigga, I'm at the Chevron. Oh, whatever you with.
Hey, Obama. So you telling me if a nigga do that to you, you ain't gonna be looking for him?
You said what?
So if a nigga do something to you, you not gonna go look for him?
I'm gonna be I'm gonna look for him, but I'm.
Well, listen though. I just told him. I don't give a fuck what you do to Yayo. Obama, that family, he like, bro. He like, shit, that's fucked up. But nah, man.
I feel where you coming from, bro. I ain't know you fuck with that little nigga like that, but I ain't getting the shit back, bro.
That shit crazy, bro. It's the same nigga that send me money while I'm in any motherfucker. Ain't nobody send niggas nothing. Man, they crazy.
Yeah, I just got out.
I ain't talking about you, Obama. I ain't talking about you. I know you just got out. I just found out you got today. I ain't know you got. I thought you still locked up. Man, man.
That's when you talk to Sean, that's how they hit my phone, man.
Okay, is that the entirety of it? Okay. And so that objection on the floor is relevance. Is that the only objection you made on that one?
Yes, that is in 403. To be honest, you know, and I've listened to all these calls, but I'm having a tough time tracking. You know, I'm saying relevance, but in all candor to court, I don't even know what they're talking about. So, I guess that's a good start for relevance. But if the state could explain the relevance, maybe I'd be able to respond.
Your Honor, I need to play PDF page 1052 for the beginning. It will give context to why Christian Eppinger is discussing Yayo the way that he is. And it's a call that is, so on this other call, this is my notes, one that we have not played. It's stating, you know that boy Yayo. Why you say that? Quay called him from the jail and they said something about he locked up for murder because Yayo told on him. Everyone in the neighborhood's telling me that. And the guy's like, I didn't know that, man. I swear to God. I don't believe him because Unfunk, who's Mr. Greer, told him that they just got off the phone with Quay. I don't know how true it was. Bree, the one starting all that rumor. And then he says, I don't know. I talked to him myself. I just seen him in Unfunk myself late last night. So I believe that Christian Eppinger is talking to Antonio Sumlin about that. because of this rumor that Yayo was snitching.
Mhm.
I don't have any evidence that Yayo was actually snitching,
Mhm.
but the initial reason why I had initially included, we whittled some of these down. And so you kind of need, and it's very brief, but this call doesn't make really any sense without the context of this conversation on PDF page 1052, which is April 7th at 11:14 a.m. This call is April 7th at 1:53 p.m. So they're a couple hours apart. So what I may do, because I think it's dispositive of, or not dispositive, but very relevant to the court's, necessary for the court's ruling, to play 1052. I'm going to start at the beginning because my notes have this coming up quite quickly in that call.
Rose, what's up, brother?
Who you with?
I called my girl on the way. Where you at?
Man, I'm in the car, but tell him why. You know, you went up there when Yayo was mad tonight, B when he said he snitched and shit.
Nah, I went up there.
Yeah, he was like, man, we been saying I snitched. Stone way and this and that and third. But I tell why Tay came now and said the same thing. You know, Tay who you are, he came to AJ last night. He was like, man, y'all know that boy Yayo. I said, why you say that? He say, man, Quay called me from jail and said they blocked him. Like, they said something about he locked up for murder because Yayo told on him.
Yeah, you know, everybody in the neighborhood told me that. Maybe I told everybody been telling me that.
I ain't know that, man.
You ain't know that for real?
I don't like.
Swear to God, bro. Everybody telling me that. I don't believe it though. Cause they told her, they just don't dig out of the phone with Quay. I don't know how true it is, but they kept saying Bree the one who's starting all that rumor.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm talking to him myself.
Yeah.
I just seen him on phone late last night on the talk. So.
Where you at? They pulled up to the store last night?
Nah, we was at Wing and Seafood. And Uncle tonight he finna go back to LA.
Oh, so what?
He finna.
So, Your Honor, that was the portion which that portion we just played is at 7:14 a.m. on April 7th, and the one we just discussed was at 1:53 p.m. In the States. I believe if the court deems 1066 admissible, you need to have that brief portion from 1052 to have context to why both Antonio Sumlin and Christian Eppinger on a contraband jail phone both indicted YSL co-conspirators and the RICO on this case are, and Eppinger's discussing that way. I mean, discussing Yayo about that in those terms. And it furthers the conspiracy by keeping abreast of, obviously, if he actually was snitching, they would want to know that. And two, it's how they're discussing this. And it reinforces the solidarity between each other, specifically Eppinger and Sumlin. And of course, snitching, or if someone, that term has came up and will come up a multitude of times in this trial in a number of different ways.
Your Honor, may I ask a question of the state?
Uh-huh.
Who do you believe to be, like, we're kind of going back to that first call now. Who do you believe to be Quay?
Okay, but y'all aren't intending to introduce the first call, right?
Well, with this whittled down list, we did not. quite frankly believe that may have been an error because the context of Eppinger speaking with
Okay.
Sumlin about Yayo makes no sense if you don't hear this conversation about the
Okay.
rumor that
All
he
right,
is.
so we need to add that back in.
Yes, Your Honor, it's the first minute of this PDF page 1052 call, or 1 minute and 50 seconds, because it's still on display on the screen.
So does it matter who they believe Quay is?
It does to me, Your Honor, and this is what, first of all, we have two Quays here,
Yeah.
but my stance and my belief is that that initial call and the context I have is Bree is the source of this information. I believe I know who Bree is. Is that this Quay being discussed in the first call is neither of these two individuals and is a separate Quay that is not even alleged, I've never seen alleged to be associated with YSL. So if that's the first call that gives the context, then the second call, Mr. Eppinger is ranting to Mr. Sumlin, who seems to be thoroughly confused by the whole situation, about someone named Yayo, who's not mentioned in our discovery at all, other than this this wiretap. So he's obviously a very tangential part of whatever we're calling this. Yayo supposedly snitching on Quay. Now, I do believe that a relevance determination depends on what he's supposedly snitching on and who the Quay is. And I get, general, or not generally, but sometimes we say, well, that's a jury question. The state, in my mind, before putting up all these statements, need to know what these people are talking about before putting in front of the jury as just a baseline question. And I don't believe, unless the state can prove to me or show me that I'm wrong, I don't believe that the Quay that's even being discussed in either of these calls is anyone associated with this case or anyone sitting in this court.
Your Honor, I do not know specifically. I don't know specifically which Quay they're talking about. I know that I don't have any information from Atlanta Police Department of the person they believe is Yayo providing a statement to them. So I don't know exactly what they're saying he snitched on in terms of if they're talking about one of the Quays in this trial or another Quay. I do not, to answer Mr. Sharp's question or the courts, if the court's inquiring, I do not know if they're referring to the murder of Chanel Drinks or some other act. I don't know. So I want to make that clear. The state's intent with this call was to enforce how they discuss, the snitching tenant in YSL. If someone's snitching, they want to find out about it. And, Eppinger clearly wants to exact violence on this person if he believes he's snitching. I'm trying to think through in my mind, quite frankly, with, if this nickname instead of Quay was Bob, it would not create any confusion. The state's position would still be, it's how they're discussing this rumor of snitching. I understand, considering prior objections, that defense counsel like Mr. Matthews or Mr. Nichols' counsel would want to make it clear that.
Is there a way to do it without the name Quay coming in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, that would solve that one.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, I would think that it is highly relevant how these alleged YSL members, some of them, I think, maybe established YSL members, are discussing the idea, if true, of one of their own snitching.
So, Judge, I hear the court. I would ask the court under 403 to require, if it's going to come in, obviously I'm not consenting for this to come in, but if the court believes that it comes in for that purpose, that under 403, that it be redacted, the name Quay, for confusion, misleading the jury under 403.
That is granted.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I understand, as I understand your ruling, it's not the specifics. It's Mr. Eppinger and Mr. Sumlin basically discussing the concept of snitching.
Yeah.
But my other problem is my understanding of that phone call. I don't view necessarily these two calls linked as Mr. Atkins does. It seems to me that Mr. Eppinger is upset about a robbery and returning property. That's kind of as I understood the second call, not a comment about quote unquote snitching.
There certainly seems to be a part of that that's what it seems to be covering, right?
That was the state's understanding, Your Honor. I mean, I never can perfectly know exactly what someone's stating in these circumstances, but the state believed these two were connected because of how quick they're the same day and a couple hours apart. So I don't, other than what I proffered to the court, I don't have any other additional information about.
Oh, yeah,
the
no,
robbery.
but like another part, other than talking about and seemingly being mad at the idea that Yayo might be snitching, there's also this discussion, isn't there, of somebody
Your Honor,
potentially
Stop this one
taking
before that.
somebody's stuff and
Your Honor, I believe with the 1066, we only played until 150. And so I think that comes after that.
what I understood is Eppinger ranting, Sumlin saying, what are you so upset about? Are you upset about this rumor of Yayo snitching? And then Eppinger says, no, that's not what I'm upset about. I'm upset about this robbery. So I could be wrong, but I didn't even on the call hear necessarily Eppinger speaking bad about the concept of snitching. I think he was upset about something completely different, and Sumlin was confused. And then,
well, we might need to listen to it again.
No, we don't need to see again. Oh my goodness.
If that's the case, then maybe it's not relevant if it doesn't have to do with him being mad at that.
Hello.
Yo,
What's up, baby?
hey, bro. Hey, what, you with that nigga Yayo?
I ain't got. Nah, I ain't with baby. You got blue. All right.
Nah, I said Yayo.
Nah, I don't know where Yayo at. I ain't with no fucking Yayo. I was with him yesterday.
Yeah, tell Yayo I'll do something to him.
I can't wait to tell him.
Yeah, tell him I'm gonna do something to him. Quit that,
What?
I ain't even gonna, huh?
What the hell that nigga did?
No, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
That shit.
You know exactly what I'm
That
talking
shit
about.
was Lionheart.
No, I ain't talking about that, but that too.
He telling on you?
No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about, you know, I said, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You was just with him, right?
Yeah, I was just with him. I don't know. Oh, you took.
No. Huh?
What you talking about? I don't know what you talking about, baby.
Man, they just told me I just took my little folks shit, man.
Oh, the little light skin nigga?
Yeah.
Did it. Somebody know, man. That thing yesterday. What'd you say, Bree?
No, they're my folks. I ain't, man, listen here, bro. I ain't nigga locked up, bro. So nigga feel like nigga tried me any type way, bro. But I ain't going for that, bro. I ain't going for that, bro. If I had to become an out, that's what I do. Nigga ain't gonna be trying my folks, bro. That shit over with.
I'm saying, Bree.
Nigga already ain't fucking with me. Nigga not fucking with nigga, want nigga any motherfucker. Nigga ain't sent nigga $1. Nigga ain't gonna be taking shit to my folks and be sending me something, bro.
I just got out, Bree. I took something from him too. So what you saying?
You said what?
I said I took something from the nigga too. So what you saying?
You ain't doing what I just said.
You said, yeah, yo.
So I said, I know you. I just said, you know what I'm talking about? That's why I called your phone.
You said what?
That's why I called your phone. I know you. Yeah, that's why I just asked you to do it again. Yeah, nah, hell no.
Man, you the same.
That shit ain't smooth, bro.
Are you the same one that did that the money too, bro?
You said what?
You the same one. You the same one. Why are you trying to talk over the phone, bro?
No, I ain't putting out money. I'm not putting out money.
So what you saying? So what you saying? You want me to get him that back?
Whatever. They don't deserve to have shit. And what I'm saying, bro, listen, I'm not talking about money. Fuck money.
Yeah, but you see, try to get the collection on Yayo, and I did it. You know what I'm saying?
Man. Yeah, man, but
then he riding around to my, he's looking for me, man, on my side, bro.
Listen, bro. Who you think got the man like that, Obama, bro? So I'm telling you, bro. He called. I just talked to him, bro. He like, bro. So you folks ain't got no, bro. I'm like, well, what you talking about? He just told me, I'm like, man, hell no. But Yayo, bro, bitch ass nigga. But all the reason why nigga Yayo still out there, bro, because he don't know what's up with that nigga ass, bro. Bitch ass nigga, he ain't gonna be out here just doing shit like you just with the game. Fuck nigga, you telling.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Hey,
so shit go left, nigga, tell on you.
Hey, when you talk to him, tell that nigga call my phone. We can meet up. I can order to him the business. I know that's your folks and all, but bro, I know that's your folks and all, bro. But all that riding around talking about you looking for me, nigga, I'm at the Chevron. Oh, whatever you with.
Hey, Obama. So you telling me if a nigga do that, you ain't gonna be looking for him?
You said what?
So if the nigga do something, you not gonna go look for him?
I'm gonna be hell yeah, I'm gonna look for him, but I'm.
Well, listen though. I just told him. I don't give a fuck what you do to Yayo. Obama, that family, he like, bro. He like, shit, that's fucked up. But nah, man.
I feel where you coming from, bro. I ain't know you fuck with that little nigga like that, but I ain't getting shit back, bro.
That shit crazy, bro. This same nigga that send me money while I'm in anymore. Ain't nobody send nigga nothing. They gonna take some. They crazy.
Yeah, I just got out.
I ain't talking about you, Obama. I ain't talking about you. I know you just got out. I just found out you got today. I didn't know you. I thought you still locked up. Man,
Man, that when you talk to Shout, just tell Shout to hit my phone, man.
All right.
So, Your Honor, after listening, I never thought he was talking about a robbery, but when Mr. Shart said that and re-listened to it now, I thought it was tethered to the call earlier because I listened to these back to back to back, but I can miss stuff. And so I agree with Mr. Shart that it does sound like he's more tethered to someone robbing from a friend or family while Mr. Eppinger is locked up. What I will say in relation to this call, which may never have to come up, is if we asked Antonio Sumlin about speaking with Christian Eppinger while, from either a contraband phone or if he said, I don't know who he is, I have no idea, I've never talked to him, that kind of thing may play a portion of this, but will not play. I thought they were tethered together initially.
All right. So then not being offered on the concepts that we were originally discussing. And I guess that then means that other one's not going to be offered either.
So, Your Honor, for 1052, the state cannot play. I mean, on the one hand, the way that they're discussing this, the reason I hesitate, like in terms of the way that they're discussing the rumors of this person snitching on someone else, but given
Well, right,
What-
because they're saying, well, I mean that too, but it's not really that we're calling about.
correct,
So-
Your Honor. So at this point, the state does not intend to play
Okay.
1052.
All right. So we all on the same page on this one? Okay. Okay, then the next one is 1380, reference 1384, page 1394. Dorsey, who is at this point an unindicted co-conspirator, right?
We dismissed against Mr. Dorsey.
Right.
Right. So he's, right.
But you would, are you still maintaining he's
definitely a
co-conspirator?
yes.
Okay. All right. And someone on a call, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And this particular portions of this call, so yes, they are Mr. Dorsey, given that we've dismissed his charges after his recent trial, portions of this call are captured in the indictment as I think count 56, and it's also alleged as an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy itself, count 1. So both Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Sumlin are co-conspirators with the defendants on trial as to count 1. And this particular call furthers the conspiracy. I think it would be best for the court to hear the call before we make the argument. And if that's okay with the court, and to hear the specific objections before I just start narrating about our position, if that's okay with the court.
Okay, so sure, that's fine. We've got a relevance and a 403 and then a Dorsey hearsay objection. And sure, I'll listen to the portions that y'all intend to play.
Thank you. We're pulling it up.
Hello, this is a free call from
All right. You already know who this is. Shout it out.
an incarcerated individual at the Cobb County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe Securus, you may start the conversation now.
What the hell is that happening? Polo. Yo.
I don't know what the hell is that happened. Phone hang up.
You still in the car?
I'm in the car with 2 people.
What the fuck? Coach said hit for. Coach said scrub though.
Nah, he beat us about our money. He beat me on phone and trouble about our money. He probably won by goddamn whole time. Can't get on that.
I don't know. I can't wait to slide out there. So I'm trying to go punch shit up. So like 1, 2 of them motherfuckers shot and then just fall back.
I mean, I ain't got no bad.
Hurt. I need like a, huh?
What's that?
I need like $250,000, shot.
Go
We need $500,000.
Go get it soon as you come home, bro.
I already know it, shot. This shit destined for a nigga, shot.
No, bro, I missed the fuck out you, bro.
I ain't gonna count, but the same thing here, shout no count, bro. 'Cause it like
I thought ask
I
about you.
already.
I thought ask about you every day, bro.
You say on phone ask about me every day.
And my phone ask about you every day.
Who? What you say, Twin?
I said my phone ask about you every day.
Who? Twin. Who? Your girl?
Yeah.
She ain't seen no nigga like me, shout.
I
I keep that shit there all the way through, and then she ain't been hearing shit.
I know.
And then them motherfuckers, you know, I ain't doing no begging none of this shit. I'm just begging. My shit I got done on too, man.
But my girlfriend,
Yeah.
my girlfriend tripping, bro.
Wait, I'm saying the one you on the phone with.
Nah, they poo.
I poo act like they tell poo chill, man. Look like for real, man. The real slaughter guy nigga, man. Realize you on that in the few. I be on that in the few, man. Like for real, so how this 4L shit go, man. Stuck with the line now, man. Tell them how this 4L shit go.
I already
My shit gone on, buddy.
Yo, what?
My trade.
That shit ain't longer than mine, nigga.
I feel blessed, them, boy. Yeah, your shit probably a little bit longer than mine.
My shit 5 years.
Your shit not no 5 years, pop.
My shit down my back. I ain't cut my hair since I got like prison.
Alright, but look though, remember you had the afro shit going on, child. Yeah, your shit long.
My shit long as hell. My shit down my back.
Long. I ain't got number 2 years in.
Man, I can't wait.
I know you got this. And I know you got this shit on.
Do I?
Oh, what?
We're playing portions that we, so the dreads part, that part is not necessary. I just wanted to put a pin in this particular part. We're going to keep playing it, but I understand that some of the portions we may take out, but we're going to just play it for context.
Okay.
I shit on. What is? Man, I told me to come in. I'm gonna get out of the car, man. Cause they tripping.
What they talking about?
I ain't open your door, lying man, nigga.
What people talking about?
Your name, nah, any girl named Beautiful. She ugly though.
How the hell she get the name Beautiful?
I don't know how she get the name Beautiful.
She needs to get that name back to whoever Beautiful. Hey, Beautiful, don't get that name back to Beautiful, child, because you don't need that one.
I don't know. I call her ugly.
Boy, I done had Boulay on your ass. I done had, but Boulay been on your ass, boy.
Who?
Boulay?
Why you got the phone?
I'm out. I'm going home tonight.
Boulay been on your ass, boy.
What?
I've been having Boulay trying to find out where the hell. I'm like, where the fuck Obama at, man? Find this nigga ass. We don't know where the fuck Obama at. We ain't seen Obama in so goddamn long.
Yeah, you need. I been locked up. You need to tell Slime. You need to tell start out that business, bro. If I do something to him, boy.
I can't tell Slat nothing. Now, he just told me the slime, robbing the slimes out there. So I'm like, I need to holler at Obama so I can let Obama know the goddamn shut down. So he got too much going on. But now, you telling me it did nigga ass. You feel me? I don't. Shit, I've been knowing you before Slat. You feel me?
Yeah, I already know.
I bumped head with Slat. I ain't bumped head with you. I bumped head with Slat. I done dropped down. You feel me?
We'll never bump head.
You feel me?
Bro, we'll fight one-on-one. We'll fight one-on-one before we bump head, bro.
I wouldn't even fight you, Shal.
I wouldn't even fight you, though. I swear to God.
I wouldn't even fight you, bro.
I tell every nigga, bro, the situation. I'm like, the day I met Polo, my mama died, bro. Trying to pull me to the side, talk to me, put some sense into my head. We've been rocking ever since, bro.
Ever since. It's just been a rock. It's just been a rock since then. Ain't been no collisions or none of that.
None of that, bro. It'll never be.
Cause it how we rock, Shal. We got a different vibe. Nigga, how we carry ourselves.
Yeah.
We wear down. Every time I'm trying to wear down, nigga, we wear that shit down. Like, hey, man. You done had my shoes on. I had those shoes on. Fuck you.
Come on, bro. You know I love you. I never forget the phone pilot. Black and gold.
Yeah, phone pilots and no phone pilots and no all red 12.
Yeah, for sure. But I love you.
I love you too, bro.
I love you like a motherfucker, bro. I'm talking about on my mama's soul.
I'm talking about to the point we like 47.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Pardon me right quick, man. Pardon me right. Stand right here. Stay right here. I ain't figured out the phone. I'm finna see my twin walk. Stand right here.
All right. That'll be girl. Yeah. Need something funny. Let's talk these in. City.
We're going to skip to 8:32. So, Your Honor,
I bought them. That'll be back.
we stopped at 6:42. I believe we're just going to skip forward to 8:05.
Question.
When he leaves, soon as why they talking to the they ain't nothing to talk about. What I'm saying. What they there to talk about? I'm saying it's not here too, right? Only thing they be talking about is cop inducers. Yo,
what the hell going?
We made that nigga pull back up though.
Y'all made who pull back up?
Another nigga we been beefing with shit killed him. So goddamn.
Shit. Oh yeah, them 9 do niggas.
Yeah. Yeah, them
niggas.
Huh?
Let's shit kill some up.
I don't know, he whacking shit out here though. I ain't gonna even lie about that one. Huh? Yeah, he out in the business, bro.
Alright, so you just need to stop the way, bro. Continue doing what you doing, bro. I already know you.
I'm handling the business too.
I already know how you coming, shot. I know what that shit got down. What thug got going on, bro?
No, he don't say that though.
Oh.
Like, what? You be ready to buy everything?
Huh?
What thug got going on?
Shit scary. Him in LA.
What the hell, Del Greg? Del Greg ain't scary enough. Del Greg the real one.
He down here. Yeah,
Del Greg and Lum.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so that shit getting serious here.
Nicole.
Hey.
Man, them are so lit out here, so I can't wait till you get home, bro.
You got some gas on you, Shadow?
Mm-hmm.
Man, roll up a blunt for me, Shadow.
I'm finna do that. I don't even smoke. I'm finna do that right now, I swear to God.
Roll up a blunt for me, Shadow. Don't
roll up.
even
You got a blunt?
that shit.
You got a blunt?
Folks that blow that shit.
You got a blunt, V? You got a blunt, V? Roll up the weed. My brother said smoke one for him.
Yeah, I just smoked that shit, man. I smoked one of the motherfuckers because I've been locked up 2 years, man, on baddies. I got more baddies than the goddamn household, Shadow.
So, Your Honor, this is with Mr. Dorsey in jail talking to Mr. Sumlin. These are two co-conspirators of the defendants here. The conversation is intended to foster reassurance and cohesion with a YSL associate or a co-conspirator rather, who is in jail, not able to know what all is going on. The most pertinent part of what we heard was, one of the more pertinent parts was Mr. Sumlin actually telling Mr. Dorsey that Onfon asks about him every day. He says it more than once, but then when Mr. Dorsey says, "Who your girl?" And then they start joking about what his girl feels about Mr. Dorsey and dreads. So that area from about 2 minutes to 4, I think it was about 4 minutes and change, where I paused and put a pin in it for the dreads part, that we would need to play. But the portion where he's talking about slimes and slat, and Mr. Dorsey is relaying to Mr. Sumlin that what he's gotten from one YSL associate, and their conversation about that knowledge, we believe, is part of Mr. Sumlin, Mr. Dorsey giving Mr. Sumlin what information he has, Mr. Sumlin sort of being reassuring. They're talking about essentially, family fighting, but they go on to talk about how they rock, how they are close, nevertheless, regardless of the squabbles internally. As we go further down, skipping from where he gets off the phone and says, "Stay right here," and he sort of starts talking to someone else from that point till he comes back on the phone saying that he is on FaceTime with Kale. Mr. Sumlin goes on to tell Mr. Dorsey that we've been beefing with Shell, Kell, and them. And Mr. Dorsey is saying, them 9 deuce ends, what Shell, Kell talking about. This is Mr. Sumlin apprising Mr. Dorsey of what's going on, even if he has some kind of, respect for the game. As he then goes on and says further down that the shit is getting serious. It's so lit out here. And we stop before they start talking about information from a girl and things that we don't feel is really pertinent. So the call between Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Sumlin, this being someone that Mr. Dorsey reaches out to commit one of the acts we've alleged in the indictment, we believe is pertinent in that it fosters the cohesion that I spoke of earlier.
All right, well, what about the portions later on that are noted on here? With Dorsey asking about what Thug has going on and talking about him being bodies on bodies.
We can take out the bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies. That part we don't need to play about Mr. Dorsey talking about himself having bodies on bodies. Him talking about Umfunk and Thug being in LA, we believe is pertinent in that it is reflecting the association between members or associates or co-conspirators. So the providing of information to Mr. Dorsey by Mr. Sumlin about Thug and Umfunk, especially where initially you hear Mr. Sumlin attempting to tell Mr. Dorsey that Umfunk asks about him every day, I believe is intended, again, to just keep him in the loop, even though he's locked up. So it is, in that way, providing reassurance and fostering cohesion.
Okay.
So there are portions that we would, of course, not want to play, dreads, your girl, bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies, rolling up a weed. Those portions we would take out and can give express timestamps for those. that we would be taking out. We specifically would like to play the portions that I've just specifically spoken of to the court for the reasons that I've described or given.
Okay, so, on the sheet, it's really narrow bits of this, 428 to 440, 832 to 840, 910 to 920. But I feel like do you actually want in more than that?
Yes, because as I looked, I was literally looking at the time frame, the time stamps, and some of what I specifically asked in, I think, are outside of those portions, those groupings. So I'll have to provide to the defense a more specific and better tailored time stamp.
Okay. All right. I mean, it seems like if, as you're describing it, that first portion.
Your Honor, I heard it a little differently. Just factually, what was said on the call.
Go ahead.
My understanding, listening to the call, is someone told Dorsey that someone was asking about.
Speak into the mic.
Oh, Mr. Sumlin told Mr. Dorsey that someone was asking about him. Mr. Dorsey says, now this is Mr. Dorsey who doesn't know the answer to that question, says, oh, who? Unfunk? And then Mr. Sumlin says, no, my girl, or something like that. And so, I think that Mr. Dorsey brought up Unfunk, who's Mr. Greer, but Mr. Sumlin, who's the one that's given the information, actually said, no, that's not correct. But beyond that, Your Honor, this call is important because it shows that Dorsey knows Sumlin, and Sumlin says that Unfunk and Jeffrey are in LA at that time. First of all, I don't know how that's furthering a conspiracy.
I don't think that what Thug got going on there in LA is anything other than, what's been going on. So I don't see that part coming in.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's just, I don't know. To me, the only thing that this call may do is show that Dorsey, it does do, is show that Dorsey and Sumlin know each other, and at least they've heard of or are familiar with the people that are Unfunk and Mr. Williams. I'm not sure how personally familiar, but at this point, a year into this trial, if that's what we're trying to prove at this point, this is supposed to be about Mr. Dorsey seeking approval from Mr. Sumlin, this count, for harming Mr. Rashawn Bennett, Mr. YFN Lucci, and I don't see how any of this on this call falls under any hearsay exceptions, and then further, I don't see how it's really relevant to anything that's alleged in this indictment. It's just, this is really just a 10-minute, 15-minute conversation of two guys talking about nothing.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I'd go that far. I think maybe, Ms. Love, if you could narrow down and give us new timestamps, and then maybe we just listen to the portions that you actually think should come in.
Okay.
We'll just circle back on this one, okay?
Thank you.
But those last two parts that are listed, those, one of them you withdrew and the other one is out anyway, but I think we got to get a better handle on
Just a
which
specific.
parts. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. The next one is labeled reference number 0, page number 1892, I think.
Right, Your Honor, page
Okay.
1892, and we're going to start at the beginning, going up to 40, about 1 minute in.
Well, what's it about? And is there an objection?
I'm sorry. Oh, so this is Mr. If the court is asking the state.
This is the same two people talking again, right? Yes. Okay. I mean, is there anything beyond what's in the summary? And who is it they're talking about that they need to take down? Or can we tell?
Head, and that is the person he is alleged to have sought the murder
Okay,
of.
so this is the one that has to do with seeking permission.
No, not from, this is the one that is count 56.
Count 56 or Act 56?
Count 56. 55. With the, where Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Summerlin are charged with conspiracy to commit the offense of murder.
Okay, which is not a, is it also an act that?
Yes, it's, all of the counts are also acts.
All right. Okay.
And the date is April the 15th.
Whew, goodness gracious.
Okay, well, is there any objection to this one?
Yes, we all object.
I mean, it's clearly relevant.
I doubt that. Where you at?
I
Ain't
don't
gonna
think I actually
complain?
heard objection when y'all were running
Where
through
y'all
the
at?
list the first time. I mean, I know you wouldn't ideally want it in, but is there any evidentiary objection to this?
Your Honor, I don't want to waste the court's time. If
I don't want you
that
to either.
is what it purports to be, then there would not be a relevance objection. What I'm a little unclear of is, you know, my notes are good, but they're not 100%. So obviously any character, irrelevant things like that that are in the call, I would be objecting to, but I would just ask if we could circle back on this one.
All right, we'll circle back on this one too. So you can re-review your notes or to make, okay.
So sick of circling back. Just stop it. Gracious.
All right. 1442, 1488. This one also seems relevant, and I think the only objection
Seems
I heard
relevant.
before was hearsay. It would, if it's what it seems to be, seems like that would come in under the co-conspirator exception.
Well, Your Honor, this is kind of the same. This is the cousin to my objections with Mr. Garlington. I'm not going to defend Mr. Sumlin in court if there's seems to be cause indicating that he is selling narcotics. It is what it is. But as far as being in furtherance of a conspiracy or involving anyone here or in any organization that the state has deemed a RICO organization, quote unquote YSL, I just don't see that. This seems to be someone with their phone tap doing individual illegal activity on their phone. So
Well, I mean, it obviously is going to be for the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any of this drug dealing was in furtherance of the gang, but that they can argue it, whether they convince the jury of that or not, I don't know. Their evidence is not particularly strong that I've seen so far on this.
That's
But
hilarious.
I'm not the decision maker with regard to that, so.
I mean, this is just a little bit different of a call because this isn't even two people. This is a drug dealer telling a drug purchaser, hey, meet me at this spot so I can sell you some drugs.
Yeah.
I just not seeing the
I think
relevance link for why we're here. If they charged Antonio Sumlin with selling drugs in 2022, I would completely get it. But that's not why we're here.
And Your Honor, this is a perfect example of one that the web has came into evidence in multiple ways through testimony. I believe it was written in Instagram messages from 2015. This is 2022. And Antonio Sumlin says, I'm going to be at the web, which is a place where drugs were sold in a common hangout. And the person on the call says, you mean Slug's old spot, who was Trontavious Stevens, who testified, was a witness in this trial, whose nickname is Tick, and also Slug. And Antonio
Oh my
Sumlin says, yeah,
gosh.
but it ain't Slug old spot anymore. So you have something from 2015, a spot that YSL members hang out and the state puts forth drugs were sold at, that has passed hands over the years. And you fast forward to 2022, the state would ask Mr. Sumlin questions about this. And if he said, I've never heard of the web, I don't know who Slug is or Trontavious Stevens is, and I definitely don't know he ever used to have some spot called the web, we would impeach him with this very brief portion. So I view this more so as a impeachment with, and again, Mr. Sumlin's going to be testifying.
Okay.
And I understand the state for the clarification. Now, I will say, if those questions are posed to Mr. Sumlin, I am going to object because I don't, and I'm not saying this was intentional, but from my recollection, Mr. Stevens was not saying that he had this place called the Web back in 2015. So I don't think that those dates are correct or have been or accurately reflect the testimony, but I understand what the state's saying about impeaching. I just don't think those dates are correct.
Okay. Well,
I don't want Mr. Sumlin to be confronted with false dates and then deny it, and then all of a sudden we're saying.
Okay. Well, I was about to say to the state, you better make sure what the facts are that have come in before you ask it in that specific of a way.
Yes, Your Honor. And Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton both said that, and Mr. Shard, the date, in my brain, I thought it was 2015 because this came into the trial.
Okay. Well, just
but
make
it's
sure what
2022.
it is.
So that
before you
Instagram
ask
post.
about it. Okay. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, also the second speaker, the unidentified speaker is not speaking. I would object to that being played. Any of their statements or his statements.
The
Non-testifying.
purchaser.
The purchaser. Because they're not in conspiracy in a drug case. It's a buyer-seller relationship. So under Darville, D-A-R-V-I-L-L-E, they're not co-conspirators.
Right. No, they wouldn't be. I would think that would be accurate.
Your Honor, Jones v. State, which is a 339 Georgia App 95. It's a Georgia Court of Appeals case. Pin site. It says, the court ruled that I'll find the pin site 1 second. It says the court ruled that the informant statements were admissible to provide
Slow down. There is
Sorry.
no way she can take that.
My apologies, Madam Court Reporter. I'm very sorry, genuinely. They wanted to provide context for Jones' responses to those statements, not that the informant statements were admitted to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Yes, Your Honor. This stands for the proposition, and again, it's 3 sentences. Mr. Sumlin says, I'm going to be at the web. This other individual says, what, Slug's old spot? And Antonio Sumlin says, yes, but it ain't Slug's old spot no more. So if you just had Mr. Sumlin saying, I'm going to be at the web, yeah, but it ain't Slug's old spot no more. I mean, it's literally this male saying 4 words.
Okay.
What, Slug's old spot? I think it gives context to Mr. Sumlin's response.
Okay, and then does that caller say anything else?
No, Your Honor. This whole entire
Nothing.
clip is 46 seconds.
Okay, so the only thing that the purchaser says is what? Slug's old spot?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
In terms of the part that the state would be asking Mr. Sumlin, and if necessary, impeach him with this portion.
All right, I mean, I would think that would be okay to come in to provide context. And that's 339 Georgia App 95 is that what you said?
Yes, Your Honor. It's 339 Georgia App 95. It's a case where they played a jail call with an informant, and they objected because, again, the other person on the line who wasn't the defendant in this case wasn't testifying. And I read this case to basically hold for, in certain contexts, like this is a perfect example. If you're playing a recording and you need to have the context, you're not offering the other person's words for the truth of the matter asserted. Like the state's not offering this male was that Slug's old spot for the truth. It's because Antonio Sumlin responds, yes, but it's not Slug's spot anymore. And again, Mr. Sumlin will be testifying.
Okay. All right, our next one is 2712, page 2752. Who is he talking to? Who is someone talking to?
So, Your Honor, I don't have the notes for. I don't have a note for who Mr. Sumlin's talking with this. I will try to find that out. I don't know who the other called party is on this call.
Okay. Do you allege it to be an unindicted co-conspirator?
Nature of this, so
The context?
the context, I think this is one that very much we need to play
Okay.
to adequately address arguments related to it.
And would you intend this one to come in regardless or just for impeachment?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe this would one that would
Come in.
probably both, but yes, if for some reason the state wasn't able to ask the right questions to get this in as impeachment, it's both.
Okay.
Yo, gang. Yo. By Mitsubishi, I been done. I know. Listen, man. I just got a phone with the boy Woody, right? Yeah. Woody just caught me down the road, right? So boom, they did jump on me. They did that. But he was like, they tried to put him on the door and all that. But he said the game task force came and talked to him and all that shit. So he thug right here, man. And long story short, he based on some, bro. That YSL shit over with, bro. Nigga gotta start a whole new name. Like, that how he coming at me, like, bro, that shit so fucking hot right now, bro. He like, bro, you gonna go to jail, bro. Niggas going to jail, bro. Them folks trying to lock nigga ass up, boy. This shit, see, he's in jail no more than us, cause we on the street. Yeah. We freelancing. They know, cause them folks putting up on them folks. You feel what I'm saying? Sure. Man, right. Bro, nigga really got to backstage this shit for a little bit, like really not even like not I'm not giving up on game, period. It's just like it's so much going on, this shit, bro. Like, bro, it's so much going on, bro. Like, yeah, it's a lot going on with that shit, boy. Yeah, I think they got fall back. That's how they got to kind of fall back because there's so much going on. Like, I talked to Woody. He called me because he was like, bro, like, he was like, vape, bro, about 3 niggas done push up on me, talking about your name, talking about, boy, I'm on the vape, Woody, them folks pushing up on Woody, them folks trying to get some screening down there about Shawty, you feel me? Because I heard he got jumped on, and I sent word down there, like, bro, y'all niggas eat anything that's up, you feel me? Yeah. Them folks pushing up on Woody, so Woody finally called, like, vape, boy, you hell, but he like, boy, I'm proud of you, boy, I'm like, what? He was like, boy, hey, man, you standing on business, you feel me? So I go and tell him about you. I was like, man, I'm standing on business too. You feel? He was like, oh yeah, Shoutout one the one. I'm like, yeah, that's my man. You feel me? Yeah. Yeah, though. But I was just telling him how niggas put up. Niggas ain't outside for real. He was like, man, he say, babe, bro, I know that, bro. He like, bro, niggas ain't everybody ain't like that, bro. You give me the rundown, like, you know, Woody one of the niggas who I really just sit down and listen to. Shoutout really smart. Yeah. Shoutout very intelligent, like, and he knowing something like. He like, bro, that shit hot right now. They just chill, bro. Like, just chill, bro. Like, I know he's basically like, bad y'all nigga want to go do something, but you can't right now. He said it's impossible. He said it's impossible. He said, yeah, they gonna end up in jail. He said because they watching. When you think they ain't watching, he said they own nigga ass, bro. Yeah. So you got to chill, bro. Just tell Gang or tell Rose them to chill. You feel me? Tell Chad them to chill for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They tell nigga backstage, bro. Like just chill and just lay low, you feel me? Until it's time, you know what I'm saying? It's time for everything. Yeah, nigga why they lay low? Lead about end of June. I'm finna say beginning of June, but shit, June about 30 days away. Yeah, June about 30, about a good 30 days. We'll be all right. About a good, about 2 months. I give it 2 months because when it that's why I said. That's why I said. I was finna say June, but June just 30 days. No, listen. I'm still coming around. I ain't just. Me too. I'm just finna. I'm finna go listen. I'm finna stop. Niggas gotta move. Niggas just gotta move better, bro. And start posting just like miscellaneous stuff. Nigga gotta stop posting that YSL shit. Nigga can't post that YSL and shit like that. Yeah, but nigga know what's up. Everybody know what's up. I'm finna stop right here and grab this food stamp card, and I'm finna ride to my house. Then I'm gonna pull up on your spot, bro. I'm pull up on you today, bro. All right, so no more. All right, bro. If you come straight here, bring my ID. I'm bringing your ID today. That's why I told you I'm finna go to the house and get your ID and come straight to you. All right.
All right. I mean, that seems pretty clearly to be 801 D2E. So let's move on to the next one. You can.
Thinking through this, we have an unidentified person saying to, this is my understanding, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Unidentified person saying to Sumlin what Mr. Copeland supposedly told him. Is that not correct?
No, I don't think so. Isn't it? Is it the unidentified person that says what Woody said, or is it someone that says what Woody said? But regardless.
So, Your Honor, it is the individual. We think possibly it's somebody that goes by the name Bayboy because of what's said in this call. But to answer the court's question, he says the male that Antonio Sumlin's speaking with says, I just got off the phone with Woody. who's Mr.
Okay.
Copeland.
All right, okay.
So my understanding of 801D2E is the declarant needs to be a member of the conspiracy.
I can't hear you. I mean, I can hear you, but I don't know
my-
if everybody can hear you.
My understanding of 801D2E is the declarant, not necessarily the receiver, but the declarant needs
Yeah.
to be a member of the conspiracy.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I had their two voices mixed up, I guess. I thought it was someone saying, hey, here's all this stuff I know, and the caller, or I mean, the other person that was just basically, for a lot of the time, saying, uh-huh, and then finally talking at the end. But I guess that was the flip. Right?
Your Honor, I apologize. Somebody was speaking. I was speaking with co-counsel. Said that, Your Honor, so I did not hear the court. I apologize.
Okay, so it's the caller who says, hey, here's, all this stuff that Woody just told me. And who is then saying, well, I mean, it seems like they're kind of both saying that, but who is saying, we have to chill on this YSL stuff for a while and
So,
stop posting and.
Your Honor, they both reference that. So it depends on what comment. So for example, and I can play this part again, but there is a YSL member who goes by the name Bay Boy. And so I'll find the time hack, but in this call references who he is, but there's case law and a principle too of an unindicted co-conspirator because this male says, I'm still with the gang, right?
Yeah.
And he's talking to Copeland and Garlington's wiretap. We're not playing all of these. He has a plethora of calls with Copeland in the jail. And Copeland does get jumped on in the jail. And this creates an issue. And the prison gang task force goes and talks to Copeland. And so you have both Garlington and this is Sumlin speaking about this. And clearly they're saying we need to fall back. We need to stop posting this YSL stuff. And Obama, what he does say is he says, we got to fall back. And then Sumlin says, he says right after this guy goes into a conversation about they're watching, and he says right. And so they both say it. And this person he's speaking with is, pretty much overtly saying, I'm still with the gang, but I'm gonna fall back.
I mean, it seems to me like whether we know who this other person is or not, it seems clear from what they're saying that they're co-conspirators.
And I understand the concept of context and picking up on the context. I'll just let the court.
Uh-oh. Jason left, so let me pull the stream back up. Sorry about that. There it is. That's it. There it is.
My objection is under 801D2E.
Give me a one in the
state does
chat
not
real quick if you
establish
can
a
hear it.
foundation that the declarant is a co-conspirator.
Okay, and you're saying there are other calls?
Okay,
that
good.
Establish that from the
Establish-
same caller,
Establish which part, Your Honor?
the co-conspirator status of the unknown call.
No, Your Honor.
Unknown other
So
participant in the call.
the state's position is very rarely do you have a call and that if you never knew the identity of this person from just the contents of this brief portion, I think it's quite clear he's speaking with Kenneth Copeland, who there's been evidence and testimony about is a YSL member in prison, who's also speaking with Demekion Garland because we have two wiretaps going on at the same time. And sometimes they speak with each other. Long story short, he's saying, I'm still with the gang. We got to stop posting this YSL stuff. So if you never knew his name or his identity, I still believe he's an unindicted co-conspirator.
Okay. All right. So then our next one is 2805, page 2846.
co-conspirator statement, the portion of the call that's summarized in, I believe, what the court has before it, that document, it, I think it accurately sums up the portions that, so from 00 to 505, this is the subject that they're talking about.
Are there objections?
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, to the extent that this call is direct evidence of count, I think it's 56, we acknowledge the relevance. We would just ask that no extraneous information or discussion be played in front of the jury.
Okay, so keep it, I mean, you know the
We have it.
timestamp, so. I mean, I haven't listened to it, but if you think that there's this extraneous stuff within that 5 minutes and 5 seconds, bring it to my attention or talk with the other side and come to agreement. Okay. All right, so then I think our next one might be the last one for here. Is that right? 2980, page 3022. Or did I skip one? Which one did I skip?
I believe 2820.
Oh, I thought y'all weren't gonna pursue that one anymore.
I'm sorry.
Correct, Your Honor. It is 2980 or 3022 is the last one on the
Okay.
Excel spreadsheet, Your Honor. This is a very brief call that the state would like to play.
All right.
Big yo. I hold these. Yeah. Where you at the web? Yeah. I don't know about that. I need no powder clip.
That nigga Toot just pulled out. He got one. He the only one I know got a powder. I don't know nobody else got no powder.
I got 2 extra mags for him.
I'm gonna tell him when he could pull back up. He just pulled out.
All right.
All right.
So, Your Honor, the state believes that this other called party is a rock crew YSL member that goes by the name Jimmy Reeves. And so he says, are you up at the web, which is the same location we had mentioned a couple calls before. I got 2 extra mags for him. I believe he's talking about magazines with bullets in them. And those 27-second clips. And then he mentions Tunk, who I believe he's talking about Mr. Sledge. But it's that brief. This would be one where we would ask him some questions about, I believe it's 2 YSL members talking about getting extra magazines to bring to the web, a location that they hang out or frequent and sell narcotics, but I also see this in the category of questions we would ask Mr. Sumlin on the stand.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't think that would just come in otherwise. I don't think that saying, hey, I think I've got 2 extra mags establishes a conspiracy or that these 2 are co-conspirators.
I understand, Your Honor. I thought he said, and I think we were asking a question on this. I thought he said, I got 2 extra mags for him, as in for another YSL member. But nonetheless, this is something that we.
Regardless, there can be people that provide ammunition to people who aren't co-conspirators. I mean, I don't think this one meets the requirements.
Understood, Your Honor.
So impeachment, if that becomes appropriate, but not otherwise.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, this might not be the time, but I just don't see they're already talking about laying a foundation for a prior inconsistent statement or potentially, but I don't even see the relevance of someone calling Mr. Sumlin. Mr. Sumlin says, Toomp just left. And then someone, and I'm being told it's Jimmy Reeves. Again, Jimmy Reeves is a name that's new to me. And so not exactly a central figure in any of these stories, but apparently wanting to sell gun components to to anyone, but Mr. Sumlin says, oh, Mr. Sledge just left. I just don't see the relevance of any of this to what we're talking about in this trial. So I appreciate the court's ruling about it only potentially coming in as a prior inconsistent statement, but if they start asking questions about something irrelevant, I'm gonna, or what I
Okay.
deem irrelevant, I think
Okay.
relevance objections.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state's understanding of this clip is 3 YSL members discussing bringing magazines. I don't believe they're bringing empty magazines. I guess they could, from firearms, to a location that YSL members frequent and sell narcotics out of that also has firearms. So I think, because he's saying, I'm bringing it for him, I believe he's talking about Mr. Sledge. So you have 2 YSL members saying, hey, I'm going to come to the trap house to bring an extra 2 magazines for a 3rd YSL gang member.
Okay.
I think it's certainly relevant. I understand the court's position on not in furtherance of the conspiracy, but I think it satisfies 401.
Okay. It wasn't that it wasn't in furtherance of the conspiracy. It was that I don't think it's established that whoever this unknown caller is a co-conspirator.
Understood, Your Honor. That would, I'll proffer to the court that the APD gang detectives are familiar with Mr. Jimmy Reeves, who is a YSL member. There's
Okay.
nothing in the contents of this call that you would know that.
Okay. All right. All right, well, that takes care of those, except for the couple we need to circle back on. So and those were the 2 we just mentioned, and then also remember 2158. And then, of course, 2119, when we have Mr. Harvey with us again. Yes.
Regarding the Sumlin wiretap, I've been trying to take notes and I realized, could you just review your ruling or restate your ruling for 2442? I just don't have a ruling noted for that.
That's in.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Can we make progress on something else for maybe another 30 minutes? Yes. Let's all take a restroom break. Well, everybody that wants one. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Okay. I have no idea why we're at the seal. Like none whatsoever. Yeah, somebody said that their slang was bad. It's real bad. It's not just a little bad. It's real bad. They should be forced to study urbandictionary.com tonight as their homework. It's like the phonetical alphabet. We should all be forced to use the same slang. How are y'all doing? It's great to see everybody. That was a great interview last night, huh? Richard, I still haven't seen him. I haven't seen him. I don't see him today. Hey, Tina. Y'all, I'm having surgery in the morning. If y'all would just keep me in your thoughts and prayers, I'd really appreciate it. I'll let Jason know when I'm out of surgery and how I'm doing so he can let you guys know. I trust God, but my stomach's in a twist. Still kind of nervous. And that's the great thing about this kind of trial is that we get to look at all the evidence and make up our minds, right? And we're not going to agree on everything with everybody. I didn't agree with everything he said either, but I agreed with a lot of it, but not everything. Rico's on vacation, Ron. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate that. Thank you, Q. Thank you. We watch YouTube. You had minor surgery this morning, Mama Bear? Oh, goodness. Gracious day. Yeah, I had to step away from it. I was losing IQ points. Like I could feel them falling out of my brain. I was just like, thank you, Rome. I appreciate you. It's not going to be that bad. I hope to be back up and running by Monday. God has got this. I started a couple of y'all's messages. I think we need to pick a jury of these guys' peers. Give me gang members, be what YouTube said. And that phone call said that they had mags, selling mags, magazine subscriptions. Hello. We don't know what kind of mags. Speculation and hearsay. I mean, I'm halfway being funny, but I'm sort of being serious. The thuggish, ruggish bone variety. Hey. I like that Vegas truck. All right. I love that. But having a clip is not illegal. Having a magazine is not illegal unless you're a felon, then it's illegal. Did they say they were taking a break? Because I'm looking back and I didn't hear them say anything. So I haven't been watching like the past 2 hours. Did I miss anything of significance? The interview with Doug was the best. I thought it went really well. Yeah, I thought it went really well. And he was only scheduled to stay on for 45 minutes and he was just talking and I messaged him and was like, hey, if you need a dip. And he was like, I'm good. So I think he was enjoying it too, which makes me happy, of course. I don't like the way the judge comes for him and he thinks he's not biased. I get it, that he does it want to make her mad and gives her the benefit of the doubt. And he needs to keep his eyes open. Yeah, I can't argue with that. ATF laws allow, laws dictate selling armor or mag is legal as long as you are of age. Right. Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Give me just 1 second. The judge told the prosecution their case is terrible. Felicia, are you serious? You're going to trace someone's phone calls and you have no idea who's speaking. What? We watch YouTube. How? You got to tell me more about that. As long as it's not illegal anymore. Oh yeah, of course. But we watch YouTube. I got to know more about this comment right here. I got to know what's going on here. But the judge told the prosecution their case is terrible. I have to look this up and see if I can find it. Because it is. I mean, she's not wrong. I'm sure it's not on YouTube yet, but I'm going to try to find it. Oh, I want to find that. Yeah, I heard them talking about the wiretaps a little bit this morning. Let me see if I can find it. I don't see it on YouTube yet, but let's see if we can find it in the Google Spaces. Don't make me go to Twitter, even though I'm sure it's there. All right, let's see. Oh, I bet this is it. Okay, maybe this is it. I think I found it. Is it when she was playing the 911 call? Was it around the time of the 911 call? They were playing a 911 call. Did we watch YouTube? Who told me that? When she told them that their case was terrible. My problem with Atkins is he didn't say what they said. What I heard was not mags. You say potato, I say potato. Nobody says potato bitter, Lily. I love you, but nobody says potato. Yep, report what you hear. It wasn't you. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me go back and look. Okay, let's see if this is it. I'm going to keep my eye on court. Don't worry, but I'm going to see if this is it because I want to hear it. I want to hear her slam the.
Going on to the next folder, there's a 911 call. Okay, what's that?
So, Your Honor, there's a single 911 call and a CAD report. There was a shooting the
I'm
night
watching
before at Waters Road, and the caller notices that her vehicle window is shot out the day that she's making this call.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a brief 911 call where she's calling to let them know that her car window has been shot out. She doesn't know who.
Well, they're going back to court, so.
When I first got in this case, gave us this order of proof and exhibits, which has it, I mean, we can talk about it tomorrow, but y'all given a couple of, I feel like, different updates to this since then.
We have.
Can you have for everybody to use first thing in the morning, whatever
Yes.
you believe your latest and greatest to be?
Yes.
Okay. And then also, y'all had done kind of a partial list that had not only the witness, but the evidence that, the specific evidence that was going to come through. And I said, oh, don't get that detailed right now. Just focus on a broad one. But if y'all know it for other people by now, and, it's in a form that can be put together pretty quickly, that might help us as well.
Yes, and we do have the Dropbox folders as well that have the exhibits, certain
Okay.
specific
All right.
exhibits.
So when we go through those, that's everything then. So.
No.
I believe that has generally the evidence that we're going to be bringing into each.
Okay. All right. So this is still a pretty good thing to follow.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there an update to it or no?
We'll provide
All right,
everyone tomorrow
great.
morning. with
Okay,
an update.
because that'll help us. And then okay, well, I guess that's what we need then. It's just whatever the most up-to-date one is. So we will have whatever discussions we're going to have about that tomorrow in streamlining and what's necessary and what's not. And then potentially move to the exhibits that are already in and where everybody is on that.
Okay.
Okay. And so that'll probably be hopefully a shorter day tomorrow. And then Friday we can talk about it tomorrow, but Friday we'll be back at 9 for all the stuff for Mr. Ryan, and then circling back to finish up all the things that y'all wanted to get back with on both of those sets of wiretaps. And then where would we move from there? Just to the rest of I think we were on the witness, what were we, 60 through 106 or whatever?
Your Honor, but the defense has gone through it. So I assume that I might be wrong, that the objections that we went through this morning, they had went through all of those folders. So they presented their objections in that joint motion that we went through earlier, is what I
Oh, that was the rest of the evidence?
I assume they went through
That
all
would
of
be fantastic.
So I think that would be a question for the defense, but my
Okay.
understanding,
Well,
they
let's
had
ask
went
the
through
defense.
all of it.
Okay, so the joint motion that y'all had agreement to, or, things that were not yet agreed to that we went through this morning, does that cover all of the evidence that y'all know about that's been presented as, here's something we're gonna present?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay.
The state was still, and they may have sent it over today, but signifying what jail calls and what parts of body cameras. And I did not look at that if it
Okay.
did come. I think it came today.
And my apologies. That was the last groups, the videos or media. We sent over the timestamps. I think they need to review that to see if there's an
That got
issue.
sent today?
That got sent early this morning. Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, well, hopefully then, by Friday, y'all will have looked. And let me just say, in terms of scheduling tomorrow, that it is going to be a shorter day because I have a couple of conflicts, and I may leave y'all here to work on both getting together on the exhibit list, but we can't push it off forever, because at some point we have to figure that out. But I may give y'all the afternoon to kind of stick around and work on the videos and the jail calls. Okay. And then that way, Friday, we can discuss them. Okay?
We can also, if it's okay with the court, just go through and make sure we didn't miss anything in the 60 through 100
Sure.
and something.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks everybody for your hard work today. And I will see y'all all at 9 tomorrow. What's here? Just so y'all are clear, we're not really in session tomorrow. It's just basically going to be one big sort of meeting, but not court, not motions, just discussion. So y'all can have the day off.
Did I hear that right? She's just going to leave them alone in the courtroom just to do their own thing? I feel the tune to Mortal Kombat going through my mind. The old video game, Mortal Kombat. Prepare to fight. So here's my prediction for tomorrow. Miss Love is going to be at least 20 minutes late. And she'll come in with a Starbucks coffee. And if she's supposed to have something done, it won't be done because will be no teacher there to check her homework. And she's going to sit around on her computer all day with her, you know how she does. She turns her laptop so they can't see her screen. And she's going to be either on Temu buying a yellow jacket or on Amazon because it's the last day at Amazon Prime Day. So those are my predictions because she's out of yellow jackets. I'm sorry. That's awful. Yep, the state is sliding along. So today was kind of a boring day, but these are the kind of voir dire things they've got to get done, and it's understandable. But slime green tomorrow, she's got that slime green. We've seen her wear that slime green. I think she saves that slime green though for when yeah, send me a picture. Yeah, email it to me. MISSMANDY777 is my email address. Or you can just look it up on my channel, and my email address is on my channel. But you'll have to send it to me tonight because my surgery's in the morning and I will be MIA for a couple days. But anyway, thank you everybody for your super chats and super stickers. Thank you, Laverne. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, thank you, Learning. Thank you, We Watch You Too, for the comment. Appreciate everybody so much. Thank you to the members. You guys make the world go round. If you're not a channel member, please consider becoming a channel member because you get access to the channel member only Discord where we have once a week channel member chats. Oh, thank you, Just Annie. I appreciate you so much. But God's got this. And I hope y'all have a great day. Said 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we'll see you guys, or Jason, we'll see you guys about 8:30 in the morning, okay? And I love you guys so much. Thank y'all for accepting me into y'all's little family, y'all's little Rico family. I love y'all to death. Just Annie, thank you for becoming a member. If you want to join the Discord, go to Jason's community tab, and there's a link for you to join there, okay? Y'all take care. Have a blessed day. Grace and peace, everybody. Oh, thank you, Gladiator Girl. I appreciate you. Bye, y'all. Thanks, Ron.